In the latter period of the warring states, the dawn of unification began to emerge. During this time, Qi dominated the central plains, and Shu held sway over the southern territories. The Anses subjugated Rong, and Qin boldly ventured eastward, while the restless San Chuan regained its momentum. The echo of hoofbeats resonated, the clangor of weapons rang out, and the intertwining of iron and blood, the clash of civilization and barbarism, the fusion of thought and warfare, unfolded. The relentless passage of history continued. What form of civilization would arise from this enduring glory? Chapter 1. Prologue. In the expansive Mai, with resplendent chariots and galloping steeds, the noble teacher revered the father as the eagle soared. Behold the martial King Wu, who launched a campaign against the Shang, heralding an era of clarity, in the year 1046 BC. The momentous Battle of Mai concluded a century of turmoil across the land of Huaxia and brought an end to the 500-year reign of the Shang dynasty, heralding the ascent of a new dynasty Zhou. However, the grand design of the world dictated that unity would eventually yield to division, and division would inevitably lead to unity. The insatiable desires of the populace perpetually stirred the realm, and after 300 years of peace, the Zhou faced its crisis. A farcical conflagration ignited by the feudal lords led to the cataclysm known as the Five Dogs Calamity, shattering the authority of the Zhou Son of Heaven. The lords began to harbor disloyal sentiments, and the ancient rituals of Zhou could no longer suppress the restless hearts, resulting in a tumult of internecine warfare among the vassal states. Thus commenced an era marked by the collapse of propriety and the disintegration of music. The spring and autumn period. The spring and autumn period, initially characterized by ritualistic warfare among the lords, gradually transitioned to conflicts driven by the nobility. These chaotic 3 centuries, ensnared by desire, obliterated countless lords and sowed innumerable seeds of blood and tears. To be why the time of the division of Jin and the rise of the Tian clan in Qi, a long-planned political upheaval utterly shattered the last vestige of the Zhou royal authority. The era of respecting the king and expelling the barbarians, which had prevailed since the time of Duke Huan of Qi, drew to a close, ushering in a more sanguinary epoch. The warring states to battle for land. The fields are awash with blood to contend for cities. The streets overflow with the slain. The intensity of the feudal lords' annexations escalated, and warfare became the prevailing theme of this era, with increasingly absurd and unrestrained acts of slaughter repeating themselves. In the 7th year of King Zhou's reign 308 BC, following the suppression of a rebellion in Shu, the militaristic King Ying of Qin harbored ambitions to advance into the central plains and covet the 9 tripods of the Zhou dynasty. However, despite the decline of the Zhou, it still bore the title of suzerain, and the fertile lands of San Chuan were obstructed by the Han clan. Any intention to attack Han would first necessitate overcoming the other lords. The king thus consulted the right chancellor, Chu Li, who advised against it. He then inquired of the left chancellor, Gan Mao, who deemed it feasible. Consequently, King Ying resorted to bribery and Hanzhong to entice Chu and Han, coercing Wei while dispatching Gan Mao as a special envoy to Zhao. Chapter 2. The Debate at Long Tai. Zhao State, Handan. The evening approaches, and dust clouds obscure the sky. In the midst of a sweltering June summer, the scorching sun had long since retreated, while thunder gathered restlessly above the clouds. Flickering arcs of light danced at the horizon, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the land as if it were day. Through the somber canopy of clouds, a towering wall could be discerned, abruptly rising from the earth and stretching endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon in slumber, evoking a sense of insignificance in those who beheld it from afar. The most renowned international metropolis of the time, Handan had undergone several expansions and population migrations since Duke Jing of Zhao relocated the capital, and now the city stretched over 1,000 zhang in depth, surpassing even the imperial capital of Luoyi. The Guoqing Debiqing is divided into 4 smaller cities and 2 residential districts. The 4 cities correspond to the east and west city gates, while the 2 districts located in the south and north, respectively, cater to the livelihoods of the people. The southern district is home to the common folk, the Jinwu Palace, official buildings, and noble residences, whereas the northern district is designated for merchants, workshops, and bustling markets, a hub of commerce where houses abound and handicrafts thrive, with shops and taverns dotting the landscape. The Bema Bridge stands at the heart of the beaching, with the Nyosho River Chinha flowing through the city from east to west, connecting the southern and northern districts. To the north, one can catch a glimpse of the elegantly swaying dressing tower. This bridge has always been a site of intriguing tales, yet the most captivating story remains that of the monarch who rode a white horse here and dreamt of winning a child. In this place, where the Hawaii coexist, individuals from various nations reside, creating a lively atmosphere that surpasses even that of Ziyanyang. Perhaps it is the oppressive heat of the day that stirs discontent. Although twilight has descended, the streets of Handan are now bustling with travelers. The sounds of children's laughter, women's giggles, and merchants' calls blend harmoniously, while scholars from various states converse in thick accents. This scene is more than mere liveliness, a man remarked, glancing up at his companion and silently shaking his head as the newly affluent from the Qin state misconstrued his, meaning that he chose not to elaborate that at this moment, Zhao's reforms, whether enacted or not, bear little consequence for Qin's ambitions. However, should Zhao reject his proposal for a united front, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble for itself. With this thought, the man's gaze sharpened as he looked out the window, peering through the dense, murky haze, seemingly catching sight of the distant, shadowy pavilions and palaces. The Handan Palace, as the residence of successive Zhao rulers, has borne the responsibility of being the nation's center since the capital was relocated. It stands apart from Guochangde Beaching, situated in the southwestern corner of Handan, gazing towards the north and south. The palace complex is constructed in its shape, with the northern city being the largest, housing the imperial harem. The eastern city is rectangular and slightly smaller, serving as the site for military assemblies by the Zhao monarchs. This moment. Within the once solemn and silent Longtai Hall, the flickering candlelight illuminates a cacophony of voices mingling with the mournful winds outside, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the bustling marketplace. Among the great nations today, none rivals Qin. Their conquests have been marked by more victories than defeats, and if Qin sets its sights on Han, the latter will find it difficult to resist. As soon as the words fell, a voice countered, "Not so. Though Qin is powerful, it is not invincible." In recent years, Qin has faced both victories and defeats. While Han may be weak, it still boasts an army of 100,000. Moreover, Qin's true aim lies in Yang. Yang, a large county, is not merely a name but a strategic stronghold, the former capital of Han, and a place of significant geographical advantage should Qin launch an attack. Han would surely defend it fiercely. That if Han manages to hold its ground, they will certainly blame our Zhao for being complicit, which could jeopardize our relations with the Three Jin. The Three Jin? In the year of Wushan 313 BC, when the Qin invaded Lini, did you witness Han recalling our Zhao's goodwill? Now, Wei has stationed troops at Han's borders. Why do we not see Wei Wang honoring the bonds of the Three Jin? The courtiers within the hall engaged in heated debate, each expressing their views on the conflict between Qin and Han, that a moment's carelessness could once again entrap one within the tumultuous whirlpool of political strife. Just as the fervent debates within the hall reached a crescendo, an unexpected silence enveloped the chamber. Yet, the elder's invocation of past matters today was evidently laden with ulterior motives. Indeed, noticing that no one interrupted him, the elder continued with deliberation. "It is my belief that we may refuse Gan Mao's alliance with Qin against Han. Thus, the state of Zhao may remain untainted by discord with Han, avoiding the disdain of the Three Jin states. Simultaneously, we should forge a new alliance with Qin, clearly articulating our neutral stance. We shall not send troops to assist Qin, nor to aid Han." Upon the utterance of these words, the hall erupted in murmurs. However, no one dared to voice a direct rebuttal, perhaps not solely out of respect for the elder's stature, but also because this course of action aligned with the interests of all present. In this manner, while rejecting Gan Mao, they would not incur the wrath of the king of Qin and could cultivate relations with the factions of Gongzi Ji and Gong Sun Hao. This not only articulated Zhao's stance, but also elegantly extricated Zhao from the conflict regardless of who emerged victorious in the ensuing battle. Neither Qin nor Han would harbor resentment toward Zhao in the aftermath. Indeed, The elder's wisdom was profound, although he possessed immense opportunities. It was evident that the insights gained from future technological advancements did not equate to the pinnacle of wisdom. Those who occupy the highest echelons of governance, regardless of the era, cannot be measured by ordinary standards. If one seeks to navigate through this era of ceaseless conflict and a plethora of talented individuals, the journey ahead remains fraught with challenges. It seemed as though he sensed the weight of his gaze. At this moment, the silent arbiter, King Yong of Zhao, began to survey his ministers that a deep, resonant voice, rich with charisma, broke the stillness. What does the crown prince believe? Is this course of action feasible? Chapter 3. Intricate twist. A tempest roared, thunder growled, and the dense raindrops cascaded like shimmering silver curtains from the heavens. Outside the window, the relentless murmur of the rain contrasted sharply with the eerie stillness of the dimly lit chamber. Occasionally, whispers fluttered through the air, only to be swiftly whisked away by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Under the flickering candlelight, the silhouette of a youth emerged. His body and soul seemed to dwell in a curious state, as if neither belonged to him. Yet, through them, he acutely sensed the subtle shifts occurring around him, the coolness of the night breeze brushing against his cheek, the clattering sound of wooden clogs traversing the floor, and the acrid scent wafting from the dripping incense. Fragments of disordered images flashed through his mind, reminiscent of an interminable dream. Prince. This dreamlike state, teetering between reality and illusion, persisted for an indeterminate duration until the youth suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Almost immediately, the deafness that had enveloped him began to wane, and intermittent calls reached his ears. The sandalwood incense curled upward in wisps of fragrant smoke, filling the chamber adorned with elegant, antique furnishings. In the dim candlelight, a pair of earnest eyes materialized, their bloodshot pupils resembling flickering flames, within which a familiar yet distant face was reflected. Prince, the hour has come. From behind a delicate bamboo screen, a voluptuous woman stepped into the room. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with a round, full face, dressed in a gracefully draped gown cinched at the waist, embodying the guise of a noblewoman. In her hands, she cradled a fitted outer robe and a steaming silk scarf. After completing her tasks, she took the warm scarf and gently began to wipe his palms and face. Young servant, the woman, momentarily taken aback by his words, soon grasped the subtle changes in the princess' demeanor, though she had never engaged in such affairs. Her years within the palace had exposed her to whispers from beyond its walls. Despite her newfound understanding, she did not cease her ministrations, occasionally letting out a soft, amused chuckle. After much contemplation, she allowed the situation to unfold as it would. However, the gentle, warm touch of her hands prompted a flicker of embarrassment within him. Reflecting on the past year, he recalled being a primary school teacher, confined to a hospital bed, suffering from terminal cancer. Suddenly thrust into this era of relentless warfare, his emotions were a tumultuous blend, while there was joy in the prospect of a second chance at life. An overwhelming dread for the future loomed larger. Initially, he had been driven by a fervent desire to achieve greatness, but as time wore on, the harsh realities of life dulled his edges. The Warring States period, indeed, was not a favorable era. It was a tumultuous age marked by bloodshed, with battles erupting relentlessly. Unlike the unified dynasties he was familiar with in later times, conflict and violence were the defining themes of this epoch. For the people of this time, killing and being killed had become mundane. Commoners spent their days either embroiled in war or journeying toward it. Even those seemingly exalted nobles and royals have long been ensnared by the very power they wield, rendered powerless. The debates in the court yesterday, particularly the discourse by the esteemed Minister Fei regarding the factional strife in the Qin state, resonate with the situation in Zhao, following the demise of the Queen Mother. His latent status has undergone a subtle transformation. He treads carefully, refraining from expressing his political convictions, a circumstance born of necessity. However, upon reflection, the root of all these issues does not solely lie with his father. Ultimately, it is the shifting dynamics of the international landscape that bear the brunt of the blame. Observing the present states, though skirmishes abound, the 7 warring states remain paramount, with Qin and Qi leading the pack, while Han languishes at the tail end. In recent years, Han has suffered a series of defeats in foreign conflicts, attributed to geographical and strategic dilemmas, culminating in the catastrophic losses at Hanga Pass and Xiaoyu, where tens of thousands perished. This has resulted in the continual diminishment of Han's territory and a steady decline in national strength. To be weak is to invite aggression. A feeble nation inevitably endures the indignities imposed by others. Although Han may still be deemed a warring state, Its spirit has long since waned from the audacity it once exhibited during the fall of Zheng. Given its current precarious state, how can Han extend assistance to others? Moreover, Zhao cannot rely on the support of its allies, leading to a naturally diminished international presence. Should there be a desire to alter the nation's diplomatic stance, the most effective course of action would indeed be to abolish the old and establish the new. It appears that his father has undertaken such measures. As for the female protagonist of folk tales, Meng Yao's ascent seems far less romantic than the legends suggest, lacking the enchanting narrative of a maiden rescued by a gallant knight. Perhaps this is merely a crude pretext for Zhao and Apos' reforms, a compromise aimed at balancing the internal factions. Should the international situation shift, his father might even consider elevating a woman from Qi or Yin to the throne. He placed the jade pendant he had been idly toying with aside and rose, making his way towards the palace entrance. Outside, the rain had yet to cease. Delicate droplets cascaded gently, while the palace attendants on either side of the corridor held aloft flickering lanterns, the warm glow of the candles stretching towards the horizon. Chapter 4. The affliction of the heart. The flickering candlelight danced in a delicate struggle, yet remained ensnared. In these tumultuous times, the hearts of men are stirred, and many long-standing orders have crumbled. Nonetheless, the principles of filial piety that uphold the governance of the state cannot be extinguished, no matter the era. Upon entering the chamber, an exceptionally rich fragrance enveloped the senses, while the air was thick with an aromatic haze. The palace maids, busy with their tasks, hurried about in thin-soled socks, and from afar, the gentle strains of a guqin could be heard, melodious and haunting. The sleeping quarters of King Zhao were far grander than those of the crown prince, for this space served not only as the king's residence but also as his daily office. In the Zhao kingdom, unless major national policies were under discussion or foreign envoys were being received, the majority of political decisions were made within these walls, with the convening of grand councils being a rare occurrence. In the inner hall, King Zhao knelt at the head of a banquet table, seemingly engrossed in a stack of bamboo slips, while beside him sat a young maiden clad in a deep crimson palace robe, her delicate fingers caressing the strings of an ancient guqin. The music flowed like a gentle stream, soothing to the soul. King Zhao placed the slips aside and greeted. "Good morning." The maiden, her eyes sparkling with a smile, echoed, "Good morning, Your Highness." He sat humbly at the lower end, awaiting his father and Apos' daily inquiries. The king had once heard the Duke of Zhou respond to King Wu's question, "What is the way of warfare?" The Duke replied, "The strategy stems from the enemy's movements. Changes arise between the two camps, and the essence of surprise and regularity springs from an inexhaustible source. Therefore, matters should not be spoken of, and military actions should not be disclosed. When the situation reaches its peak, words cannot be heeded." What follows? The nature of military utilization remains elusive. They come swiftly and depart suddenly, capable of independent action without restraint. This is the essence of warfare. It is not solely due to the opponent and Apos' striking appearance, but rather their status. Yet, this maiden is undeniably the queen of a nation, Meng Yao, and also the crown princess' nominal mother. Having entered the palace just 3 years ago, she captured the king's favor and was elevated to her esteemed position. A rise that cannot be entirely divorced from the political ramifications of changing state policies. However, it is likely that this woman is not as meek as her beauty might suggest. Much of her strength stems from the influence of her family. In the court, the prince finds himself of little consequence. After his father's passing, would Meng Yao not desire her own son to inherit the throne? The usurpation of power by royal family members seems to be an old tradition in Zhao. If the king were to suddenly lose his senses at that time, how could one guarantee their own life? The nation could very well descend into endless turmoil. It is undoubtedly a grave internal affliction, a matter of Zhongshan. Should one wish to enhance their bargaining power, seeking new political allies from foreign states becomes imperative, or perhaps inciting domestic conflicts through external pressures, such as war. To find the key to resolution. Earlier this year, the king, struck by a sudden inspiration, risked his life, disguising himself to venture deep into the heart of Zhongshan. Ascending the heights at Zhemen, northwest of Shijiazhuang, to survey the capital of Zhongshan. Upon his return, he dispatched numerous spies to Zhongshan. The former king of Zhongshan, Jiqiu, passed away last year, and a young ruler has recently taken the throne, with most of the royal relatives favoring Zhao out of fear. The people of Zhongshan harbor a strong aversion to war. This time, the interests of Qin and Han have drawn the attention of Qi and Chu as well. On this occasion, it seems that the opportune moment has arrived for the state of Zhao to eradicate the festering tumor of Zhongshan. Before me stands a visage strikingly similar to my own, adorned with a gentle smile that radiates an air of tranquility and composure. Wisps of silver hair mingle with the dark, and a few lines of worry etch themselves upon his brow. Perhaps it is only the unspoken infinite authority that reveals this seemingly affable middle-aged man as a decisive sovereign of a great nation. The silk scroll, approximately 3 inches square, unfurls to reveal a dense tapestry of Zhao characters, chronicling the societal landscape of Zhongshan from the grassroots level. It subsequently provides a succinct overview of the political structure and daily life of Zhongshan's upper echelons, though it primarily dwells on the mundane routines of daily existence. Yet the meticulous detail within provokes an involuntary gasp of astonishment. The text emphatically reiterates 2 key points. Firstly, that all classes within Zhongshan emulate the Central Plains states, regarding themselves as part of the Huaxia civilization, adorned in elegant garments, having not only forsaken the hunting customs of their nomadic ancestors, but also deeming such practices as shameful. Secondly, the aristocracy of Zhongshan has gradually elevated Confucian ideals, with the royal family and ministers revering scholarship, placing Confucianism at the pinnacle of societal values. To illustrate this, Li Xi recorded an observation from his time in the capital of Zhongshan, noting, "The ruler of Zhongshan has lowered his carriage to mingle with the 70 families of the impoverished alleys." At first glance, this act appears unproblematic and might even garner a commendable reputation in later ages. However, therein lies the folly. This is a chaotic era where strength is revered, and conflict is incessant. Indeed, at the conclusion of the scroll, Li Xi penned, "The people of Zhongshan cherish beauty, pursuing reputation over practicality. The ruler of Zhongshan practices benevolence, esteeming scholarship while devaluing the martial spirit, neglecting to instruct his people in the art of warfare. Thus, soldiers will inevitably grow complacent, chasing after fame, while farmers languish in idleness, seeking wealth. If such a state does not perish, it has yet to be seen." Chapter 5. Inevitable costs. The inquiries posed were akin to those during yesterday's morning assembly. They seemed to be a test, yet in truth, they served to ascertain something. Especially before any transformations occurred within the Zhao kingdom. The inner chamber was enveloped in silence, the air seemingly suspended, with only the occasional swirling smoke to remind one of the passage of time. After an extended period of tension, the king of Zhao finally spoke lightly. "I have long heard of the ambitions of King Yin, who lies in wait to rectify the shame of the chaotic state of Zhongshan. I wish to send an envoy to Yin to discuss an alliance regarding state affairs. Would the crown prince be willing to undertake this journey on my behalf?" The king continued, "You must also bear in mind the national humiliation. Do not grow negligent in your studies of the 6 arts. You may leave now." "Yes, your majesty," the crown prince replied. With a sigh, the king remarked, "Though the crown prince is intelligent and eager to learn, there is a slight deficiency in his striving spirit. In this era of great contention, the gravest error is to hesitate and look back. Our Zhao kingdom has endured in silence for many years, and what we await is precisely this opportunity. Your Highness is still young. It is common to lack composure at this age. Why should the king lament?" Meng Yao smiled gently, hastening to offer comfort. "Miao Xian," the king called to a eunuch at his side. "Go summon Fei Yi and Lord Anping to the palace for a discussion." "Yes," the eunuch replied promptly. "Is the king planning military action?" a woman casually inquired. The king nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward her, as he gently encircled her slender waist, a hint of a smile gracing his previously stern countenance. "Indeed, the queen understands my intentions well. Your Majesty, the palace attendants are still present," the beauty chided lightly. Yet her graceful form showed no sign of resistance, instead leaning into him. "What I desire to accomplish has never been hindered by the opinions of others," the king declared, dismissing the attendants with a wave of his hand. With dreamy eyes, the beauty softly remarked, "It has been quite some time since your Majesty visited Ahi. Just yesterday. He was still reminiscing about you." The king gazed into her captivating eyes. "Do you know why I have favored you all these years?" The beauty was momentarily taken aback, the anticipated intimacy replaced by this perplexing statement. Meng Yu found herself at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, I..." The man interrupted her. "It is precisely because you have never inquired about court matters." Every time he reflected on this, he could not help but marvel at how the customs of future generations seemed to descend from their ancestors. The challenges he faced now were merely the inevitable costs to be paid for all that he currently possessed. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he observed the attendants bustling about, each moving with a cautious demeanor. Perhaps for them, this vast and opulent palace was also an unescapable cage. The young servant, bending to adjust his garments, seemed to sense the weight of his melancholy and quietly asked, "Perhaps one can only find peace in familiar surroundings where one has dominion." Home, to her, was a foreign concept. Supporting one's husband and nurturing children, she murmured softly, her eyes suddenly glimmering with a light previously unseen. Entangled in memories. Since the moment of her birth, aside from her biological mother, this woman had been the steadfast presence by her side. Gazing at the woman's plump, round face, she found herself torn between a yearning for her consent and a desperate wish for her refusal, suddenly regretting the words she had just uttered. The woman resolutely shook her head, yet her gaze remained fixed outside, as if yearning for something beyond reach. "No, this is precisely what I desire. I have pledged to the queen that I shall always be by the prince's side." The young servant murmured softly, to be by the prince's side, to witness his growth, his marriage, and the birth of his children. As she spoke, the woman's expression shifted from confusion to a resolute determination. Day by day she matured, while the woman's youthful radiance quietly faded. Their eyes met abruptly, lingering in silence. "The prince must not," she exclaimed suddenly, her body trembling, rising quickly to avert her gaze. A blush unfurling across her cheeks, an unfamiliar hue. How could the prince? A look of astonishment flickered in the young servant and Apo's eyes. Yet, memories of the morning and Apo's events flooded back, and she recalled that the prince was nearing the age of maturity. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had begun to experience those burgeoning desires. But, she had always regarded the prince as her own child. How could she ever entertain such thoughts? Leaving the woman standing alone, lost in a daze. Chapter 6. Ancestral heritage. The rain outside gradually ceased, yet the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. The vast palace appeared somewhat desolate at this moment, with only a few nameless birds perched on the eaves occasionally chirping. The structure of the crown prince's residence bore some resemblance to the mansions of the Tang and Song dynasties in later eras, with the palace walls enclosing 3 independent courtyards, front, middle, and back. Although the layout differed slightly from later designs, the primary distinction lay in its scale. Following the restoration of the capital by the late sovereign, who was preoccupied with military campaigns and the construction of his own mausoleum, the young sovereign resided here from an early age. To simplify matters, the late sovereign had combined the crown prince's sleeping quarters with the royal city. As a result, the crown prince had grown up in this place, and after the late sovereign's passing, no new crown prince's residence was constructed outside the palace due to the young sovereign's tender age. The central courtyard, being the largest, served as the principal venue for the crown prince's daily receptions, rituals, and activities. At the entrance of the front hall stood a rock formation resembling a screen wall, which functioned similarly to a folding screen. Upon circling around it, one could glimpse a group of individuals gathered beneath the eaves of the western corridor, seemingly engaged in hushed conversations. Although their voices were low, they felt somewhat intrusive in the tranquil surroundings. The front hall of the crown prince's palace was akin to the inner quarters of the Great North City, separated by high walls from the inner palace. Besides the northern-facing inner door, there was also an arched doorway opening eastward, leading directly to the outer palace walls. To the west, a row of rooms served as the daily offices for the crown prince and Apo's officials. The 2 summoned individuals appeared to be quite youthful. The man on the left was tall and slender, possessing a notably upright square face, with a clean appearance save for 2 faint whiskers on his upper lip, which might lead one to mistake him for a palace eunuch. The man on the right, kneeling in black attire, was slightly shorter than the square-faced gentleman, but was robust in build, sporting a small patch of facial hair on his chin and a serious expression, his face appearing slightly elongated due to his darker complexion. Both were merely in their 20s, yet their familial backgrounds and experiences were commendable. "Your servant has matters to report," Zhao Shi initiated. Among the officials present, few were capable of handling practical affairs. The son of the Korean Duke, Jiao, wishes to pay his respects to the crown prince, and I dared not refuse him without permission. However, I believe it would be prudent not to meet at this time, Zhao Shi stated solemnly. The practice of nurturing scholars among the noble sons of various states has become prevalent, with Meng Chong of Qi being the most renowned. His household is said to boast 3,000 guests, a most splendid affair. This Korean nobleman, Jiao, often emulates Lord Meng Chong and is referred to as an amp, Apo's, Little Meng Chong and amp, Apo's, by contemporaries, having garnered some reputation in Xinjiang for recruiting guests on a grand scale. Upon hearing this, Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Zhao hurriedly bowed, understood. The crown prince's considerations are thorough. It is indeed my oversight. Although the nobleman Jiao is not the crown prince of Korea, he is favored by the king, being related to the late sovereign's family. It ought to be so. Yet, it appears that the reality is not quite as it seems. Chapter 7. The essence of history. The passive stance of Zhao's state did little to deter the resolve of Qin's state in its military endeavors. Perhaps Gan Mao never harbored any illusions about securing Zhao's military support for Qin. The best outcome was merely for Zhao not to assist Han. Zhao's involvement could only be seen as a complementary factor to Qin, having little impact on the broader situation, yet for Han, the loss would be akin to severing an arm. It appears that Qin was steadfast in its determination to seize Yiyang. Yiyang harbored the largest iron mine in Han and was a pivotal hub for handicrafts and taxation, second only to the capital, Xinjiang. The loss of Yiyang would likely be more detrimental to Han than the loss of Jinyang would be to Zhao. Conversely, if Qin were to acquire Yiyang, it would be tantamount to driving a nail into the eastern territories, ultimately disadvantageous to the six states. Peng Huan and Zhao exchanged glances, with the latter bowing and stating, "I have resided at the inn for 2 days, and from my observations, although there are many scholars among the various families, their discourses do not align with the present circumstances, often indulging in empty rhetoric that criticizes the strong through the lens of the weak. Thus, I believe that those who engage in mere talk are of little utility. Ensuring that our nation's talent does not flow elsewhere would be the optimal outcome. To rely on so-called reforms to eradicate the old maladies of Zhao would be an endeavor beyond even the capabilities of Shang Jun were he alive today. In the past, when Shang Jun entered Qin, his reforms were essentially modeled after the three Jin states, albeit tailored to address the unique shortcomings of Qin, creating a legal system bespoke for the Qin populace. Nevertheless, the overarching framework still drew heavily from the centralized governance of the three Jin. The distinction between the two lay in the enforcement intensity and execution methods. Qin law, while stringent, abolished the hereditary privileges of the aristocracy, forcibly converting public ownership into private, and ultimately consolidating private ownership into state control, effectively transforming a slave-based society into a feudal one within a few short years. Moreover, there was the geopolitical context. Qin possessed a robust foundation, monopolizing Guangzhou, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. As long as they did not act recklessly and exhibited some humility, other states would be reluctant to engage in direct conflict, thereby providing a relatively insulated and comfortable environment for reform. Ultimately, the reforms in Qin were congruent with the conditions of the time. Had they been implemented a decade or so later, or even in the present day, the outcomes might have differed. However, now that the sovereign desires to emulate the reforms of Shaogong, the task is considerably more daunting. Although Zhao's current situation mirrors that of Qin in its earlier days, grappling with internal aristocratic constraints and external predatory forces, Zhao's geopolitical intricacies far exceed those of Qin. Zhao does not enjoy the same advantageous conditions as Qin. Furthermore, Zhao's current governance has reached a point where transformation is nearly impossible. The rulers of this era are predominantly pragmatic. If a policy proves effective, they will adopt it. Thus, the systems across the states influence one another, with the entrenched issues often stemming from an increasingly bloated rent-seeking class rather than political measures. To eradicate old maladies now requires a departure from the vigorous remedies of ancient Qin. Otherwise, with the ailment still unresolved, the body may succumb before recovery, leading to a collapse from backlash. If one seeks a way out, Zhao must forge a path uniquely its own. Perhaps all of this is merely a fade? Might the military actions against Zhongshan be a mere trial? Peng Huan and Zhao were somewhat perplexed, yet upon receiving a signal, they rose and followed the prince. The entire grand depiction is rendered on silk, measuring approximately 10 feet in length and width, illustrating a map of the Huaxia region centered around the capital of the Zhou dynasty, Luai. Within this map, the towns, mountains, and rivers of the Zhao kingdom, as well as the borders adjoining them, are meticulously outlined in vermilion ink, with particular detail. Weiwing refers to the former capital of the Dai kingdom, the administrative center established by the Zhao monarch in Dai county. At this moment, the previously reticent Peng Huan respectfully gestures and states, "In my youth, I traveled to Dai with my ancestors. However, at that time, we journeyed northward from Yinmen, traversing the grasslands until our return. We encountered torrential rains, which delayed our travels for several days, totaling 67 days for the entire journey." He adds, "The distance from Handan to Weiwing is strikingly similar to my early travels, differing by no more than 100 miles. 67 days. What an exaggerated claim, even considering the rudimentary means of transportation in this era. The two cities lie within the same realm, with a linear distance not exceeding 1,000 miles, hardly spanning an entire province in later times. Perhaps Pang Huan's account reflects the actual circumstances, which fundamentally underpin the prolonged weakness of the Zhao kingdom. In terms of land area, Zhao undoubtedly qualifies as a significant power, albeit not on par with Qin or Chu. It borders the grasslands to the north and is nourished by the great rivers to the west, boasting vast territories of several thousand miles. Yet, the interior of Zhao is predominantly mountainous and water-scarce, rendering transportation exceedingly inconvenient. The central Taihang Mountains obstruct east-west travel, with the most vital and accessible route, the Jingxing Pass, now under the control of the Zhongshan Kingdom. This has resulted in the three-element political system that has prevailed in Zhao since the relocation of its capital to Handan. However, this framework is limited. The majority of regions still cannot be directly governed by the central authority in Handan. Moreover, even within Zhao and Apos, territories of Dai, Jinyang, and Handan, different monetary regulations are in effect, as there exists an unwritten rule permitting the nobility of Hedong and Dai to mint their own currency. Such factors have led to Zhao and Apos' inability to consolidate its military strength in external conflicts, resulting in a pattern of more defeats than victories. The essence of historical struggles has always been grounded in geography, and the challenges bequeathed by our forebears can only be resolved through the sacrifices of future generations. Zhongshan, gazing at the colossal entity that stretches across the heart of Zhao's lands on the map, he suddenly begins to comprehend why the sovereign remains so fixated on this region. For it is indeed the key to Zhao and Apos' resurgence. Chapter 8. Bound by others in early July, after several consecutive days of rainfall, the skies finally cleared, and the sun blazed high in the heavens, scorching the earth. Yet, the fierce rays of the sun failed to penetrate the majestic Taihang Mountains. The post-rain hues of the mountains were refreshingly vibrant, as the streams in the gorges flowed gently, and the tender green leaves swayed lightly in the breeze. However, the air remained thick with a heavy, sanguine scent, and amidst the sound of rushing waters, intermittent groans of anguish could be heard. The narrow mountain paths were now a scene of utter chaos. Broken carts lay abandoned, and dismembered limbs were strewn about, transforming the once serene and picturesque mountain realm into a veritable battlefield. Beside the stream along the mountain path, Yi, amidst the disarray, gazed at the turmoil before her, a flicker of indignation igniting in her bright eyes. On her return journey, she had deliberately chosen to traverse a route through the Taihang Mountains, detouring from Liaoyang to Jinyang. Yet unforeseen troubles had arisen. Reflecting on the dismal state of her home, she felt a deep sense of responsibility should further misfortune befall them. How could she ever honor her grandfather's wishes? At her side, the elderly Zongshu spoke with a voice heavy with sorrow and anger. In my younger days, I traveled with the former lord among the various states, and I had never heard of significant banditry in the northern foothills of Fuku, even if such rogues existed. I had never witnessed any daring enough to plunder merchants of our stature. I suspect that Guozong is covertly behind this. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? From the moment we departed Handan, I felt we were being followed, and once we entered the Taihang, Yi could not help but let out a bitter laugh. What good would evidence do them now? Even if they possessed proof, they would merely have to accept their misfortune in this forsaken land. The old Zongshu continued to murmur, evidently shaken by the turn of events. Yet, Yi harbored doubts about the involvement of Guozong, while the Guo family was indeed known for their domineering ways. They were also a renowned merchant clan, and there had been no prior enmity between their families. Although the recent transactions had been fraught with tension, it seemed unnecessary for them to resort to such violent measures in the Taihang Mountains to ambush her, if their intent was truly to annihilate her. With the Guo family and Apos' influence in Zhao, they could have attacked in Handan, sparing themselves the trouble. Moreover, from Yi and Apos' experience, the bandits who assaulted her caravan did not strike her as Zhao people, based on their tone and attire. With such thoughts, she sighed once more. However, with the situation as it was, dwelling on such matters was futile. This territory was inherently lawless, and any misfortunes could only be attributed to their own inadequacies. Do we have an account of the losses incurred? Yi inquired. The old Zongshu replied, fortunately, we are under the protection of our ancestors and have encountered benefactors. Though we lost some carriages and horses, the goods remain largely intact. A glimmer of relief shone in his eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi felt a slight easing of her burden. Indeed, it was fortunate to have the ancestors' protection. Otherwise, the family would have likely faced dire straits this time. Yet, were they truly saved by benefactors? Iwei pondered, her gaze drifting along the mountain path towards the only tranquil spot at the journey and Appo's end. From where do these benefactors hail? Have you discovered anything? She asked. Old Master Zong replied, I have just been to express my gratitude. Although the disciples of the other party did not explicitly state it, I discerned from their accents that they seemed to be from Han. Moreover, they did not appear to be mere common folk. Their hands wielded powerful crossbows, weapons that are not easily obtained. I wonder if it could be. Yue furrowed her brow and swiftly raised her hand to interrupt his rambling, instructing, Uncle, please rest here with our kin for a moment. I shall personally go to express my gratitude to the esteemed individual. Old Master Zong seemed entirely unaware of their current predicament and continued, We are still over 30 miles from Liaoyang City, and we have already lost many horses. Our goods must be carried by manpower, so I believe we should hasten our journey. Besides, I have already expressed my thanks, since the formalities have been observed. Why stir up further trouble? The Fuko Pass, located on the southern foothills of the Taihang Mountains, became historically significant due to its geographical features, where the mountain's fault lines and tributary streams intertwined, creating wide internal paths suitable for horseback and vehicular travel. In ancient times, it served as a crucial route for the state of Zhao to connect its eastern and western territories. However, due to geopolitical issues, the western exit of Fuko Pass, known as Shangyuan, has long been contested among the three Jin states. Particularly, the Shandong Plateau to the west of Fuko Pass has been divided among Zhao, Wei, and Han. To this day, after more than a century of military and political strife, the state of Wei has been effectively ousted from Shandong. Yet the region remains under the dominion of Han. Although Zhao has established Shandong County here, the most fertile Changji Basin within Shandong continues to be controlled by Han. Thus, if the people of Zhao wish to traverse the Taihang Mountains directly from Fuko Pass, they must navigate through the intricacies of the Shandong Plateau, a course fraught with complications. This is utterly inadvisable for the state of Zhao. Without gaining control over the Shandong Plateau, their passage through Fuko remains somewhat constrained. Fortunately, another route exists within Fuko Pass. Upon reaching the bifurcation of the Qingzhong River, they can follow its current northward, circumventing the Shandong Plateau while remaining within Zhao's borders, ultimately arriving at the Jinyang Basin. They have been traversing the mountains for 2 days now, although their pace has not been overly rushed. They have only covered half of the arduous journey spanning just over 100 miles. The challenges posed by the Taihang Mountains rival those of the treacherous Shu Road, if not surpassing them. However, this route to the Yin state has become their sole viable option. Currently, the only connection between Yin and Zhao lies in the northern frontier. A few years ago, the Yin state suffered under the chaotic reign of King Kuai, losing a significant portion of its territory, including its southern capital, the Zhongshan. The border region between Yin and Zhao has been split, with half ceded to Qi and the other half to Zhongshan. The alliance between Yin and Zhao was initially aimed at countering these two states, making it impractical to seek passage through their lands. The primary concern remains the potential for word to leak, prompting the other party to preemptively deploy troops along the border. Chapter 9. In Yi and Yishu throughout the journey, the group concealed their identities, adopting the guise of merchants. It must be acknowledged that their disguise was quite convincing. However, instead of transporting precious metals and goods, their carriage was laden with an abundance of bows, crossbows, swords, and knives. Additionally, compared to a typical merchant convoy, their numbers were notably excessive. Although much of their travel occurred within the territory of Zhao, the necessity of traversing the Taihang and Hengshan Mountains, along with the potential threats posed by wild beasts and human malice, was not to be underestimated. Hence, the accompanying guards had strategically deployed 2 elite companies of 100 men each. While it was not uncommon for substantial merchants to navigate through the Taihang Mountains, the scale of their entourage was indeed rare. Consequently, the merchants they encountered along the way tended to avoid them, wary of provoking this formidable group. Fortunately, their considerable numbers provided a sense of security had they encountered another organized band of mountain bandits like the previous one. Their chances of safely reaching the state of Yin would have been uncertain. Moreover, it seemed that the bandits were indeed targeting their convoy. Though surprised, the guards had adequately prepared for emergencies before entering the mountains. Armed with bows and crossbows, the elite soldiers faced the ragtag bandits, resulting in an overwhelming victory. The bandits were decimated, with half of their number falling to the first volley of bolts. Ultimately, The 200-man contingent suffered only a few minor injuries while entirely annihilating this group of bandits that had emerged from the shadows. The unfortunate injuries sustained were merely a consequence of clumsy missteps during the pursuit, where several soldiers were struck by falling rocks. Despite the guards being unarmored, which slightly diminished their combat effectiveness, the disparity in strength was too significant to alter the outcome. However, the merchant convoy traveling behind them was caught in the chaos, suffering misfortune as a result. Was there an intention to collude with external foes to endanger the heir of Zhao? Or perhaps a more sinister motive aimed at thwarting the alliance between Yan and Zhao? Given the current sensitive period, his concerns were not unfounded. Accompanied by the chilling sound of sharp weapons slicing through flesh, a series of harrowing screams suddenly echoed from the mountain path nearby. Should Dr. Liu personally interrogate the captured bandits for any discrepancies? Zhao Shi suddenly interjected. With the nearest city of Liaoyang over 30 miles away, transporting these bandits for questioning would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Moreover, the road ahead might still harbor dangers. If they were indeed targeting him, these bandits could merely be testing the waters. He was eager to ascertain the truth. Understood, Zhao Shi replied, subsequently falling silent. She had witnessed death before. Yet the brutality of slaughter was undeniably disquieting. Uncle Zong was, after all, aged and dull-witted, failing to comprehend the current predicament. They could no longer traverse as they pleased. Did they not notice the two passages leading in and out of the mountains, now controlled by those armed brutes? How could they escape without their permission? Yi silently clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her tumultuous thoughts. However, the closer she drew, the more pronounced the anguished cries became. As she approached the bend in the mountain path, burly men clad in black suddenly stepped forward, obstructing her advance. Without further ado, Yi had already observed several men drawing their crossbows, the glinting arrowheads menacingly aimed at her. A wave of alarm surged through her, prompting her to halt abruptly. With cracked lips, she mustered a smile to convey her goodwill. Yi was acutely aware that a mere step forward would result in those bolts piercing her flesh without hesitation. She slowly bowed to the imposing figures before her and spoke. I am Yi of the Yi clan from Ani, and I humbly request an audience with your esteemed personage. Her voice, though soft, resonated through the valley. However, the men remained unmoved, their demeanor resolute and defensive. It is likely that the merchant caravan trailing us since yesterday morning may have some connection to this ambush, whispered the eunuch Chen Zhong at her side. If there were any collusion, how could the bandits have only targeted their own? He added promptly. Despite the valiant Appo's refreshing coolness, a fine sheen of sweat formed on Yi and Appo's forehead. Having grown up alongside her grandfather, she had been exposed to numerous situations. Yet this was unlike anything she had encountered before. Standing there, she was at a loss as to whether she should advance or retreat. Fortunately, at that moment, a clean-featured middle-aged man emerged from the opposite end of the mountain path. The man, somewhat portly, hurried towards the group and whispered something to the leader before striding towards her. Yi clan of Ani. His voice was somewhat hoarse and thin, his small, bean-sized eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe. As Yi felt the weight of his gaze, an unsettling sensation arose within her. Nonetheless, she suppressed her discomfort and respectfully bowed. Indeed, it is I. Very well, my master awaits ahead. Follow me, the man replied, offering no further inquiries. He gestured ahead and, disregarding her reaction, proceeded to walk on. Yi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed in his wake. As they exited the narrow confines, the path widened, and her gaze began to discern the outlines of several carts at the end of the trail. Chapter 10 Meaninglessness. As the midday sun shone brightly and the azure sky appeared washed clean, the high sun filtered through the mottled branches, casting dappled shadows along the mountain path. The forest was lush and vibrant, and the crystal-clear stream meandered gently through the ravine, while the distant air was occasionally pierced by the melodious calls of birds. Were it not for the recent bloody upheaval that lingered in her mind, such a scene would undoubtedly evoke a sense of tranquility and ease within her. Yi mused this in her heart. Yet her gaze could not help but scrutinize the few individuals not far from her. Contrary to her expectations, the person in charge here was a remarkably youthful lad. The portly man who had escorted her stood behind the youth. The young man seemed oblivious to her presence. As he leaned slightly to converse with a middle-aged man of weary countenance, their voices too hushed for her to discern. Nevertheless, from her vantage point, she could faintly perceive the subtle stubble beneath the young man and Appo's chin, though she could not fathom why this detail captured her attention. It was an oddly peculiar sensation. The lad and Appo's attire was unassuming, yet his robust physique caused the gray, fitted robe to stretch slightly. He was tall, his raven hair unbound, simply gathered into a ponytail secured with a copper clasp, exuding an air of casualness that rendered him akin to a carefree youth of the marketplace, devoid of the delicacies expected of someone of high status. This upheaval appeared to diverge from his initial assumptions. He had anticipated a targeted assault, perhaps steeped in conspiracy. Yet he discovered that these bandits were merely runaway serfs from Han, traversing from the territories of Nanyang. This summer had been particularly rainy, and many regions along the middle and lower reaches of the river had suffered calamity, leading to poor harvests, coupled with the Qin forces mobilizing in Nanyang. The conscription and taxation throughout Han had intensified, prompting these rogues to renounce their affiliations and take refuge in the Taihang Mountains. Lu Huan recounted the interrogation he had just conducted. In this chaotic era, the prevalence of banditry was surprisingly less than in later dynasties. This is not to suggest that the farmers of this time led lives of greater contentment. The primary reason for this phenomenon lay in the stringent household registration systems implemented by various states. In ancient times, a nation's strength hinged upon its population, particularly during these tumultuous years of incessant conscription. Consequently, feudal lords sought to mitigate the incidence of draft evasion by imposing severe penalties on commoners who committed offenses. Taking the state of Zhao as an example, if a commoner were to evade conscription or commit a crime, not only would their close relatives within 3 generations be condemned to servitude, but even their neighbors would suffer repercussions. This was the principle of collective punishment. Such seemingly inhumane laws were, in fact, most aligned with the realities of the era, thus emulated by various states. The punishments of this time were indeed brutal, with the states being even harsher than the Qin. However, the governance was not as transparent as that of the latter. As the saying goes, a fortune of 1,000 gold is spared from death, while 100 gold escapes punishment. Not all states boasted figures of great resolve, like Shangyang, who dared to wield the axe against the crown prince and Appo's tutor. Of course, bribery was primarily the privilege of the petite bourgeoisie. For the self-sufficient peasant, faithfully tending to his modest plot of land and complying with whatever tasks are imposed upon him is the norm. In the face of severe punishments, it is rare for one to escape their obligations. Even petty theft is committed by only a handful. However, exceptions exist. In years plagued by internal strife and external threats, when survival becomes untenable, individuals may resort to desperate measures. As for how to handle the remaining thieves, I beseech the crown prince to make the decision, Luo Huan stated. According to the laws of the Zhao state, that the assassination of noblemen should result in the execution of their entire clan and public display of their heads. His tone was starkly chilling as he spoke. Yet, Luo Huan refrained from mentioning the crime of evading labor duties, for these individuals were not of Zhao descent. Their garments were tattered and worn, resembling a mere rag wrapped around them. Some women, during their dragging, were already exposed, their flesh mingling with the mud of the mountains, presenting a disheveled appearance that inspired neither desire nor pity, but rather fear. The women huddled together, starkly contrasting with their guards. Low, mournful groans occasionally escaped the crowd. Stifled cries akin to beasts driven to desperation, silently licking their wounds. They seemed aware of their inevitable fate, neither pleading for mercy nor calling out. Yet, the vacant gaze in their eyes betrayed a yearning for life and an unnameable despair. The soldiers around them remained silent and cold. The officials appeared to be in a state of confusion. As for the exemption from labor, this had been a national policy enacted by the sovereign to facilitate the migration into Dai territory. Having escaped to Dai, they were indeed considered Zhao people. Luo Huan silently acknowledged this in his heart, and then offered a respectful bow. Meanwhile, as Yiwei stood in a daze, pondering the identity of the young man, the elderly figure she had been conversing with suddenly commanded a group of men to untie the ropes binding the thieves. To her astonishment, she then witnessed the group of thieves bowing down to the ground in homage to the young man. Just as Yiwei and Appo's, as confusion deepened, the young man turned slightly, his gaze slowly shifting towards her. Chapter 11. The interest of power. The young woman possessed a tall and slender figure, her delicate features adorned with a softly rounded forehead, gently glistening with beads of perspiration. Beneath her subtly upturned lashes, her bright eyes sparkled with vitality. Though her physique appeared fragile, it nonetheless exuded a certain alluring fullness befitting her age. Yiwei pays her respects to the esteemed one. Were it not for your benevolent assistance, our merchant caravan would likely have perished, she expressed with a tone that was somewhat husky, leaving one to ponder whether it was a deliberate affectation or natural trait. Her voice bore a resemblance to that of Zhao, yet her nasal intonation was notably more pronounced. Nevertheless, her enunciation was precise, and her pace steady. As the poem states, offer a peach in return for a plum. The great favor bestowed by you, esteemed one, shall forever be etched in the memory of the eastward clan of Ani. Should you require anything in the future, I shall be sure to repay your kindness. Yue declared with earnest sincerity. Despite her delicate appearance, her posture revealed no trace of feminine frailty. However, since she had expressed a desire to reciprocate, an opportunity indeed presented itself. I have heard of a certain Iduan from the state of Lu, renowned for his mercantile acumen, who established the eastward clan in Qin and became the wealthiest in Hedong. It is said that his riches rivaled those of nobles and princes. Might this Iduan have some connection to the lady before me? In this era, the status of women was not as abysmally low as is often imagined in later times. The disparity lay not in gender, but in class. Women traversing the landscape was not an uncommon sight, and there were even instances of them engaging in military endeavors. Yet, more often than not, women conformed to the archetypal roles assigned to them throughout history. Yue paused in surprise. A former acquaintance? Her gaze involuntarily scrutinized the youth who was smilingly observing her. Could it be that this youth was not an ordinary noble, but rather a practitioner of the eternal arts dwelling in the mountains? There was an inexplicable quality in his gaze, neither covetous nor disrespectful, evoking a sense akin to her own scrutinizing the wares in the marketplace. Lost in these musings, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I have not yet had the pleasure of learning your esteemed name. Observing the disbelief etched across her features, he offered no further explanation. The ancestors of Zhao indeed engaged in numerous dealings with Iduan, but that was a matter long past. A time before the establishment of the Zhao state. Iduan was a legendary figure, rumored to be a once impoverished scholar from the state of Lu, who, in times of hardship, sought guidance and commerce from the reclusive Tao Zhugong family, residing in Taoyi. Despite his modest education, he possessed a keen business acumen. Initially, he ingratiated himself with the Zhao clan of Qin, amassing wealth through livestock before transitioning into the lucrative salt industry. He orchestrated the largest salt production site in ancient China, located in Hedong. At the height of his success, a significant portion of the salt consumed by the various states and marketplaces was funneled through Iduan's enterprise. However, such tales are often embellished. One should trust only a fraction of them, as many are mere fabrications spun by later generations. Ultimately, Iduan and Apos' rise to prominence owed more to his lineage than to his own capabilities. In the contemporary era, with transportation lacking and governmental directives occasionally obstructed, the exploitation of the resources within the mountains and rivers of various nations is predominantly overseen by the government. However, the government does not directly engage in management. Instead, it levies substantial taxes, allowing the affluent to take charge. These individuals are not mere smallholders, but rather those of notable status, influence, and authority. Such ventures often necessitate considerable capital investment and a substantial labor force. The average citizen, content with mere sustenance, lacks the capacity to attract such lucrative opportunities. Despite the heavy taxes collected by the state, the profits accrued by the wealthy are immensely substantial. The remarkable wealth amassed by Iduan over several decades, rivaling that of nations, can be attributed to his noble lineage within the Lu state, which afforded him the ability to navigate the upper echelons of various countries. Furthermore, his previous amicable relations with the aristocrats of the Qin state enabled him to triumph in numerous contests for profit, ultimately securing two-thirds of the development rights for the salt at Hedong. Yet, as the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Following the fall of the Ji clan and the subsequent division of Qin among three families, a new power structure supplanted the old order, rendering the previous connections of the Yi clan obsolete and leading to the collapse of their commercial empire. By the time of Yue, the decline of the Yi family had long been evident. Although they no longer bask in their former glory, they still command respect among the merchant class of various nations. Particularly, the small portion of development rights they hold over the Hedong salt continues to attract the attention of countless noble families. A light remark interrupted the woman and Apos' contemplation. Yue candidly stated, I traveled from Ani to the salt pits in Handan, but encountered misfortune on my return journey. Were it not for your esteemed assistance, I might not have made it back. I am truly ashamed. Upon hearing this, Yue forced a bitter smile, saying, I dare not conceal anything from you. There are no unspeakable words. It was merely an unfortunate encounter with the Guo family of Handan, who seized the opportunity to drive down prices. I refused to acquiesce to their demands and thus returned with the salt. However, the swift reaction from the other party left me disheartened. Chapter 12. The foundation of a great nation, the Zhao clan established their state through agriculture and warfare. However, since the relocation of the political center to Handan, a subtle transformation occurred within Zhao's economic system. Positioned at the nexus of trade and bordering the northern frontier, commerce gradually emerged as a pillar of the Zhao state. Consequently, affluent merchants congregated, and resources from various feudal lords flowed into Handan. This economic flourishing, however, led Zhao down a divergent path of development. Yet, beneath the seemingly beneficial progress for the nation and its people lay a substantial crisis that could not be overlooked. From the perspective of contemporary societal dynamics, the strength of a nation, while indeed correlated with its economic prosperity, fundamentally hinges on its grain supply and population. Objectively, although the Zhao state is wealthy today, with fiscal revenues increasing daily, exceeding those of the long-established states of Qi and Wei, should war arise, political severances occur, or trade be obstructed, the nation would ultimately rely solely on its own material production. The desires of the populace are fickle, and trade lacks permanence. Merchants, though aligned with politics, incessantly pursue greater profits. Thus, the essence of a strong nation lies not externally but internally. It is grounded in its citizenry rather than commerce. Once this established premise is forsaken, no matter how advanced the economy or affluent the government, it merely serves as a garment for others, rendering the state vulnerable in external affairs. Observing the current state of Zhao, one notes the collusion between officials and merchants, with the nobility indulgent in pleasure and neglectful of governance, thus undermining the foundation of the state in favor of commerce. The populace lacks the means to defend themselves, and merchants are devoid of loyalty. If this continues unchecked, could it not lead to the nation's demise? However, remedies to the current predicament are elusive. The terrain of Zhao is predominantly mountainous and water scarce, with arable land severely lacking. Its grain production falls far short, even less than half that of the Qin state, which occupies the Guangdong region and has annexed Bashu. Frequently embroiled in protracted conflicts, Zhao must procure grain from allied states to sustain itself. Moreover, Zhao lacks a self-sufficient source of salt. Presently, 1/5 of the salt required by the Zhao people is sourced from Qi, 2/5 from the sea salt of Yu, and the remainder from the pond salt of Ani and Wei. Although Zhao has implemented state-run salt and iron industries, approximately half of the allocation is still managed by affluent merchants aligned with Zhao, distributing it to the populace. The head of the Guo family in Handan, known as Guizong, was once the most trusted attendant of the esteemed minister Wu Guang. A few years prior, he acquired a share of salt and iron, thus amassing considerable wealth. Now, with Wu Guang appointed as the governor of Handan, Guizong has leveraged his former connections to secure half of the mining rights to the largest iron ore deposit in Zhao territory, the Hoshan mine. Zhao's mountainous landscape is rich in minerals, and its handicrafts are advanced, with merchants from other states particularly favoring the iron sand from Hongshan. This high-quality iron sand can be readily refined for the production of civilian tools and sold at a significantly higher price to the authorities of other states. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that individuals under Guo and Appos employ have leaked information. Nevertheless, such matters are often overlooked unless caught in the act. For a moment, Yue and Appos' thoughts became disordered. She was uncertain of the intentions of the young man before her. After a brief contemplation, she gently shook her head. Though my dealings with the Guo family have been unsatisfactory, the matters of thievery do not align with my conduct. Unaware of the true identity of her interlocutor, she naturally refrained from divulging everything. Although the young man had mentioned an old acquaintance, Yue dared not place her trust in his words. She had never heard her grandfather speak of any notable figures from the Yi family in the capital of Zhao. If such individuals truly existed, why had her grandfather not mentioned them beforehand when she brought gifts? It would be best if the nobleman and Appos' claims were genuine. Otherwise, it would only bring calamity upon the Yi family. Moreover, the Yi and Guo families were entangled in mere commercial disputes, which bore no implications of life and death, and she had no need to slander the other party, leading to an irreparable rift between the two families. Although new to the world, she had been accustomed to the machinations of intrigue from a young age. While she had previously shared the truth with the nobleman, it had been of no significant consequence. Yue was taken aback, yet she swiftly extended her hands to receive the gift. As our families are acquainted, this token is to be bestowed upon you. Today, I am burdened with important matters and cannot linger with you, dear lady. Should you visit Handan again in the future, you may present this item at the dressing pavilion, for I have business to discuss with the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Yue tucked the jade pendant into her sleeve and offered a respectful bow. However, after a moment, noticing that the young lady remained rooted in place, she inquired, "Do you have more to say, my lady?" Yue cautiously cast him a glance and only then slowly voiced her lingering confusion. "I observe that you have released those vile mountain bandits, yet I do not comprehend the reason behind it." Though she had hesitated to speak, the tragic plight of her family compelled her to ask. He had long been displeased with this young woman, who had been evasive and insincere in her responses to the crown prince, further aggravating his annoyance. However, witnessing the crown prince treating her with utmost courtesy, he felt it unwise to express his ire. Yet now, this young woman dared to speak out, questioning the princess' actions, which was exceedingly disrespectful. Did she not understand that a ruler's concerns are tied to the burdens of their subjects, and that a ruler's humiliation could lead to the death of their loyal servants? To dare insult the crown prince was akin to accusing them of disloyalty. Pang Huan's countenance darkened, starkly contrasting with the complexions of those present. His eyes, wide and fierce, bore the expression of a ravenous beast, devoid of any scholarly demeanor. Yue instinctively retreated a couple of steps, her charming face turning increasingly pale. Chapter 13. A dream in the south. In the hazy distance, the mountains stand serene, their previous clamor having faded away, once again revealing the tranquility of yesteryears. Wisps of mist gracefully dance across the horizon, merging with the stillness of the mountains, where one can almost hear the rhythmic beating of their own heart amidst the quietude of the woods. However, within the slowly moving carriage, Yue's thoughts are in disarray. It seems she has momentarily forgotten her earlier flutter of emotions, now fixating vacantly on an object in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it is the square jade pendant, intricately carved in the shape of an animal, gifted to her by a young man not long ago. The jade, unlike any ordinary stone, imparts a refreshing coolness upon contact, akin to an icy gem that perpetually exudes moisture, providing an extraordinary sense of relief in the sweltering summer heat. Yet, what astonishes Yue is not merely the jade's texture, but rather the two carved musk deer adorning its surface. With a silent huff of annoyance, the face of the young man floods her mind, and she murmurs softly, in the wake of an old acquaintance. A hint of feminine charm suddenly graces her features. Towering Taiyang stands majestic, its perilous paths arduous. Liaoyang City, nestled amidst the mountains and waters, is situated at a low point where the tributaries of Qizhang converge. Flanked by sheer cliffs, it serves as a conduit between the north and south. When the Zhao envoy reaches Liaoyang, the hour is nearly the dog watch, yet the summer twilight lingers, casting golden rays upon the mountaintops, adding a touch of solitude to the city nestled in the mountains. Although the city is modest in size, measuring approximately 100 zhang square, it boasts well-equipped facilities. As a critical transportation hub connecting Handan and Jinyang, it naturally becomes a gathering place for merchants traveling between the two locales. Consequently, the number of households within the city is limited, while merchants and inns abound. According to the records submitted by the SEMA office last year, there are 54 registered households with a population of 173, alongside 67 registered merchants and a garrison of 500 soldiers. In addition to 10 clerks from the official offices, the subordinate within the carriage quietly reports these details. Lu Huan nods discreetly. During this journey to Yin, the living conditions of the populace, as documented in Handan's SEMA office, are well noted, including the gathering spots of mountain bandits and robbers within the Taihang region. Prior to departure, the routes were meticulously planned, and he has made the necessary preparations accordingly. In this era, the movement of the populace is limited, with governmental restrictions imposed on commoners, which is why the encounter with a significant band of mountain robbers has raised considerable alarm among Lu Huan and his companions, suspecting possible treachery. Fortunately, it turns out to be a false alarm. Once the subordinate completes his report, Lu Huan gestures for him to retire and then softly inquires of the drowsy prince within the carriage, "Your Highness, shall we summon the local military officers and officials to pay their respects?" Lu Huan nods slightly, affirming, "Your Highness speaks wisely." The remainder of the journey proceeds smoothly, devoid of further incidents. After procuring provisions for the next 2 days within the city, they also secure several inns. Despite the envoy's appearance not resembling that of ordinary merchants, their credentials are impeccable, and their generous spending leaves no room for suspicion among the innkeepers. The residents of Liaoyang City, both common folk and merchants, have encountered various experiences due to the influx of visitors. The delegation, dressed in rather modest attire, was perceived merely as a typical noble family on their journey, causing little commotion. Within the borders of Zhao, the conditions were unlike those in the Qin territory of Guangzhou, where merchants often faced legal repercussions due to their lowly status. In Zhao, as long as one possessed wealth and connections, affairs could be conducted with relative ease. However, the accommodations were quite inadequate. The rooms were exceedingly small, furnished only with a bed and a simple table, leaving no other amenities. Yet, this was considered a superior lodging, as the guards had to make do with straw mats on the floor. There was no place for bathing. Nevertheless, it was still preferable to sleeping outdoors in the mountains, if only for the presence of a bed. The summer air was refreshing and not overly cool, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, keeping the mosquitoes at bay. Although his eyes were closed, he could faintly sense his wife weeping upon him. He longed to comfort her, yet found himself unable to utter a sound. His body felt increasingly heavy, and the physicians on either side of the sickbed seemed to be whispering to his elderly mother, though he could not discern their words. Perhaps they were delivering the grim news of his impending demise. Yet, all of this felt like a delusion. The medical expenses had become a bottomless pit, plunging him into insurmountable debt, while his condition showed no signs of improvement. In a moment of haze, he again beheld his mother and Appo's thinning white hair, and his wife and Appo's tear-streaked face. At that instant, he suddenly felt that his departure might indeed be a blessing for them. Your Highness, Your Highness. Chun Zhong cautiously raised his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eye. I was just serving outside when I heard sounds from within, mistakenly thinking Your Highness was calling for me. Upon entering, I realized you were murmuring about the late king and queen, so I stood by, reluctant to intrude. But Your Highness had previously instructed me to awaken you at dawn. The transgressions they spoke of undoubtedly pertained to dereliction of duty, as they were oblivious to the emergence of rampant banditry within their jurisdiction. Chapter 14. The Who of the Three Borders. The journey from Liaoyang to Jinyang spans approximately 300 miles. Along the way, although numerous traveling merchants were encountered, none appeared again as highway robbers, nor did the caravan from Yishur cross paths again. Jinyang, in contrast to its later reputation as Taiyuan, stands as one of the most significant metropolises within the entire cultural sphere of Huaxia. Its prominence is derived from its geographical advantages and military governance. To the east lies the Taiying Mountains, and to the south is Shandong, making it a bustling trade hub where the nomadic tribes, such as Lufan and Linhu, exchange goods. To the west, it commands the Hedong region, while to the north it overlooks the vast desert, an essential stronghold for the Zhao state in its resistance against the formidable Qin, serving as a gateway to boundless treasures. The city boasts an impressive scale, stretching over 1,000 zhang. Since the time of Jianxiang, despite several relocations of the capital by the Zhao clan, Jinyang and Appo's status has remained unyielding. The array of diverse attire on the thoroughfares readily distinguishes the Hu from the Huaxia, yet here, their coexistence seems remarkably harmonious. A lengthy procession of carts, weary from travel, reached the southern main gate, where a group of armored soldiers escorted a high-crowned elder to greet them. Upon entering the city, the predominant site consists of low, hard mountain-style houses, with the only taller structures being a few inns and lodgings. Nonetheless, the density of the buildings and the bustling foot traffic create an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Although Jinyang is designated as a commandery, its jurisdiction encompasses the entirety of the Hedong region, including the 17 cities of Shandong within its domain. Therefore, the administrative head of Jinyang differs from the show of other commanderies and is instead appointed as Xiang, a title distinct from that of the chancellor overseeing state affairs or the interim chancellor managing national governance. This unique office is established in response to the specific geographical and political circumstances of the Zhao state. The elder who welcomed them is indeed the Xiang of Jinyang. The modest two-courtyard residence, while simply designed, is blessed with a serene environment, making it an excellent place to rest for a couple of days. According to the original itinerary, the caravan was supposed to bypass Jinyang, but an unfortunate piece of news disrupted their plans just days prior. The Linhu had invaded the borders. Situated in the northern frontier, Zhao has historically served as a bulwark against the incursions of nomadic tribes. To this day, three primary threats loom over Zhao and Appo's territory. First, the central Hu of the Zhongshan. Second, the northern Lu Fan. And third, the Linhu of Jinx, which have now breached the borders. The Linhu, a branch of the eastern Hu, once roamed east of Yanshan, skilled in hunting. However, for reasons unknown, they migrated to the northern territories of Zhao over a century ago, coinciding with the division of Jin, during which the nobility lacked the strength to expel these intruders. By the time the Zhao established their state, The Lin Hu had already grown powerful, having absorbed numerous tribes. Their influence stretching from Baiji, present-day Yulin, Shaanxi, to the desert, with their chieftain even adopting the title of Hu King, emulating the customs of the Central Plains. Despite Zhao's repeated military campaigns over the subsequent century, the Lin Hu menace has proven persistent. For over a decade, while there were occasional skirmishes, they had not engaged in open warfare again. Recent reports, however, have warned of thousands of Hu gathering at the northern slopes of Yunzhong, suggesting a renewed threat to the borders. Although Zhao possesses a formidable military presence in Jinyang and does not fear an invasion, the route to the state of Yin remains singular. However, since I have arrived, I shall make myself comfortable. After a simple meal, I indulged in a refreshing hot bath and fell into a deep slumber until dusk. Upon reopening my eyes, I noticed Qin Zhong standing cautiously at the entrance of my chamber, refraining from entering. Is there something amiss? With a demeanor of utmost caution, Qin Zhong bowed and inquired. Your Highness, the Minister of Xianghe, Jin Yang, has been waiting outside for an audience for nearly half an hour. Should I request that they return on another day? Qin Zhong hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the figure of the prince had already retreated into the distance. This venerable man, renowned for his esteemed military accomplishments, has defended the Zhao territory and the eastern banks for over 40 years. During the reign of the late sovereign, when the young master rebelled, it was this very man who quelled the turmoil single-handedly. His lineage holds significant prestige within the Zhao family, being the younger son of the Duke of Jing, the brother of Duke Qing, and the uncle of Duke Su. As the prince first arrived in Jinyang, it was an oversight on the part of the old minister to not adequately receive him. Such negligence should be attributed to my failings. Zhao Gu promptly interjected. My father instructed me to convey his regards to the esteemed uncle. May the king be well. After exchanging the customary pleasantries, the three of them seated themselves. Is the old uncle and Appo's urgent visit related to the border incidents involving Lin Hu? Chapter 15. Scenic landscapes. The Hu people have committed offenses along the borders, and the venerable minister, burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding the territory, dared not cause the crown prince any distress. His purpose in coming was to invite the crown prince to accompany the army northward, entering Yin via Dai, in accordance with the royal command. Zhao Gu spoke with utmost respect. The activities of the Lin Hu clan primarily unfolded around Baiji and the Hetao region. In the past, their incursions predominantly descended along the Fan River Valley to plunder the lands of Hedong. So why now do they turn north? Earlier today, the minister received an urgent message requesting troops from the Dai region. The Lufan had united their forces at Luoyang, seemingly intent on breaching the Guanju Pass. Zhao Gu wore a solemn expression. Lufan. The Lufan are a branch of the Di people, yet unlike other tribes. Their lineage emulated the Central Plains during the eastern migration of the Pingwang, relocating to the grasslands and establishing their capital at Yuannong, present-day Hohhot. Since the rise of the Jin dynasty, they have continuously roamed between the Yin Mountains, thriving on pastoralism, excelling in horsemanship and archery, and displaying remarkable valor. If the Lin Hu clan is likened to a river dragon of Hetao, then the Lufan could be considered the local tyrant of the grasslands. In this era, when the Yuezhi were but shadows and the Xiongnu had yet to rise, the Lufan reigned supreme over the steppes. This tribe has long been Zhao's most formidable adversary in the northern frontier, and due to their martial customs, the Zhao people have frequently suffered significant losses at their hands. To curb the incursions of the Lufan in earlier years, Zhao was compelled to construct two fortifications along the Hengshan and Luoyang line, the Guanju Pass and the Lufan Pass. Historically, the Lin Hu and Lufan clans have been at odds, embroiled in perpetual conflict due to territorial disputes and differing lifestyles, one being nomadic, the other pastoral. However, this time, these two long-standing enemies have conspired against Zhao. Zhao Gu continued. The Hu people come with great ferocity, and their intentions appear dire. Guanju is a crucial nexus for Dai, and we cannot afford any loss. I wish to personally lead the troops northward to alleviate the threat posed by the Hu. Hence I invite the crown prince to accompany me for support. Lufan rose and bowed, stating, I shall obey the crown prince's command. The following day, as dawn broke, the Zhao delegation, having rested briefly, prepared to set forth once more. The bustling atmosphere of the previous day had vanished from the roads outside the city. The urgency of military matters left no room for delay, as the possibility of changes in the situation ahead loomed large. The distance from Jinyang to the Guanju Pass is approximately 300 miles. However, with the thoroughfares of Hedong providing access, they would reach their destination within 5 days, a pace nearly double that of traversing the Taihang Mountains. Along their journey, they passed through several cities, all devoid of signs of disturbance, indicating that the Hu people's incursions were particularly targeted. As they approached the mighty passes, they suddenly beheld clouds of dust rising, vibrant red banners fluttering in the wind, the rumbling of war chariots, and the resonant cries of horses. Soldiers wielding long spears surged forward like a tidal wave, stretching for miles, exuding an atmosphere of impending conflict. The Guanju Mountain of this era is a precursor to the future Yimin Mountain, yet it is not the same as what would be known in later times. The borders of Zhao extend further north than most subsequent dynasties of the Central Plains, encompassing the entirety of the Datong Basin and the Weixian Basin. The Yinmin Mountain referred to by the Zhao people lies north of Gaolu City, present-day Yonggao County, Shaanxi, named for the wild geese that dwell there. Behind it lies the largest pastoral region of the northwestern plateau of that time. Dai serves as the entry point for northern horse breeds, and Zhao has established numerous equestrian overseers here, leading to abundant horse production. The inhabitants of Dai do not engage much in agriculture or commerce, relying primarily on animal husbandry for their livelihood. The war horses of the Zhao kingdom are consistently produced in abundance from this region. For Zhao, Dai has always represented more than just a barrier against the southern incursions of the Hu. It is a precious key, unlocking the boundless doors of ambition. Casting a lingering glance at the eagles soaring in the heavens, one recalls the valiant youths poised to shed their blood beyond the frontier. The lengthy caravan continues its journey along the Sangong River. After several days of travel, the caravan traverses the branches of the Hengshan Mountains, arriving at Weiwen County, present-day Zhangjiago and Yuxian. Once the capital of the Dai Kingdom, Weiwen now lacks its former bustling vibrancy. With the specter of war looming, the caravan halts for 2 days before resuming its journey southward, re-entering the Taihang and Wutai regions. Gazing at the cliffs on either side of the mountain path, their sheer, knife-like edges evoke a sense of awe, reminiscent of divine craftsmanship. Feihu Gorge, as a critical conduit linking the North China Plain with the Shaanxi Plateau and the vast grasslands, is, at this moment, underutilized by Zhao. Similar to Jingxing, Zhao only controls its exit, while the other end is held by the Zhongshan Kingdom. This strategic thoroughfare now serves as a mountain relay connecting the Yin and Zhao kingdoms. Continuing southward along the Feihu for about 50 miles, the caravan emerges from the gorge, revealing a modest mountain town known as Lai. Nestled within a basin surrounded by towering mountains, it offers direct access southward to the Zhongshan Qiji Pass, Juma Pass, and eastward through the Puyin Gorge to the Yin capital, Jiqing. After resting for a day in Lai, the caravan resumes its journey along the Laishui and Puyin toward the east, traveling for 2 more days until a formidable pass comes into view. Xiongyu Pass, Zijing Pass, leads northward down the Yishui River, providing a route directly to the lower capital of Yin, southeast of Hebei and Opos, Esishian. However, this road is currently impassable, as the lower capital of Yin has been seized by Zhongshan. The delegation can only proceed from Xiongyu Pass along the Laishui Juma River, heading north. After several more days, emerging from the eastern foothills of Yin and covering approximately 100 miles, a high wall of rammed earth comes into sight. This journey has provided a fresh perspective on the cultural landscape of Zhao. Objectively speaking, Zhao occupies a central position among the nations, where the Hu and Xia peoples coexist, leading to a populace that is somewhat frivolous and difficult to govern. This results in the ineffectiveness of state decrees, compounded by significant ethnic divisions, hindering the full potential of the citizenry. While it may appear outwardly strong among the feudal lords, internally, the kingdom grapples with political turmoil and external threats, revealing signs of impending ruin. Perhaps there lies a deeper significance within this observation. Chapter 16. The shared scene of Yin and Zhao with the northern mountains as a formidable barrier, the southern banks commanding the Yangtze and Huai rivers, the right embracing the Taiyang Range, and the left encircled by the vast sea, the capital of Yin, Jiqing, once the unequivocal epicenter of economic, political, and military power, now exudes an air of solitude. The imposing earthen walls, viewed from a distance, reveal their unevenness, while the lowly dwellings outside the city lay bare their decrepitude. Once a thriving metropolis, this great capital has been reduced to such a state due to internal strife, with the abdication of its ruler hastening the decline of Yan's national strength beyond a mere decade. Yet today, the arrival of the Zhao emissary, weary from their travels, seems oddly harmonious with the current atmosphere of Jiqing. As the caravan appeared on the horizon, a contingent of armored soldiers had already approached from afar. Leading the group was an elderly man with white hair, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Ge. The elder addressed the envoy with a bow, declaring, "We, the humble servants, have awaited your arrival under the decree of the king of Yin." This venerable figure was Lu Qi, who had once been entrusted with the task of escorting the Yin sovereign back to his homeland on behalf of the ruler. However, this locale was evidently ill-suited for reminiscing. With a genial smile, Lu Qi bowed respectfully, "May the crown prince be well. I am in good health. After your arduous journey, I suggest you take a brief respite at the inn, and the king shall summon you shortly." The layout of Jiqing mirrored that of Jinyang, consisting of concentric rings. With the royal city encircled by palace walls, the inner city beyond, and the outer city further still. Nevertheless, the distinctions between the so-called inner and outer cities were not sharply defined. As the carriage progressed, the flow of travelers diminished, and the attire of the passers-by grew increasingly elaborate. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage halted at the end of a long street paved with bluish stones. Upon disembarking, the members of the party exchanged farewells, after which Lu Qi proceeded to report back to the king of Yin. A glance around revealed that this structure was a recent construction, or rather, that the entirety of Jiqing had undergone considerable renovations. The remnants of the past had long since been consumed by the flames ignited by the forces of Qi. Though a decade had passed since the turmoil that beset Yin, the nation remained without a sovereign, and the populace was rife with unease. The struggle for power among various factions rendered the court of Yin perpetually unstable. It was only in recent years, with the Zhao family restoring the new Yin dynasty to the throne, that the chaotic political landscape began to stabilize. Currently, the court of Yin was broadly divided into three factions. The reformist faction, led by the Grand Tutor Guowei, advocated for a path of reform modeled after the central states, asserting that only through the transformation of the outdated legal system could Yin extricate itself from its entrenched weaknesses. However, these seemingly pragmatic reforms did not garner unanimous support. Soon, the old guard, led by the royal clan, vehemently opposed the new legalist doctrines, insisting that adherence to traditional customs was the foundation of Yin and Apos' identity. The two factions clashed over the essence of the state, each refusing to concede. Meanwhile, the neutral faction, headed by the Chancellor Lu Qi, navigated between the two, ensuring that neither side was offended. The king of Yin maintained a notably ambiguous stance, favoring both factions equally. Fortunately, despite their internal discord, both factions shared a common external enemy, emerging as staunch supporters of Zhao, at least in public perception. This solidarity stemmed not only from Zhao and Apos' benevolence in restoring the throne, but also from the mutual adversary they faced. In the hearts of the Yin people, the enmity towards Qi was as deep-seated as that towards Zhongshan by Zhao, if not more so. It was a hatred etched into their very souls. Yet the feeble state of Yin finds itself compelled to feign submission before the formidable state of Qi. Meanwhile, the opportunistic Zhongshan wolves are ever consumed by thoughts of vengeance. This reflects the people and Apos' collective will and underscores the fundamental principles of governance from all quarters. Given the current circumstances, Yin has little justification to refuse. As for this matter, I must trouble you, esteemed minister. Lu Huan, with a solemn bow, declared, "To alleviate the burdens of the sovereign and to share in the concerns of the Zhao state is my duty." Although the prospect of an alliance appears promising, uncertainties still linger, necessitating a loyal subject to undertake further actions to validate one's worth, for each endeavor may soon resonate within the emperor's heart. The factional strife within Zhao has deep historical roots, traceable even before its founding. Under the reign of Zhao Xiangzi, the Zhao clan fervently pursued northern expansion. The people of Zhao were known for their valor and martial prowess. However, following Xiangzi's demise, the northern faction faltered in political contention, leading the southern faction to relocate the capital southward in a bid to contest the central plains with Wei. This not only culminated in the tragic calamity of Han Dan, but inadvertently altered the temperament of the Zhao lineage. This phenomenon may well illustrate the corrosive impact of urbanization on national spirit, a price that civilization must inevitably pay. During the reign of the late sovereign, Duke Su, the extravagance prevalent among the Zhao elite was already recognized. Consequently, in his twilight years, he devoted considerable resources to construct the southern Great Wall of Zhao, utilizing the embankments of the Zhang River as a foundation, serving both as a bulwark against natural disasters and a safeguard against human calamities. This marked a strategic shift in Zhao and Apos' developmental focus back to the north. Concurrently, the court began to appoint a multitude of capable officials of Hu descent, a redistribution of power that naturally incited resistance from the entrenched nobility. To this day, the southern faction, led by Prince Anping Zhao, persistently undermines figures like Fei Yi and Lu Huan, who bear Hu lineage, within the court. Chapter 17. A perilous destiny. His current state of anxiety mirrored the arduous journey he had embarked upon. Now having arrived in Jidu, he felt that they had traversed half the distance. The intricate details of the alliance between the two nations were in the capable hands of Lu Huan, so there was no need for him to fret excessively. It was likely that within a few days, the matters at hand would reach a resolution. The heart of a sovereign is inscrutable. His father might still harbor old sentiments and has yet to consider replacing the crown prince. However, one could never be certain that, under the influence of certain temptations, such thoughts might not arise in the future. Upon reflection, it seemed he had only two paths before him, either to seek new external support or to solidify his position through genuine military accomplishments. Only the combination of these two strategies could ensure that his claim to the position of crown prince remained unshaken and empower him to resist in times of crisis. Yet, his maternal clan was weak, and with the loss of natural allies, where could he possibly seek new support? His gaze wandered to the towering poplar tree planted in the center of the courtyard. Its majestic stature suggested it had been transplanted. He had initially overlooked it upon his arrival, but now he noted that the lush branches had already begun to wither, their leaves turned a shade of yellow. Indeed, it was already late September, and within 2 months, snow would fall. What would become of the ongoing conflicts? Time was of the essence. No one wished to remain idle. Yet hope was not easily attained. Your Highness, Your Highness. At that moment, the voice of Chun Zhong echoed from outside the corridor. The Prime Minister of Yin has come to pay his respects and is waiting outside, he announced hurriedly. Li Qi, a legendary figure, had initially served in Zhongshan as its Prime Minister, later moving to Qin under King Huiyuan and serving as Prime Minister there as well. He then returned to Zhao to become the left strategist of the king, and now he was safeguarding the ascension of the Yin ruler, once again taking up the role of Prime Minister. His tenure across 4 states had been distinguished, yet in comparison to his ancestor, Li Yang, he exuded a certain understated demeanor. The exchange between the two was devoid of excessive formality, resembling that of ordinary seniors and juniors. Lu Yi pays his respects to the crown prince, the youthful man declared, bowing deeply with vigor. Lu Yi, the visage from his memory became vividly clear. The once frail child he remembered had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, a striking figure. No wonder he is the descendant of Prime Minister Lu. Old Lu Qi chuckled, jesting. Does the crown prince intend to linger here and converse with this old minister and his grandson? Lu Yi, seemingly oblivious to the jest, maintained a solemn demeanor, sitting rigidly at the banquet. At this juncture, Li Qi remarked, I have heard that the king desires to form an alliance with Yin to combat Zhongshan. The tone of his voice had shifted from earlier levity to one of gravity. The king he referred to was not the king of Yin, but rather the king of Zhao. Li Qi had been employed by the king as a means to balance the power of Yin, and their relationship was inherently close. Chapter 18. Embracing the world in this era, instances of and amp, oppos, placing one and amp, oppos, trust in another nation and amp, oppos, frequently occur, as exemplified by the former Prime Minister Han of Zhao and the notable Zhang Yi of Wei. Beyond the potential to further solidify the and oppos, friendly relations and oppos, between the two nations, a more significant objective lies in using such alliances as a means to manipulate the internal affairs of other states. Similarly, the position of the Prime Minister of Yin serves this very purpose. On one hand, it acts as a form of hostage, while on the other, it allows influence over Yan's domestic and foreign policy decisions. However, both of these objectives hinge upon 2 fundamental premises, the strength of Zhao and the willingness of the latter. Lu Qi pondered for a moment, neither expressing agreement nor dissent, but simply remarked, testing the waters can be beneficial. While it is true that Zhongshan is the ancestral home of the Lu family, the majority of its members have now relocated to the territories of Zhao and Wei. In this age, where the concept of nationhood remains ambiguous, all states are nominally vassals of the Zhou dynasty, branches of Huaxia. The pursuit of self-interest and the willingness to sacrifice oneself for a true friend have become the guiding principles sought by the eminent ministers and strategists of this time. As the impending war looms, Li Qi's heart aligns with Yin and Zhao, while he cannot extend sympathy towards Zhongshan. Shaking his head, he stated, the king and oppos' military actions are guided by his concerns, yet with the sudden emergence of threats from the northern lands, I fear the king may struggle to manage both fronts. Although Lu Qi currently governs Yin, it is not a vassal of Zhao, and the court is certainly not a realm of Lu Qi and Apos, as sole authority. Perhaps through external influence, Lu Qi could significantly sway the direction of state affairs, but the ultimate decision-making power resides with the king of Yin. Moreover, since Lu Qi governs Yin, he is regarded as an external minister to Zhao. Thus, he cannot unilaterally favor Zhao in diplomatic matters. From a pragmatic standpoint, one must also consider the interests of Yin itself. It is my duty to seek peace for both nations. The crown prince need not worry. For years, the people of Yin have longed to avenge their grievances and reclaim their lands, yet their national strength is insufficient to wage war. Now, with Zhao allied with Yin to explore Zhongshan, it is expected that the king of Yin will desire to mobilize troops. With a cheerful gesture, Lu Qi pointed to Lu Yi, who knelt to one side. This young man has been by my side since childhood. He has not neglected his studies in the 6 arts and possesses a commendable character. Should the crown prince send him to Yin, I wish to return him to Zhao. And if he earns the favor of the king of Zhao, he may augment the ranks of the black-clad soldiers. However, upon closer reflection, it becomes evident that Lu Qi and Apos' actions also seek a new path for his own grandson. Influenced by him, it seems increasingly unlikely that Lu Yi will achieve prominence within Yin. Lu Yi, perplexed, questioned why the crown prince inquired about such personal matters. His complexion darkened as he pondered how this younger prince had acquired such wisdom. Nevertheless, considering his status, he respectfully replied, I have no thoughts of a beloved. For I believe a man should aspire to serve the realm, harboring concerns for the king and the state. With no accomplishments to my name, I dare not indulge in romantic sentiments. Lu Yi paused, seemingly at a loss for words. Perhaps acknowledging that the crown prince's reasoning held some merit, he humbly responded, I shall heed the crown prince's teachings. The elder Lu Qi, seated across the banquet table, refrained from interjecting, contentedly stroking his white beard while observing the dialogue between the 2 younger generations. Witnessing his ordinarily unruly grandson rendered speechless by the young prince and Apos' concise remarks, he couldn't and Apos' help but regard him with heightened esteem. As their conversation unfolded, a sense of familiarity began to blossom between the 2. Unbeknownst to the prince, when the Prince of Yin met his untimely demise amidst internal strife, Gong Sun Chao was clandestinely sheltered by the people in the Wuzhong Mountains. The Qi army, having seized Yin's territory, initially intended to crown him as king. However, due to the Qi army's brutality, the Yin people united in resistance. Subsequently, the king commanded the elderly ministers to escort the rightful Yin monarch back from Han. Lu Qi recounted this narrative with measured grace. Chapter 19. The Dream of Xianju. At this moment, Lu Qi appeared lost in thought, seemingly unaware of the individual in question. It was then that Lu Yi, standing nearby, murmured softly, is the person the crown prince speaks of the hostage from Qin? This remark seemed to awaken Lu Qi's memory. Indeed, there was a hostage from Qin residing in Jidu. However, the alliance between Qin and Yin had long since deteriorated, and both nations had seen a change in their ruling elites. The once prominent hostage had inevitably fallen into obscurity, rendering him unworthy of the prime minister and Apos' concern. Moreover, this young man had lingered in Yin for many years, and during the turmoil of the Zizi rebellion, Qin had not summoned him back, which indicated his lack of significance in Qin. Suddenly, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Yi and Apos' face as he spoke with an awkward tone. I am not well acquainted with him. I have only heard his name, but have never met him. Does the crown prince perhaps wish to enlist the services of the Qin hostage? Lu Qi casually inquired. He held little interest in Gongzi Ji himself, but was curious as to how a hostage from Qin and Yin could be familiar to the crown prince of Zhao. It seemed that Gongzi Ji had no remarkable attributes to speak of. Although he was the son of the esteemed Hui Wenjun, his mother was merely an inconspicuous 8th consort, and Hui Wenjun had numerous offspring. During Lu Qi's tenure as the prime minister of Qin, he had never heard of Gongzi Ji's name. Now, having spent over a decade in Jidu, he had become entirely detached from the politics of Qin. If the crown prince sought to cultivate goodwill with Qin through this individual, it appeared rather fanciful. Nevertheless, upon hearing the crown prince's words, he refrained from probing further. The 3 of them sat in silence for a while longer, and as evening approached, the grandfather and grandson rose to bid farewell. Subsequently, they personally escorted the pair out of the courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, it was already the end of September. Glancing up, they noticed the setting sun gradually shrouded by floating clouds. The autumn in the north brought significant temperature fluctuations, and the nights in Jidu seemed considerably cooler than in Handan. A gust of wind occasionally swept through the courtyard, causing the branches of the poplar trees to rustle. Observing this from under the eaves, Qinzhong hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "I have instructed someone to prepare hot water. Would the crown prince prefer to bathe first or dine?" Qinzhong paused momentarily, reflecting, "I have been in the palace since childhood, now for 26 years. That is, he continued, hastily adding, "However, I have always served by the side of the late king. The queen regarded me as a personal attendant, and I harbor no ulterior motives towards the crown prince. Whatever commands the crown prince gives, I am willing to serve him unto death." Qinzhong gritted his teeth in determination. "Rest assured, crown prince, I am aware," he said promptly. "Go and see to it." "Understood." Jidu, located in the northern frontier, is far removed from the turmoil of the Central Plains. In this era, nations frequently engage in conflict, with the 7 warring states forming alliances and rivalries, waging war almost every year. Amidst this turmoil, Yin often finds itself the most easily overlooked. Yet, as one exists within this world, war is intimately connected to every individual, and discussions of military and political secrets have become the favored topics of eloquent scholars and renowned figures in this age. In the city of Jidu, the numerous tea houses and entertainment venues, often the subject of spirited discourse, have always been abundant. This is not solely due to local customs. Rather, it is the potential for profit that draws many. When a few distinguished scholars drift into these establishments, their penetrating insights and remarkable utterances can ignite a fervor among the patrons. Over time, as more individuals seek profit, what was once a bastion of refinement has gradually shifted towards the common folk and bustling marketplaces. However, in Jidu, the most captivating locale must surely be the street of romance and revelry outside the Yin Palace. This narrow thoroughfare, aligned east to west, boasts an excellent geographic position. Just beyond a few residential areas to the north, and across an internal river, one can glimpse the recently restored Yin Pavilion nestled behind lofty palace walls. To the south lies the bustling market of Lichunfang, frequented by the affluent and noble. Though this street is modest in size, it serves as a vital artery within the inner city, seamlessly connecting the east, west, south, and north via its cobblestone pathways, devoid of any sense of isolation. The street is lined with 2-story pavilions, subtly rising above the surrounding low, hip-roof structures. While the locals refer to this thoroughfare as Fengwei, the enterprises that inhabit it are not solely devoted to matters of romance and revelry. Externally, the pavilions appear unremarkable, resembling the other establishments along the street. Yet, upon entering the grand doors, one discovers a world of elegance within. The opulent hall on the first floor is adorned with exquisite decor, illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight. In the center of the hall stands a towering wooden screen, intricately adorned with over 100 black and white stones, which upon closer inspection reveal themselves to be a vertical go-board. Surrounding the centerpiece are numerous low redwood tables, scattered about with casual grace. Looking upward, one notices a copper-clad staircase gracefully leading to the secluded chambers of the second floor. At this moment, the low tables on the first floor are filled with patrons, dressed in both luxurious silks and humble robes, a diverse assembly of scholars and affluent merchants. The hall is resplendent, filled with vibrant conversations, as lovely maidens weave through the crowd, bearing vessels of fragrant wine. Those who frequent the Dreaming Sage Pavilion, a haven for indulgence, are not merely defined by their wealth. They also possess influence and discernment. Unlike typical establishments of pleasure, the conversations among the guests at Dreaming Sage often revolve around pressing political affairs from various nations. Since news of the Qin state's military movements in the Three Rivers region reached Jidu, the Dreaming Sage has once again come alive with activity. Chapter 20. A stranger in a foreign land. The streets were bustling with a myriad of passers-by, and luxurious carriages gathered in front of each residence, creating an everlasting scene of prosperity. As the first lanterns began to illuminate the surroundings, 2 figures clad in simple black linen shirts strolled into the grand entrance of Mengxian residence. One was a youthful gentleman with delicate features, barely past his youth. The other, an elderly companion, followed closely behind. Their modest attire seemed somewhat out of place amidst the opulent decorations of the hall. Yet, they appeared to be familiar patrons of Mengxian residence. Unaccompanied, they bypassed the lively first-floor hall and ascended the softly carpeted copper-clad staircase, heading towards the exquisitely concealed private chambers on the upper floor. As soon as they settled, a charming maid approached them, her gentle voice addressing the young gentleman. Miss Yun has requested that you proceed to the private chamber and await her return after she has entertained her guests. It was evident that she was also an acquaintance. However, upon hearing her words, an unusual expression flickered across the young man and Apos' fair visage. Nevertheless, he numbly nodded and followed the maid into a secluded chamber overlooking the bustling hall below. The small room was modestly furnished, divided by redwood panels on 3 sides. Leaving the west side open to the hall, adorned only with a thick gauze curtain, the maid bowed slightly and said, "Please wait a moment," before quietly exiting the room. Once alone with his elder companion, the young man surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a low table, a banquet spread, and an elegantly crafted 7-string zither, but little else. Having frequented this space, he made his way to the banquet, soon straining to listen intently to something. The old man, who had been trailing behind the youth, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "This Mingxian residence is flourishing, my lord, but you must take heed. The stipends from the yin court are dwindling, and the household expenses are becoming untenable as the year draws to a close." The young man's fair countenance bore an expression of rapture, seemingly oblivious to the elder's words. Outside the walls, a low, resonant voice echoed once more, causing Ingji's gaze to become increasingly unfocused, while his previously tense posture sagged like a deflated balloon. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, he finally turned his attention to the old servant, who stood nearby, lost in his own thoughts with a sigh. A surge of anger welled up within him, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a more profound sense of sorrow. How tragic it was that he, a scion of the noble Qin lineage and the son of the former king, had descended to reside in such a frivolous establishment, now nearly devoid of funds. It was indeed a lamentable state. Yet, the people of Qin seemed to have forgotten this wandering prince of their former ruler. And even his mother had ceased to send him letters in recent years. Perhaps his fate was to spend his days in Yan, destined to wither away in this foreign land. His suffering had been born for the sake of Qin, childhood marked by war, panic, and fear, and youth plagued by disdain and scorn. However, it seemed he had never received the treatment and respect that a man of Qin deserved. He harbored resentment towards the Qin state, his mother, and the sovereign who had chosen him. Yet, he felt powerless with the ascension of the new king. He had lost all hope of returning home. Now, he could only wander through these frivolous social gatherings, where it seemed his spirit could find some semblance of solace. Yet, at this moment, he was nearly out of funds for travel. Ingji let out a bitter smile as he observed his loyal servant of many years, still sighing deeply. He felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. I am well aware of Heibua's words. But how can one grasp the affairs of the world if confined solely within the manor? Does Heibua not realize that this dream of virtue is a favored leisure spot for the powerful of Jidu? Here, news of the various states and their political matters flows freely. Recently, there have been murmurs that my royal brother has assembled a grand army, marching towards Han and Apos, Yang. It is my concern for the state that brings me here for but a day of respite, not indulgence or wasteful extravagance. The servant known as Heibua cast a glance at his young master, sighed once more, yet chose to remain silent. Ingji, undeterred, stepped forward to part the thick gauzy curtains that separated the inside from the outside. Instantly, the fervent sounds of debate from below surged into the room. Ingji and Apos' attention was captivated by the discourse emanating from below. Esteemed guests, today I have heard that the king of Qin has appointed the left chancellor Gan Mao as the supreme general, gathering an army of 100,000 to advance east towards Hanggu, with intentions to seize Yang from Han. I wonder, who among us can predict the outcome of this battle? A young gentleman clad in splendid robes rose slowly, bowing to either side, his voice resonating powerfully, almost overshadowing the assembly. Let us not speak of high opinions. A middle-aged man seated at the long table in the rear, adorned with a high crown, spoke with restraint. I believe that since the reforms of Shang Jun, the state of Qin has transformed from its previous languor. It has annexed Bashu to the south and expelled the Rong Wang to the west, often emerging victorious in its dealings with the states of the east. Should it now mobilize a grand army against Han, it would be akin to a mannish trying to stop a chariot. Yang would surely be lost. I beg to differ. No sooner had the middle-aged man finished speaking than a young scholar in a purple robe eloquently countered. Yang city spans merely 8 li, with an army of 100,000 in grain reserves for several years. The forces of Gongzhong number 200,000, fully prepared for battle. If Qin schemes against another state, the Han might endure the pain of relinquishing it. However, what Qin desires is Yang. Yang is the very lifeblood of Han. While it is widely known that Apos, the world, Apos, strong bows, powerful crossbows, and treasured swords all come from Han and Appos. Few realize that Han and Appos as treasures are found along the routes. I traveled through Han in my youth and know well that its prosperity stems from the riches of Yang. Should Yang fall into Qin and Appos' grasp, Han's national strength would diminish by a third. Not so. Despite the purple-robed scholars' compelling arguments, there were still voices rising in rebuttal. Han's strength does not lie within itself, but rather in the unity of the three Jin states. In the past, during the Battle of Xiaoyu, the three Jin could not withstand Qin, and today, Wei has flattered Qin while abandoning old alliances, leaving Han to stand alone. How can it resist the tiger and wolf of Qin? Hearing the counterarguments, the purple-robed scholar remained unperturbed, shaking his head as he continued. The failures in the past, such as the siege of Hanggu by the five states and the battle of Xiaoyu against Qin by the three Jin, were not due to their own inadequacies, but rather the disunity among the vassal states. Today, although Han stands alone, it wields the strength of a nation. Indeed, esteemed listener, are you not aware that although the king of Wei may currently align with Qin, the king of Zhao steadfastly resists? The present Zhao is no longer the Zhao of yore. Moreover, the crown prince of Zhao has come to us in Yin with an alliance. Who can ascertain whether his envoy seeks to unite the strength of Yin and Zhao to preserve the lands of Han? As the words echoed, an astonishing silence enveloped the hall. Yet, shortly thereafter, a more fervent debate erupted. This time, however, the focus of the discourse shifted from the conflict between Qin and Han to the divisions among Yin, Zhao, and even the states of Qi and Chu. Chapter 21. The storm over the Yin Palace as autumn rain brings a chill. The final day of September is cloaked in a misty drizzle. Early in the morning, news arrives at the inn that the Prince of Yin wishes to meet with the envoy from the Zhao Kingdom. The two exchange formalities. Yet there is little inquiry into matters, for the affairs of allied nations seem secure. Bolstered by the tranquility of the music pools within and the persuasive eloquence of the courtiers throughout the night, it is evident that the Prince of Yin retains considerable authority over foreign and domestic policy. The street leading to the inn is not far from the Palace of Jidu, and after a quarter of an hour's journey along the central thoroughfare of the inner city, the imposing outer walls of the Yin Palace come into view. From a distance, the scale of the palace is impressive, comparable in area to the Longtai of Zhao. However, upon entering, one is struck by the stark desolation within. A striking contrast to the grandiose exterior, the landscape is barren, with scant flora to be found. Yet, this austere atmosphere possesses a unique, monumental grandeur. Guided by palace attendants, the two men proceed to a designated chamber beneath the eaves of the main hall. Inside, a dozen individuals await, and a middle-aged eunuch, seemingly acquainted with the courtiers, steps forward to greet them. The foreign minister pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince, and to Lord Lu Huan, he announces. The eunuch is Wang Shan. The chief of the Yin Palace's servants is introduced by Lu Huan with familiarity. This chamber appears to serve as a place for ministers to be searched before entering the court. Within the modest space, several exquisite wooden racks are neatly arranged, displaying more than a dozen sheathed-long swords. The two men instinctively remove their own swords from their waists and place them atop the racks, though no one dares to search them further. As the poet Du Fu would later lament, the quilt is cold as iron after many years, the delicate child kicks, causing it to tear. Such was the state of the Tang dynasty, and the material conditions of the present pale in comparison to those of a millennium hence. Even in Handan, many succumb to the cold each year. The past and the present differ only in their material necessities. Yet, he does not dwell on these thoughts. For a sharp, high-pitched voice pierces the air from outside. The envoy from Zhao is summoned to enter. The gentle patter of rain continues. And as they gaze once more at the grand hall upon the steps, the chill that had gripped them moments ago begins to dissipate. Inside the hall, dozens of individuals, clad in deep blue ceremonial robes of the Yin nobility, are kneeling on either side. As the two enter, the eyes of the assembled ministers turn towards them, and the crowned figure at the head of the assembly also gazes intently in their direction. After exchanging their formal respects, the Prince of Yin, adorned with his crown, slowly bows to the two men. They hastily express their unworthiness to receive such honor. In former years, I resided as a guest in Handan, greatly benefiting from the kindness of King Zhao, who treated me as a father would his son. It has been many years since we last met. How is King Zhao and Appos' health? The prince inquires. I am grateful for King Zhao and Appos' concern. Is there any discomfort for His Highness during his stay in Jidu? The prince asks again. Chapter 22. The Alliance and the Wine upon reflection. It is evident that the King of Yin has ascended from being an inconsequential hostage of the Han state to the esteemed ruler of the Yin kingdom. A journey that could not have been accomplished without the unwavering support of the Zhao state. Accompanying this rise is an extraordinary sense of gratitude and reverence that seems entirely justifiable. The Grand Hall is presently enveloped in an unusual silence as Lu Huan presents the alliance document, subsequently bowing towards the upper seat. The lands of Yin and Zhao have, since time immemorial, been the cherished legacy of our illustrious ancestors. Yet today, the barbarous tribes of Zhongshan, driven by greed and devoid of righteousness, pillage our citizens, ravage our populace, and seize our territories. On behalf of my sovereign, I beseech an alliance with Yin to jointly combat the marauders of Zhongshan. Occasional whispers of hushed conversations can be heard within the hall. After a moment of contemplation, the King of Yin finally speaks. What do you all think? Lu Qi then rises gracefully and bows. I have heard that throughout history, wise sovereigns have always committed themselves to the protection of their lands and the safeguarding of their people. Now, with Zhongshan and Apos, lawlessness encroaching upon our mountains and rivers, disturbing our subjects, I believe the king should emulate the sages of the past, unite with Zhao, and mobilize our forces against these invaders. As his words resonate, the ministers readily express their agreement, while a few remain silent, not daring to openly contradict him. This is merely a formality we must go through once more. Yet it is a process that must not be disrupted, for the establishment of this alliance and the mobilization of troops is merely the first step. Lu Huan then engages in a new round of discussions with the ministers of Yin regarding the terms of the alliance, when to deploy troops, the scale of the military action, the point of origin for the forces, whether to act in unison or separately, and the strategies for attacking specific locations. Among a myriad of strategic considerations, the demands of Zhao are not overly stringent. They merely require that the Yin army exert some pressure on Zhongshan from the northern front. Achievements are of little consequence, as the sovereign from the outset had no intention of placing Yin at the forefront, and many clauses within the agreement have been crafted with Yan's interests in mind. However, numerous objective factors complicate matters, suggesting that a simple explanation may not suffice. Yet, since Yin has consented to the alliance and military action, the remaining concerns are merely matters of fine-tuning. Though the relationship between Yin and Zhao appears as harmonious as brothers today, the historical context of the three Jin states serves as a reminder that they too engaged in mutual warfare. Considering Zhao's future trajectory towards the north, it is inevitable that military conflicts will arise between the two states in the not-so-distant future. The terms of the alliance are swiftly determined, yet the specifics are deliberated from morning until noon. Many matters that seem resolvable with a few words prove to be surprisingly challenging in implementation. The dining hall is not far from the main assembly hall and is quite spacious. In its corners, various musical instruments such as the zither, bells, drums, and flutes are arranged, suggesting that this space is designed for grand feasts. The King of Yin takes his seat at the head of the table, and soon, the guests are seated. Before long, a procession of palace maids enters, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. The sounds of drums and strings resonate almost simultaneously with the arrival of the culinary delights. I have heard tales of a spring in Handan, known for its sweet and pure water. The King of Zhao once commanded the water from this spring to be used in winemaking, a process that took 3 years. When he finally partook of this wine during a banquet at the Tsungtai Palace, it was said to possess an aura of chilling severity. Today, as the Crown Prince indulges in the wine of Yin, one might wonder how it compares in sweetness to that of Zhao. This individual appears somewhat familiar, not due to his amiable demeanor, but rather because he sat at the lower end of the old Xiang Lu Qi during the morning assembly, remaining silent on the matter of the alliance between the two nations. Indeed, he must be Guokue, the esteemed tutor of the King of Yin and a pioneer of legal reform in Yin. I have long heard of his reputation as a great sage of Yin and a significant minister during the reign of King Kuai. Yet upon our meeting today, he resembles a mad dog, and I have not provoked him in any way. He chuckles bitterly to himself and can only shake his head in jest, remarking, "When it comes to the chilling severity of wine, Zhao pales in comparison to Yin." Chapter 23, Lingering Dust in the Grand Hall. An air of silence seemed to envelop the space, as the once ethereal sound of drums and music took on an almost warlike resonance. Observing the youth and Apos' face, adorned with a hint of mocking smile, the initially humble words only served to ignite Guokue's inner turmoil. However, given his life experience, though he felt diminished, he maintained his composure and drained the wine from his goblet, bowing respectfully as he remarked, Your Highness is indeed humble." As his words fell, the King of Yin, with impeccable timing, chuckled, "In my youth, while residing in Han, I heard it said that the finest musicians and most beautiful dancers originate from Han itself. Today, I have chanced upon two skilled dancers, trained within the palace, who have choreographed a splendid performance. Your Highness, having grown up in Han, what say you to their teaching?" With this, the king clapped his hands in delight. In Han, he had never held a fondness for music and dance, age played a part. But he also deemed such frivolities rather inconsequential in the present day. Thus, apart from obligatory public appearances, he typically immersed himself in the study of the 6 arts within the palace. With the king and Appo's words echoing, the previously gentle rhythm of the drums gradually faded, giving way to the soft melodies of flutes, interspersed with the ancient, unique chords of Qin and Se. Before long, a group of graceful maidens appeared, seemingly materializing from thin air within the hall. As the ethereal music swelled, 10 or more exquisitely beautiful palace maidens rose in a delicate dance, led by 2 exceptionally enchanting dancers. The 2 leading dancers, with their flowing sleeves and slightly parted crimson lips, appeared to silently convey their innermost feelings through their movements. The gossamer veils draped upon them flowed like water, their gestures light as if they might drift into the ether. Their elegantly tailored dance attire clung to their lithe forms, accentuating their curves, as their waists and hips beckoned to the eye. The ministers in the hall watched, entranced. As the music ebbed and flowed, the dance concluded, and the maidens knelt gracefully, seemingly awaiting the judgment of the noble lords present. The King of Yin smiled and declared, "I shall name this piece and Appo's, lingering dust, and Appo's. What is your opinion, Your Highness?" With hearty laughter, he added, "Then I shall gladly accept your auspicious words." Suddenly, he gestured towards the 2 dancers, a wistful expression gracing his features. These 2, named Xianwan and Tima, are exceptional dancers. Yet, within this vast palace of Yin, they are like pearls dulled by dust. I wish to present them to your Highness, to be trained in Han. What are your thoughts? He was not particularly astonished by the king and Appo's offer, for in this era, the exchange of slaves and courtesans among the nobility was quite customary. Though these 2 maidens resided in the palace, their status was akin to that of the king and Appo's personal courtesans, mere objects rather than individuals of distinction. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, he stole a glance and noticed Lu Huan seemingly nodding in approval. Very well, very well." The king appeared unfazed by the loss of 2 such exquisite beauties, instead radiating joy. However, now that they found themselves in this situation, there were many matters from which they could not easily extricate themselves. The 2 maidens, kneeling on the floor, resembled caged creatures, evoking a simultaneous sense of pity and a longing to dominate. As the dancer gracefully departed, the music within the hall shifted once more, transforming from an ethereal quality into a resounding and vigorous melody. The banquet continued. The nobility of this era indulged in a multitude of pastimes, though not as vibrant as those of later times. They remained beyond the imagination of the common folk. Shortly thereafter, several eunuchs approached, carrying 2 golden vessels adorned with intricate beast designs, and placed them centrally within the hall. Alongside, they arranged dozens of exquisitely crafted arrows, each etched with delicate patterns. The game of tossing arrows into the vessels commenced, and witnessing the joyful engagement of the sovereign and his ministers, he did not wish to dampen the festive spirit. He casually threw a few arrows, yet, predictably, none found their mark. Chapter 24. Self-proclaimed under the willows, the gentle patter of the light rain had gradually ceased, leaving the sky shrouded in a soft haze. As I tread along the damp cobblestones of the palace path, a slight chill permeated the air. Guowei harbored a subtle disdain for himself, yet his ire was directed at the Zhao kingdom behind him. But what purpose did such sentiments serve? Was it merely Guowei who felt this way? Or did the reformist faction he led share the same sentiments toward Zhao? Such matters, pivotal to the diplomacy between the 2 nations, would have to wait until he returned home to report to the sovereign and deliberate upon in the court, for he was not in a position to make any decisive choices at that moment. While waiting for the carriage stationed outside the Yin palace gates, a fragrant scent, reminiscent of a woman's delicate perfume, wafted into his nostrils, pulling him from his reverie. Upon entering the carriage, he was greeted by 2 slenderly clad women already seated within. Both appeared to be in their prime, one possessing a slightly plump figure, her waist as delicate as a blooming flower, and her fair complexion accentuated by lustrous hair framing her bright, expressive eyes. The other stood tall and graceful, her waist elegantly proportioned, with a hint of charm shimmering in her watery gaze. These two women were indeed embodiments of beauty, each exuding a unique allure. They sat demurely to his left, clad in the light gauzy garments they had worn during the recent dance at the Yen Palace. Their bare shoulders, slightly trembling from the chill, clearly affected by the cold. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes as they simultaneously declared, "We are not cold." Their voices crisp and melodious. As they prepared to shed their fur cloaks, they paused upon his admonition, opting instead to bow deeply in respect. It was only after a brief moment that he realized he had neglected to inquire their names. "I am called Tmo," the plump maiden spoke softly. "I am known as Xian Wan," the tall maiden followed suit. Upon alighting from the carriage, Zhong quickly approached, having awaited their arrival at the small courtyard and Appo's entrance. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the two lightly clad women disembarking from the prince's carriage. "Yes," Zhong replied, bowing slightly. As they entered the main hall of the outer courtyard, traversing the corridor, he felt a rush of warmth envelop him upon stepping inside. He immediately changed into a deep robe made of double-faced satin and, shedding his shoes and socks, settled comfortably on an embroidered cushion near the warm hearth. The cozy atmosphere soon enveloped him, dispelling the chill that had clung to him, though merely a few hundred miles apart. The weather in Jidu was indeed considerably colder than in Handan. Gathered around the hearth, the sovereign and his ministers exchanged glances. Zhong seemed to be formulating his thoughts. And after a brief contemplation, he quietly remarked, "Your Highness, I have located the residence of the Qin hostage, young Master Ji." He continued, "At your behest." I refrained from alerting the Yin officials, and initially found myself at a loss as to how to seek out an inconspicuous hostage in the vast expanse of Jidu. My accent posed a challenge, and any rash inquiries might attract the attention of those with ill intent, complicating matters for you. Then it struck me that, much like Handan, the taverns frequented by women in Jidu would be hubs of information, bustling with scholars from various states. Though I lack great talents to alleviate your burdens, I am resolute in avoiding any complications for you." Zhong bowed deeply, adding, "Thus, I first ventured to the outer city, lodging at an inn run by the locals. And during my meals, I inquired of the innkeeper about the gathering spots favored by scholars from the various states. The prince was unaware that the establishment of the fair lady was nothing short of a veritable pit of extravagance. I merely indulged in a few cups of wine and partook of a single pot of meat, yet I squandered half a tael of gold. If one were to truly spend leisure time within, I fear the expenditure would escalate to several taels without return." Zhong chuckled knowingly. "However, fortunate it is that my financial outlay was not entirely in vain. Within the confines of the Lady and Appo's realm, I chanced upon a scholar from the state of Lu, who has long resided in the capital of Jiqing. I invited him to drink with me, and indeed, I gleaned vital information regarding the residence of the Qin prince held in Yan. Moreover, I also heard intriguing tales about the Qin prince from the scholar and Appo's lips." Chapter 25. A chasm apart. Zhong, with a lively demeanor, remarked, "This Qin hostage is indeed a dashing fellow. Though he is the son of a nobleman, he is quite fond of the company of courtesans, often expending considerable wealth for their favors." He then inclined his body slightly and continued, "Following the directions provided by the Lu people, I ventured to the establishment of courtesans, intending to discreetly inquire with one of the attendants within. However, as dusk approached, an uproar erupted from the elegant chamber above. I was swept along with the crowd to investigate, only to discover two factions embroiled in a dispute over a particular courtesan. By chance, I overheard some gossip that revealed the identities of both parties, one of whom was none other than the Qin hostage. Today, the state of Qin stands as a formidable power among the feudal lords, yet this son of such a strong nation is found contesting the affections of a mere commoner. And ultimately, he could not prevail. This embarrassing scene starkly illustrates how marginalized Prince Ji has become within the upper echelons of Qin. Presently, most of his needs must be met by the state of Yin, and his accommodations are unlikely to be lavish. Although his circumstances are surely not dire, he still possesses some residual wealth for indulgence. The disparity between his current life and his noble status is indeed profound. Thus, one can easily imagine the helplessness and resentment that must now dwell within the heart of such a once privileged youth, who has spent over a decade as a hostage in a foreign land, enduring the scorn of others. If we were to follow the original course of history, based solely on lineage, eliminating Prince Ji now would seemingly eradicate the most formidable rival of Zhao in the future. However, would such an act truly resolve the matter once and for all? Of course, all of this remains uncertain. And should the course of fate shift, then the assassination of Prince Ji would render itself utterly meaningless. Xinzhong hastily bowed and stated, "It is my duty to alleviate the prince and Apos' burdens. I dare not seek reward." With that, he respectfully saluted and took his leave. After a brief moment, a sudden warmth enveloped his back, and his palm felt smooth to the touch, accompanied by the scent of a unique fragrance wafting through the air. Ruan, with a charming smile, softly spoke. "This servant has come to assist the prince with his ablutions. I did not intend to disturb your peaceful slumber. Please accept my apologies." "Thank you, Your Highness." The two women exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. Almost no woman can resist the allure of beautiful garments, nor can they resist the affection of a man. When a man bestows gifts, it is often the simplest and most overt expression of his affection, especially those lofty figures who hold dominion over their lives. A small token of kindness suffices to bring both physical and emotional fulfillment. Exhausted, his mind was too weary to entertain such thoughts. "You two may retire to rest," he said, then, pulling the blanket over himself, closed his eyes. Within moments, soft snores began to resonate from the bed. The two women stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sleeping prince. Their beautiful eyes met, and in that shared glance, they could discern a flicker of astonished curiosity reflected in each other's expressions. Chapter 26. The Gift of Gold. The tentative alliance between the states of Yin and Zhao undoubtedly signifies a new political symbol. Those courtiers of Yin, who had previously remained ambivalent, now seized the opportunity to visit before the Zhao envoy returned home. Among them were not few who brazenly engaged in bribery. Zhao was powerful while Yin was weak. Thus, the weak sought to curry favor with the strong, their allegiances determined by their positions. Many of the lower-ranking nobles in Yin, lacking significant power, aspired to align themselves with the influential Zhao state, hoping to enhance their prospects in the Yin court and wield greater influence in the political arena. Such open acts of bribery towards key figures in a foreign nation had, in this peculiar era, become the unspoken rule for every weaker state seeking to appease the stronger. Although Lu Huan had repeatedly declined such overtures, a select few nobles of high status within Yin and Apos' royal family could not avoid being personally received by the crown prince before decisions were made. Just as in the recent discussions at the Yin palace regarding the alliance, not only did the Yin king harbor intentions towards the union, but he also had to heed the counsel of his ministers, regardless of whether the alliance was truly his own desire. The influence of politics has always been a gradual accumulation. Even a sovereign ruler must compromise with the louder voices in decision-making. In an era where communication was fraught with difficulties, if subordinates feigned compliance while secretly resisting, even the most well-intentioned policies would struggle to take effect. From morning until afternoon, barring a few notable figures like Guo Kue and Gong Sun Chao, who wielded significant power or maintained ambiguous stances, most of the Yin ministers and nobles responsible for various administrative sectors, including taxation, military affairs, and education, had been seen visiting. This behavior signified their inclination towards Zhao. As evening approached, the grand carriages began to disperse, and the already quiet streets of the guest house gradually became less congested. At that moment, a luxurious carriage with a 6-foot canopy appeared on the blue brick street, coming to a halt before the residence of the Zhao envoy. Once the opulent carriage settled, a youthful figure clad in a deep red robe approached, respectfully bowing towards the silhouette within the vehicle. "I am Zhao Shi, the illegitimate son of the crown prince, here to pay my respects to Gong Sun." Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the figure inside was none other than Lu Yi, the grandson of Yin and Apos' Chancellor. Lu Qi Zhao Shi quickly added, "Your Highness, the Grand Minister has been awaiting you in the main hall for some time. Please, Gong Sun." He extended his hand to lead the way. Outside the hall, several boxes of varying sizes were arranged, their wooden lids ajar, revealing objects that shimmered with a faint, radiant golden light. However, to him, this did not seem like a bribe. Such actions appeared to have been elegantly termed as an Apos, the gift of gold, intended as a gesture of goodwill, and Apos, indeed. He had never been fond of such things. He had never handled money, while items of lesser value, such as silks and garments, held little significance for him. The allure of gold, silver, and jewels resonated deeply. Had he possessed even a single box from among them in his past life, it would have ensured a more comfortable existence for his mother and widow after his departure. Lu Huan's expression remained notably composed. He did not even glance at the offerings. Instead, he was engrossed in reviewing a stack of bamboo slips in his hands, seemingly verifying the number of Yin court officials who had visited that day. Guo has not yet arrived and has not been summoned. However, Gong Sun Chao presented his formal greetings an hour ago and should be arriving shortly. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhong entered the hall and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, Gong Sun from the state of Yin has arrived in the outer hall." Just as he stepped over the threshold, he noticed Zhao Shi leading a few individuals along the eaves. The officials bowed before the crown prince and paid their respects to Minister Lu Huan. Gong Sun Chao performed a deep bow towards the opposite side and remarked with a smile, "At yesterday and Appo's escort banquet, I overheard the crown prince engaging in a spirited debate over wine with Grand Tutor Guo Kuei. It is evident that you are a connoisseur of fine liquor. Though Ji capital is far from Handan, the folk here possess exquisite music and delightful wines. As this is your first visit to Ji capital, you have only savored the royal delicacies and have yet to experience the flavors of the common people. I am well acquainted with several charming locales in Ji capital and have come here specifically to invite you to indulge in a taste of them, thereby allowing me to fulfill the hospitality owed to the esteemed Wang Shu on behalf of the state of Yin." Chapter 27. The Nature of Desire in the Hazy Night. With the moon hanging low, the ornate eaves and brackets of the buildings cast a distant yet enchanting silhouette. The streets flowed with the passage of carriages. The flickering lantern swayed, creating a melodious sound, each 10 paces adorned with a lantern, illuminating the scene with vibrant prosperity. A gentle breeze wafted outside, while the interior was infused with a fragrance as pure as jade. Elegantly dressed gentlemen strolled through, engaging in spirited conversations, their expressions lingering with fascination. This locale served as a bustling thoroughfare in the capital, where frequent visitors had cultivated a penchant for gossip. Whenever a newcomer arrived, they would discreetly assess their status, eager to share tales. Yet, when two unassuming, modestly draped carriages approached, the crowd's anticipation waned, their interest swiftly dissipating, for it seemed unlikely that the occupants were of noble stature. Suddenly, the two carriages halted directly before a small, quaint building with green tiles and red rafters. From the front carriage emerged a young man, resplendently attired, a stark contrast to the simplicity of the vehicle, who then hurriedly approached the rear carriage, seemingly awaiting the descent of its occupant. This outing was intended to be discreet and unembellished, for it was a visit to a courtesan. An ostentation would have been rather inappropriate. In the realm of high political dealings, even the slightest action could convey significant political implications. The establishment was a courtyard-style building, with a quaint, gabled structure facing the street, from which the silhouettes of people could be faintly discerned through the upper windows. Beneath the eaves hung a plaque inscribed with the characters dreaming of virtue. Inside, some discerning guests appeared to recognize the striking bronze mask adorning Gong Sun Chao's face. Their curious gazes tinged with respect as they scrutinized the group. Upon ascending to the second floor, the atmosphere quieted considerably. After a few paces, they were ushered into a spacious and elegantly adorned chamber, complete with a unique decorative indoor rockery. Gong Sun Chao whispered a few instructions to a woman, who promptly retreated. After a short while, several charming maidens entered, gracefully carrying jade trays, wooden buckets, and small cauldrons. They opened the lids of the cauldrons, expertly slicing the cooked meat and distributing it onto the jade plates, then used specially crafted long spoons to serve wine from the wooden buckets into delicate goblets. Upon downing the song wine, Gong Sun Chao feigned contemplation for a moment before humbly declaring, "The wine of song, descended from the Yin and Shang dynasties, boasts a harmonious fragrance that is seldom rivaled across the realm." Yet, despite his words, the taste was rather disappointing. This so-called song wine was quite sour, with a hint of bitterness, falling short of the exquisite Yin wine savored during the previous day's palace banquet. With a jovial smile, Gong Sun Chao clasped his hands and turned to Lu Huan, inquiring, "What do you think, sir?" Lu Huan, stroking his beard, chuckled and replied, as the saying goes, "Wine reflects its people. This song wine, much like its people, eschews empty fame and values substance, retaining the legacy of commerce." Gong Sun Chao laughed heartily and turned to Lu Yi, asking, "And what is your opinion, Lu Zi?" Lu Yi replied candidly, "The song wine is mild and unremarkable, inferior to that of Yin and Zhao." At this utterance, the attendees exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. After a few cups of sake, amidst casual conversation, although the four individuals held differing statuses, their relationships appeared to have grown more intimate. Following 3 rounds of drinks, Gong Sun Chao suddenly clapped his hands, and from behind the large screen, a tall and graceful beauty emerged quietly. She approached timidly, her bright eyes partially concealed by a piece of translucent gauze draped over her mouth and nose, exuding an alluring shyness reminiscent of a maiden half concealing herself while playing the pipa. At first glance, she was indeed stunning. Upon closer inspection, she was beautiful, though she could not quite compare to the exquisite Tmo and Xian one who resided in the depths of the palace. Yet, this woman possessed an alluring figure, clad in a snow-white, form-fitting gown with long, flowing sleeves. A delicate white sash accentuated her slender waist, making her resemble a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. While the Yingguang Palace is renowned for its captivating beauties, the marketplace too boasts its own charms, albeit lacking the same level of refinement. This woman was skilled in the art of dance. Gong Sun Chao inquired with a smile if the crown prince would find her performance pleasing to the eye. In an establishment of such caliber as the Dream of Virtue, the primary source of income no longer stemmed solely from the traditional services of courtesans, but rather from the more sophisticated and cultured entertainers, singers, and dancers. This enchanting lady alone, for a single dance, would likely command a considerable sum. And should one wish to share a bed with her, the price would undoubtedly multiply tenfold or more. Chapter 28. Humility and Respect. As the dance concluded, the audience remained entranced, reluctant to return to reality until the enchanting maiden gracefully bowed and declared, "I am but a humble servant." Only then did the crowd and Apos' attention gradually shift back to the present. "What are your thoughts on this performance, Your Highness?" Gong Sun Chao inquired at an opportune moment. "Ha. Should you not express your gratitude for the prince and Apos' commendation?" Gong Sun Chao remarked, directing his words towards the maiden still prostrated on the ground. "The prince's eloquence is beyond my worthiness to receive praise," the maiden replied with a melodious voice. Gong Sun Chao then cast a discerning glance at the graceful figure on the floor and continued, "What do you think of this lady, Your Highness? She has practiced the art of dance from a young age, but has yet to grasp its essence. I believe that if she were to receive your guidance, in due time her name would surely resonate throughout the realm." Gong Sun Chao spoke earnestly. Such actions, when viewed through the lens of personal relations, could be deemed a form of physical bribery. Yet, when evaluated within the context of their respective statuses, such behavior could be interpreted as an act of disloyalty towards the King of Yin. For both parties, this served as a new political signal. The building remained silent. While Louis sat in contemplative silence, the room's three walls were constructed of solid timber, with only the side facing the corridor divided by two screens, rendering the sounds from the hall nearly inaudible, though the commotion from the second floor was not insignificant. "Very well," Louis responded, rising swiftly to step outside. After a brief moment, Louis returned with a peculiar expression. "Who is causing the ruckus outside?" Gong Sun Chao inquired, furrowing his brow. "It is Gongzi Ji," Louis replied candidly. "Indeed," Louis confirmed. "What is the cause of the dispute?" At this moment, Gong Sun Chao recalled who Gongzi Ji was, the Prince of Qin, marginalized and held as a hostage in Yin for over a decade. He was now incensed, not only due to the ill-mannered and boorish Gongzi Ji, but also because of the attendants who allowed such a disturbance to unfold. This inn, or rather, the entire street of courtesans, was established by the Yin government as an official brothel. With the newly constructed city of Jidu, the Yin state emulated the practices of ancient Qi, setting up brothels throughout the city to garner resources for the nation. Beyond his noble lineage, Gong Sun Chao was also responsible for managing the commercial taxes collected by the Yin court. These wretched servants, he resolved that after this incident, he would ensure that the attendants of this establishment faced appropriate consequences. Though the others were puzzled, they rose to follow. Ingji. He had initially planned to meet him after concluding his business here before returning home, but he had not anticipated encountering him in such a place. However, since fate had brought them together, it would be fortuitous to meet earlier and discover the reason behind this Qin noble and Apos' reckless behavior in a brothel. Although the disparity in number and stature was evident, the men clearly refrained from harming the youth. Upon noticing Gong Sun Chao and Apos' displeased countenance, the woman felt a sudden wave of fear and collapsed to the ground in fright. The youth paused, and the tumult gradually subsided. Ingji gazed with a perplexed expression at a group of individuals not far away. Among them, 3 were dressed inconspicuously, yet each exuded an extraordinary aura, their long swords suspended at their waists akin to his own, suggesting they held significant status. The 4th, a youth adorned with a mask, wore splendid attire. Yet it was evident that the youngest scholar among them commanded a subtle authority over the group. Yingji, in a moment of confusion, returned a respectful gesture and inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" This figure, at this moment, eclipsed him in every aspect: power, status, background, physical prowess, and even appearance. At times, a sense of superiority can indeed emerge from the most unexpected places. Chapter 29. Sowing the seeds. At this moment, Yingji found himself momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. If one were to consider lineage alone, the two parties might still be compared. However, the harsh reality was that his current status, power, and influence were but a mere fraction of that possessed by the other. He vividly recalled just a few days prior, when the other was merely a figure spoken of in hushed tones among the wealthy patrons below. To his astonishment, that very person now stood before him, bowing with utmost respect. Once he regained his composure, Yingji was first filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Finally, someone acknowledges me as the son of the Qin state. At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent once more. His hands trembled with excitement within the sleeves of his robe, and his lips quivered, rendering him temporarily speechless. The old servant behind him hurriedly bowed and interjected, "Your Highness, you are too courteous. My young master has recently caught a chill, and we are deeply grateful for your concern." Upon hearing this, the woman seated on the ground turned pale. Her expression drained of color. She opened her mouth to offer a defense but was met with a fierce glare from Gongsun Neishi. After speaking, she observed as the other began to move, prompting her to lead the way into the private chamber. The crowd followed closely behind, and the wealthy attendants dared not obstruct them any further. Gongsun Chao turned around, casting another fierce glance at the woman before striding after them. Inside the elegant dwelling, the space was immaculate, and a beautiful maiden lay gracefully upon the ground, maintaining her alluring pose. Several lovely maidens knelt beside the table, diligently attending to the unfinished meal. Gongsun Chao, hidden behind his mask, narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the Qin hostage who was only a few paces away. He took a sip of wine, lost in thought. Lu Huan also wore a solemn expression, his thoughts indiscernible. However, Lu Yi remained unperturbed. Upon entering the room, he took his seat and began to eat the freshly carved venison. He felt genuine delight. Having previously worried that if young Master Ji were a shrewd and astute youth today, it would not bode well for himself or the Zhao state in the future. Although Yingji was 2 years his senior, it was evident to anyone that he was a naive youth, unacquainted with the tumultuous affairs of the world. His words, though seemingly profound, betrayed a guileless demeanor, revealing a boy without ulterior motives. Yet, this was not surprising, despite having grown up in the depths of the palace. Yingji was the overlooked 8th son, now forced to wander far from home, away from the ever-shifting court intrigues. Over the span of more than a decade, the individuals tasked with his enlightenment were predominantly peripheral figures lacking significant insight within the Qin state. Human nature is inherently complex, particularly for a ruler entangled in a web of competing interests. The only distinction lay in the positions each now occupied. He raised his cup with a smile, saying, "If there is anything troubling or unjust that you wish to express, please do not hesitate to speak. If there is clarity to be found, I shall certainly assist you." After speaking, he subtly gestured towards the enigmatic Gongsun Chao, remarking, "This gentleman is a minister of the state of Yin, the inner historian Gongsun Chao. Now that you reside in Yinji, if there are matters to discuss, you may clearly articulate them. The inner historian Gongsun is more than capable of addressing them." Noticing the Crown Prince Zhao gazing at him with a benevolent expression, Yingji cast a glance at the silent beauty in the center of the room, then surveyed the other charming maidens. With a somewhat bashful demeanor, he began to recount the circumstances of the situation. While he found the scenario amusing, he also felt a flicker of admiration for this fallen noble. Chapter 30. The Ways of the Ancients during the reign of King Huiwen. Although Yingji was not favored, he still received a modest annual tribute from the Qin state, allowing him to live a life that, while not extravagant, was bearable. However, with the ascension of the new King Dang of Qin, internal strife in Bashu and incessant power struggles within the court left the realm beset by both internal and external troubles, causing Yingji to be overlooked entirely as a discarded scion of the former king. In the prime of his youth, Yingji had often found solace in the dreaming pavilion, indulging in the company of courtesans and enjoying performances. In his frequent visits, he developed an attachment to one particular courtesan. This was not a matter of great consequence. Should he truly desire it, he could redeem her. Although the courtesan was part of a state-run enterprise from the Yin kingdom, there remained the possibility for the women to buy their freedom. Yet, the crux of the issue was that Yingji found himself bereft of funds. The dreaming pavilion was a veritable den of extravagance, where the price for a courtesan typically exceeded 10 taels of gold. The courtesan he desired was priced at a steep 100 taels. Had it been a few years prior, he could have easily procured 1,000 taels, but he now languished in a state of decline. The other day, he had lost out in a bidding war for a courtesan due to a higher offer from another patron, who even had the audacity to mock his status as a noble scion of Qin. Naturally incensed, Ji, disregarding the counsel of his loyal servant, liquidated some of the gifts previously bestowed upon him by the Qin state to amass the 100 taels required for redemption. Today, he had come to rescue his beloved courtesan. However, upon arrival, he learned that she was occupied attending to esteemed guests in another chamber. The attendants, adhering to a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, were reluctant to disturb this unusual noble from Qin and complied with his request. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ji suddenly changed his mind, perhaps stirred by the humiliation he had recently endured, insisting that the courtesan be summoned forth immediately. Thus commenced the scene of chaos at the brothel, where the noble of Qin made quite the disturbance. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that his fixation on the beauty within the establishment might indeed be connected to his courtesan. If this were the case, then the earlier patron, Gong Sun Chao, would have been remiss to let her go, and she would soon find herself diminished in value. Ji and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered an apology. Gong Sun Chao, his countenance twitching slightly, maintained a calm demeanor as he inquired, "What is the name of the lady you wish to redeem?" "Yun Nyong," Ji replied, somewhat bashfully. Noticing a flicker of doubt in Gong Sun Chao's eyes, it was evident that he had not heard of this name before. Moments later, Gong Sun Chao summoned a middle-aged woman, commanding her in a cold tone, "Fetch a courtesan named Yun Nyong and bring her here." Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated momentarily. But upon meeting Gong Sun and Apos' piercing gaze, her expression paled as she hurriedly complied. "Yes, my lord. Surely, the king of Yin would not stoop to such indulgences, one might think." Before long, the sounds of commotion echoed once more from the corridor, but quickly subsided. After a brief interval, the woman re-entered, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile as she led a demure young girl, her head bowed, into the room. "Here she is, my lord. This is Yun Nyong," the woman announced. Gong Sun Chao, visibly impatient, waved dismissively at the woman, signaling her to leave. The woman cautiously bowed once more and hurriedly retreated. The young lady named Yun Nyong was currently kneeling beside the enchanting Chu Wumei, her demeanor betraying a hint of fear. Since entering, she had not dared to lift her head, her body trembling slightly, evoking a sense of pity. She responded softly, gradually raising her downcast face. What kind of captivating personage could possibly haunt Ji and Apos' thoughts so persistently? However, he soon felt a twinge of disappointment. Yun Nyong also surveyed the assembly before her. Moments ago, she had been engaged in merriment with another noblewoman, the atmosphere lively, until the attendant, Amu, abruptly intruded. This unexpected intrusion incited the noblewoman and Apos' ire, nearly provoking a violent response. Yet, upon whispering something into the noblewoman and Apos' ear, Amu's words quelled her fury, and she composed herself, offering a conciliatory bow before the exit. Such an occurrence had never transpired in her career. Afterward, she was led away alone. In the corridor, Amu had said nothing to her, leaving her heart racing with trepidation, contemplating the possibility of punishment while her thoughts drifted to the young master's figure. For courtesans like herself, without any significant fortune, life would be spent in the sunless brothel. However, should fortune smile upon them and they capture the attention of a nobleman, they might be redeemed, even if it meant becoming a private courtesan. This was far preferable to enduring the degradation within the brothel and Apos' walls. Just days prior, the young master had spoken of redeeming her, yet he had vanished without a trace. Perhaps it had merely been a ruse to placate her. How could a scion of a noble family, despite a momentary fall from grace, ever take an interest in someone of her station? It was merely an act for their mutual amusement. As her mind wandered through these melancholy thoughts, a gentle voice suddenly broke through, instantly recognizable as that of a compassionate noblewoman. When she lifted her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. The noblemen seated above were regarding her with various expressions, and among them was none other than the Qin prince, the very figure she had longed for. In that instant, realization dawned upon her. The young master had come to fulfill his promise. Though he gazed upon her with profound affection, he remained silent. Instead, the handsome nobleman, seemingly of a similar age to her, spoke gently. "You are Yun Nyong?" He nodded, then turned his attention away from her. Yet, she observed the young master's countenance shift to one of intense excitement as he rose and solemnly bowed to the nobleman. "Thank you, Your Highness." He then turned to another nobleman adorned with a bronze mask, offering another respectful bow. "Thank you, Master Gong's son." "Your Highness? Master Gong's son?" Yu Nong and Appo's mind reeled in astonishment. Chapter 31. A precious opportunity. Ing Ji sat there, his complexion slightly flushed, embodying a look of lingering satisfaction. He could be considered the most fortunate among them tonight. Not only had he successfully won the favor of a beautiful woman, but it seemed he would not have to spend a dime. His physical desires were fulfilled, and his psychological needs satiated, resulting in a perfect dual triumph. Gong's son Chao, on the other hand, displayed an air of magnanimity, his demeanor unaltered, and the expression behind his mask revealing no trace of disdain. He occasionally raised a toast to the guests within the room, maintaining an amiable and courteous disposition. However, the sensitive topic that had subtly emerged during the banquet was not revisited. As the feast progressed, it appeared that it could not continue any further. Although the expressions of those present showed no evident change, the previously vibrant and intimate atmosphere had grown noticeably cold and stagnant. Gong's son Chao laughed heartily, as if the earlier discomfort experienced at the table had been completely swept away. The servant merely awaited the prince and Appo's favor for another day. After exchanging polite bows, the two departed together. As they distanced themselves from the fragrant warmth, the cool evening breeze swiftly dissipated the effects of alcohol from their minds. Two green-covered carriages awaited patiently by the roadside. When they had first exited, the darkness had only just begun to envelop the sky, and their time spent at the brothel seemed brief. Now, with the crescent moon rising, the establishments along the street were bustling, and pedestrians filled the thoroughfare. After exchanging courteous gestures, they each climbed into their respective carriages. While a curfew was likely in effect within the city of G, the street where the brothel was located seemed to fall outside its restrictions. The carriage journeyed eastward, leaving the district of indulgence behind, within an instant. The interior transformed from the brightness of day to the shadows of night. The flickering lights resembled a lighthouse guiding a solitary vessel through the vastness of the ocean. This sensation was peculiar, almost inexplicable, yet it lingered profoundly in his mind. It felt as though this sensation persisted for an eternity, though it may have lasted but a fleeting moment. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, he gazed again, only to behold the myriad twinkling stars faintly suspended in the sky. The earlier sense of confusion and despair vanished in an instant, perhaps due to the stark contrast between the brief revelry and the profound silence enveloping him. Closing the small window, the sound of the wind ceased, and Lu Huan curiously scrutinized the prince, kneeling opposite him, as if they were meeting for the first time. After a moment of silence, seemingly unable to conceal a flicker of doubt within, he spoke. "I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should voice. Why did the prince show such deference to that Qin noble at the banquet today?" In the court of Zhao, political struggles were notoriously fierce, with significant divisions among various factions. These conflicts were not merely sparked by the distribution of interests and power, but also by ideological contests. Lu Huan, along with Fei, who possessed Xiongnu blood, belonged to the staunch reformist faction, which was clandestinely referred to as the Prince and Appo's party. However, based on the recent tone of Lu Huan and Appo's words, it appears that the relationship between the two has significantly warmed in an instant. The other party and Appo's demeanor is no longer as overly respectful as before, alleviating the sense of estrangement that once lingered. Chapter 32. The shift of offense and defense. Although Lu Huan held a relatively low rank in the Zhao kingdom, serving as a grand official, he wielded considerable influence within the court and was greatly favored by the sovereign. He was often summoned to participate in state affairs. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen for this diplomatic mission to the Yin kingdom. If such a powerful figure could be gradually won over to his side, it would undoubtedly provide a robust safeguard against future political risks. Indeed, throughout any era, regardless of status, the bond between two men who have shared the company of courtesans is invariably distinct. What could rare goods possibly mean? Lu Huan pondered, observing the prince and Appo's enigmatic expression. He could not help but speculate. Could the prince be contemplating a business venture with the Qin hostage? It was true. In the Taihang Mountains, the prince had engaged in lengthy discussions with merchants from the Wei kingdom, seemingly intrigued by the world of commerce. However, upon further reflection, Lu Huan found this notion flawed. The Wei family, despite its decline, had once been renowned salt merchants with significant standing. But what of the Qin hostage? He could barely afford the cost of indulgence and had to rely on Gongsun Naishi for financial support. What business could they possibly conduct? What resources did the hostage possess? Was it to be a venture destined for loss? Rare goods? More like worthless junk, Lu Huan mused. Could the prince have lost his senses? Even after a decade of political experience, Lu Huan struggled to comprehend why there was any need to cultivate a relationship with a despised, illegitimate son from Qin. Shaking his head, Lu Huan momentarily appeared taken aback, as if his thoughts had not yet caught up. Yet, soon his expression deepened, and he began to contemplate the matter earnestly. The Battle of Yiyang between Qin and Han was a familiar refrain. Judging from the national policy adopted by Zhao a few months prior, Qin seemed to hold the upper hand. However, at that time, the two nations had not yet formally engaged in combat. Thus, all speculations were based solely on the comprehensive national strength and past military outcomes of both sides. Now, however, the brutal conflict had raged for over a month. Drawing on the scant information gleaned from the brothel, Lu Huan began to form a new perspective on the war. Perhaps the king had miscalculated. Zhao might have placed a misguided bet this time. Currently, Han was mobilizing its entire nation to fiercely defend Yiyang, with the Han army summoning a third of its able-bodied youth, amassing over 200,000 troops. Furthermore, the states of Qi and Chu had begun to intervene militarily and diplomatically, complicating the dynamics of the conflict between Qin and Han. The situation was no longer as one-sided as previously conjectured. It had devolved into a stalemate from the very beginning. With the arrival of winter, the scales of victory had begun to tip gradually in favor of Han. This was an unforeseen development, yet it was the stark reality. Although Lu Huan did not grasp the connection between the prince and Apos, as mention of the Battle of Yiyang in the earlier business discussion, he concluded his analysis of the situation, saying, "Though I am not well versed in military affairs, I can certainly elucidate a few points for the prince. I believe that the dynamics of battle are ever-changing, and the siege warfare is inherently arduous. Moreover, with the state of Chu amassing troops in Wan and the state of Qi causing disturbances at court, coupled with the impending winter, how could the powerful Qin withstand the rigors of war? The esteemed minister seems to suggest that now is the time for the battle at Yang, advocating for a shift in offensive and defensive strategies." Lu Huan, acknowledging this undeniable point with a nod, continued, "Although the Qin army is formidable, they currently occupy a position of weakness. The Han forces, though dispirited, are nonetheless on the rise. While the Qin can engage in battle, they are ill-prepared for victory." With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Huan fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. He then fixed his gaze and cautiously remarked, "How can one be so certain? The terrain of Yang is quite peculiar. Situated to the east of the Shaoshan, firmly controlling the eastern gateway of Hanggu. Although the Qin command the perilous passes of the Shaoshan and Hanggu, as long as they do not possess Yang, they can only rely on their fortified positions, unable to advance directly into the central plains. Historically, the routes of military engagement by the Qin against the states of Shandong have been limited to three. The first, to depart from Hanggu, then veer northward through the Maozuan crossing the Great River, the Yellow River, to invade the territory of Wei. The second, to proceed northward via the Pujing crossing, and the third, to advance further north through Longmen. Regardless of the chosen route, the Great River remains an insurmountable barrier. In the earlier days of Qin's fragility, the river served as a protective fortification for its growth. However, once Qin grew powerful, it transformed into the most significant hindrance to its expansion. Should the Qin secure Yang, the tide of offense and defense would inevitably shift. Possessing Yang would grant the Qin army a logistical stronghold post their exit from Hanggu, thereby enabling them to consolidate their forces and methodically strategize. This would undoubtedly serve as a ticking time bomb for the states of Shandong. At that juncture, the Qin could strike whenever they wished, either advancing eastward or southward with much greater ease. Thus, Yang has always represented not merely a thoroughfare for the Qin through the three rivers, but rather a key that locks the door to their eastern exit. In the dimly lit compartment, the two exchanged silent glances, both acutely aware of the significance of Yang, yet powerless to alter the course of events. 4. At this very moment, the protracted struggle between Qin and Han, with its toll on resources, aligns more closely with the interests of Zhao, as the aspirations of the sovereign have never been to dominate the Central Plains. Chapter 33. Unfathomable melancholy, though he subconsciously consoled himself that not all matters are resolved in an instant. The lingering sense of defeat and helplessness within him continued to torment his spirit. Restlessly tossing and turning on the couch, tranquility eluded him. Once the tumultuous thoughts were unleashed, halting them proved to be a formidable challenge. Time slipped away, and it seemed as though dawn had barely broken outside when he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Turning to his side, he beheld several familiar figures timidly kneeling beside the couch. The autumn and winter mornings were perpetually hushed, devoid of the summer's chirping insects. Save for the occasional crisp crackle of the glowing coals in the fire pit, it felt as though an eternity had passed before he gradually rose. The three women's faces instantly flushed with a delicate hue, yet they promptly stepped forward, gently assisting him in donning his garments. San Chuan and Tima had exchanged the drab min and amp, Appos, attire from the previous days for elegant dresses in soft shades of red and purple, respectively. The tailoring of their attire was exquisite, yet both seemed to have intentionally cinched their waists tightly with sashes. San Chuan, adorned in the pale red gown, possessed a tall and graceful figure, and the snug fit of her attire accentuated her elongated waist, particularly highlighting the alluring curve of her legs beneath her hips, which captivated his gaze profoundly. Meanwhile, Tima, dressed in a deep purple ensemble, appeared diminutive yet remarkably voluptuous, her form enveloped by the gown resembling a ripe peach. The contours of her silhouette were strikingly accentuated, and her bosom presented a delightful roundness. Both women had fair complexions and exquisitely delicate features. However, it was the veil concealing their faces that had momentarily obscured her identity from him. The beauty's actions faltered, a hint of surprise flickering across her expression. But she swiftly regained her composure and gracefully bowed, exclaiming, "Chuan thanks the crown prince for bestowing a name." The gifts from the king of Yin and Gongsun Chao to these women were undoubtedly not those of withered flowers. After all, they represented a national tribute. Chapter 34, The Demands of Yin and Zhao, Changes? Doctor, please sit down. He gestured for the other party to take a seat by the fire, removing his fur cloak and handing it to a maidservant standing nearby. Turning back, his expression had softened somewhat. "Are you saying there are changes in the Yin court?" The words on the silk letter were few, merely 2 lines. The two who have breached Gaoyang, advancing through the He Valley and eastward. From these scant lines, the 2 men could deduce a wealth of information. The breach of Gaoyang signified the loss of the Yinmen Pass, the ancient Yinmen Mountain, north of present-day Yanggao County. The northern borders of Yin and Zhao intersect, and there are numerous routes connecting them. Apart from the route taken by the Zhao envoy through Weistin to Feihu Pass and then to Ji, one could also traverse from the Datong Valley directly into the Yin Mountains and head east. However, compared to the former, the latter route was evidently much longer. Yet, if one were to descend from the grasslands, the distances could be quite similar. Gaoyang not only served as the first line of defense for the capital of Dai County, Weiwang, but also controlled the crucial passage leading from the Datong Valley eastward into the Yin Mountains. Yet now, the Hu soldiers had breached Yinmen but had not continued south to besiege Weiwang, present-day Zhangjiago, Weistin. Instead, they moved east along the Yinmen River. Folding the silk letter again, he handed it to Lu Huan, who could not help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed the two who were disinclined to engage Zhao and had decided to target the softer fruit, that was Yin. "Has any news arrived from the Yin court?" Lu Huan shook his head. "The silk letter was dispatched 3 days ago. Given the speed of the Hu cavalry, if they have indeed pressed eastward along the foothills of the Yin Mountains, they should have reached the outskirts of Junda Mountain, Jiong Pass, by now. The Yin court must have already received military intelligence. It's just that the news has yet to circulate within the palace." Lu Huan sighed. He was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. In the past, when the Hu invaded Yin, Zhao had been indifferent, even somewhat eager for it. However, at this critical juncture of cooperation between the two states, the Lin Hu forces could very well become the last straw that breaks the camel's back for Yin. If Yin failed to ally with Zhao to strike against Zhongshan, Zhao would undoubtedly stand alone in military might. From a strategic standpoint, such a scenario was decidedly unfavorable. The recent alliance between Yin and Zhao had required a considerable investment from the Zhao court, and with the delay extending so long, the time for action was fleeting. Should this alliance falter, Lu Huan genuinely did not know how to report to King Zhao. The Hu forces had been engaged with Zhao for several months. Although they had now reclaimed Yin territory, their strength would inevitably wane. The fortifications of Jundu were perilous and easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. And the Hu were not adept at sieging cities. "I must immediately present myself at court to advise the Yin king on the pros and cons," Lu Huan declared as he prepared to rise. The morning assembly of the Yin court appeared unusually early today, just past the hour of Yin. When the world remained shrouded in darkness, The council hall was already illuminated as bright as day by candlelight. The atmosphere within the chamber felt somewhat oppressive. The ministers clad in deep blue ceremonial robes seemed to have just emerged from a vigorous debate, now turning their gazes toward the elevated seat, awaiting the final judgment from the young sovereign. The situation at Jundu was precarious. The king needed to make a swift decision, for if Jundu fell, the who could reach the gates of our capital, Ji, within 3 days. The Grand Tutor Guokue solemnly reminded. King Ji of Yin appeared somewhat listless, his face etched with fatigue. Over the past few days, he had exhausted himself in attempts to unify the military efforts against Zhongshan, leaving him utterly drained. Little did he anticipate that as past matters remained unresolved, new challenges would arise. The fierce advance of the Hu soldiers not only placed him in a predicament, but also threatened to stall the progress of the Yin state. Should he divide his forces to guard the north, it might ensure the security of the northern front. However, the prospect of reclaiming lost territories with such a meager force seemed implausible. The alliance between Yin and Zhao, in truth, bore more resemblance to Yan's aspirations than those of Zhao. For Ji, seizing the opportunity presented by national grievances could potentially unify the military and the populace through a single decisive battle, thus alleviating the weariness that had long plagued the Yin state. The aftermath of King Kuai's abdication not only involved external military assaults, but also a significant erosion of public support within Yin, leading to a loss of confidence among the aristocracy. Consequently, upon his restoration by Zhao, Ji struggled to command respect, with the court and the populace indifferent. His authority was severely undermined. Moreover, after 3 years of internal turmoil, the legal and administrative systems had nearly collapsed. Corruption among officials and wealthy citizens ran rampant. And while old laws failed to restrain them, new regulations were even more challenging to implement. To reverse this dire situation, the foundational approach could no longer rely solely on the king's diligence. His own lack of authority rendered any efforts futile without the support of the people. If he could leverage Zhao and Apos' military strength to reclaim the ancestral lands of Yin, it would undoubtedly bolster the prestige of the aristocracy, paving the way for the abolition of corrupt practices and the introduction of new laws. Under a sustained period of good governance, Yin might eventually rise anew and, with time, seek vengeance against Qi. Yet, with the Hu obstructing their path, the Yin state faced a dilemma of dividing its forces for defense. And should they not commit fully to the conflict against Zhongshan, given their current military might, they would likely find themselves utterly unable to retain even an inch of land. Just as the Zhao desired. Should they miss this opportunity, Yin might be left waiting for many years to come, and in its current weakened state, how long would it take to muster the strength to reclaim its territory? The young king of Yin gradually lifted his head, and the despondency in his gaze transformed into a fierce determination. Despite being merely in his 20s, streaks of white had begun to appear at his temples. Summon the Duke of Shao into the court. Chapter 35. Winter Warfare. The state of Yin, adhering to the terms of the alliance, officially declared war on the state of Zhongshan on the first day of November. At this moment, Lu Huan wore a contemplative expression. While the request stemmed from his own aspirations, the unforeseen outcome inevitably provoked deeper reflection. Inside the carriage, the two exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of doubt on the other's face. Regardless of the intricacies of cause and effect, such a conclusion invariably aligned with their interests. Although the results were more favorable than anticipated, the original plan remained unalterable. Yes, Qinzheng responded promptly. The mission to the state of Yin had culminated in a conclusion that, while not wholly perfect, was satisfactory for both the nation and his personal pursuits. Only a little over 20 days remained until the state of Zhao would dispatch troops to Zhongshan. The timing for mobilization had been established during the court discussions prior to the Zhao envoy and Apos' departure. Even if Yin could not send troops in accordance with the alliance, Zhao would still proceed with its original plan to act independently against Zhongshan. This was not only a test, but also marked the commencement of a comprehensive shift in Zhao's national strategy towards the north. According to the anticipated operational plan, the initial battle must conclude before the Grain and Ear Festival of the following year. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the year and Apos' agriculture, resulting in a significant loss. The balance between warfare and agriculture rendered the former less critical than the latter. Although winter battles were arduous, they had become a customary aspect of Zhao and Apos' military endeavors. In recent days, Peng Huan had remained with 200 soldiers stationed at the outer city. Yes, Peng Huan replied, momentarily taken aback, before rising to respond with a salute and hastening towards the hall's exit. Yes, Zhao Shi echoed as he stood. Personnel arrangements had been discussed between him and Lu Huan prior to their morning departure to the Yin Palace. With imminent military action, the surrounding cities of Handan had already begun covert preparations for supplies, and at this moment, Handan was likely poised for combat. Moreover, the sealed alliance documents needed to be swiftly delivered to Handan, allowing the sovereign to make timely adjustments to military deployments. After approximately 15 minutes, while Lu Huan was strategizing the route for their return in the outer hall, a servant announced from outside. One man, one sword. Ready to serve the crown prince unto death. Lu Yi bowed gracefully, exuding an air of utmost composure. Yes, Lu Yi bowed deeply once more. Chen Zhong, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate this. Just as he crossed the threshold of the inner court, 3 graceful maidens, having been nurtured within the hall, approached him with small, elegant steps. The courtyard of this relay station was modest in size, and the distance between the front and back halls was not great. Thus, the conversations from the outer hall had not been deliberately muffled, their voices evidently carrying over. The expressions on the 3 maidens' faces varied, reflecting joy, curiosity, and a hint of sorrow, as if they were anticipating something regarding the impending journey. He cast a sidelong glance, causing their cheeks to flush, yet they quickly approached him, offering their assistance. A quarter of an hour later, the once graceful young gentleman underwent a remarkable transformation. His flowing robes had been replaced by a fitted military uniform. Although he was not yet clad in armor, the aura emanating from the young man had shifted from gentle to one imbued with an air of sternness. The women cautiously glanced up at him, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Yet, as they were to mount horses, it was imperative to forego any constraining attire, for the friction against the thighs would be unbearable. Having changed into his new garments, he seated himself upon the embroidered stool, gazing into the bronze mirror at his reflection. And he nodded in satisfaction with what he beheld. Chapter 36. The Day of Farewell. As she tenderly arranged his crown and hair, the bold yet meticulous one carefully smoothed the creases of his garment. It is only natural, regardless of their pasts or circumstances, once they arrive in Handan. These 3 women will bear a new title, Yuan women. This identity, bestowed upon them at birth, remains unalterable by personal whims, much like that of his biological mother. After a brief pause, the voice of Chen Zhong echoed from outside. Your Highness, the Yin minister has come bearing wine for your farewell and awaits you in the outer hall. He rose slowly, and before stepping out, he spoke softly to the 3 women. You shall rest at the inn for one night and return with Chen Zhong tomorrow. A flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes, but it quickly faded, and they obediently replied, Yes. There is but one carriage for your reception, Chen Zhong informed. Very well, he responded. This heartfelt declaration moved everyone in the room, as the prospect of parting loomed. Who could say when they would meet again? This farewell could very well be eternal. Lu Qi and Apos' words seemed to carry weight, tinged with sadness. Typically stoic, Lu Yi and Apos' eyes glistened with unshed tears as he bent before the elder, respectfully performing a deep bow. Upon returning from the Yin Palace and bidding farewell to King Yin, the affairs were arranged in no more than an hour. Some ministers of Yin were still unaware of the urgency with which the Zhao delegation was departing. However, the small number of travelers indeed spared them from many trivialities. As they exited the inn and Apos' courtyard, a cavalry of over 20 riders awaited them on the cobbled street. Lu Yi, positioned behind, felt a surge of excitement. He understood the difficulty of mounting swiftly. Only those well-versed in equestrian skills could achieve such fluidity. The others, imitating his example, mounted their steeds. Even Lu Huan, whom Lu Yi had always deemed inept in martial arts, appeared calm and composed. All 20 riders, lightly equipped, left the inn and Apos' street, proceeding along the main thoroughfare of Jidu City, heading directly towards the southern gate. At this hour, few pedestrians populated the streets, and the cavalry maintained a measured pace, avoiding the chaotic clamor one might expect. Instead, they rode peacefully beneath the rising sun. Upon reaching the city gate, Pang Huan rode forward alone and presented the prepared documents to the gatekeeper. After a careful examination, the gatekeepers bowed respectfully to the cavalry, allowing them passage. He gazed ahead, feeling the cool wind rush towards him, squinting against the horizon of the endless packed earth road. Though the scenery beyond remained obscured, he knew he could only press forward, guided by the rising sun. Within the inner court of the Yin Palace, Ji appeared weary, as if the decisions made during morning court had drained him of all his strength. Why did the Grand Tutor not oppose the decision to station troops in Qin? Ji inquired, glancing at Guo Wei seated below him. Though he is the sovereign of a nation, his thoughts and concerns are no different from those of ordinary men. He often finds himself wavering on decisions he has made, yet he cannot reveal such uncertainties in front of his ministers. However, now that only the esteemed Grand Tutor, whom he regards as his mentor, remains in the hall, his human hesitation inadvertently surfaces. The Grand Tutor knows him well. Ji sighed deeply. I had intended for the Grand Tutor to oversee the affairs of the court. His words were cut short by Guo Kuei and Apos' timely interruption. The king and Apos' intentions are well understood by this old minister. However, the current state of Yan is in disarray, and if we wish to strengthen ourselves, we must rely on the Zhao clan's support. I have no desire for the position of prime minister in this life. I simply wish to contribute my modest efforts for the benefit of Yan. Ji then inquired, does the Grand Tutor believe that sending Qin Kai to negotiate with the Hu would be feasible? Guo Kuei pondered for a moment and slowly articulated his thoughts. The Lin and Hu tribes have long plundered Yin from Zhao territory, exhausting our forces. Were it not for the tales of Zhongshan, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand to reclaim our lands from the Hu. However, if we pursue our former territories, we would inevitably have to divide our troops with Zhao. To attempt a strong resistance under such circumstances would be unwise. Currently, the Hu seek nothing more than gold, silk, and grain. If the king employs financial means to deter the Hu, it would be the highest achievement. If that fails, young Master Kai has dwelled in Hu territory for a decade and is well acquainted with their customs. It would not be difficult for him to remain in the military stronghold and await a more favorable opportunity. Chapter 37. Strategic Stronghold. The sun and moon cast their reflections across the horizon as the twilight and Apos' residual glow flowed like a golden stream into the vastness of the mountains, adding a touch of beauty to the desolation of the world. Suddenly, the sharp sound of galloping hooves echoed through the valley. This tested the skill of the riders, for those without stirrups found it nearly impossible to exert pressure with their legs, leaving their entire weight concentrated upon their hips. At that moment, several riders at the forefront of the procession abruptly slowed their horses. In response to this unforeseen change, the two riders behind them scarcely had time to halt, nearly being thrown from their mounts. The riders trailing behind swiftly came to a stop as well. Having departed from the capital 3 days prior, their return journey did not strictly follow the route taken on the way there. After leaving the Lishui Valley yesterday, they had not traveled northward through Weiwen, but instead traversed the Hengshui, the ancient Tanghe road, directly crossing Hengshan and continuing eastward. Though this path posed greater difficulties, the overall distance was considerably shortened. However, the general route still passed through the Dadi region, returning to the Taiyang Mountains. While the route along the Hebei Plain was indeed shorter and easier, it would inevitably lead them through the borders of Zhongshan at this juncture. The Hengshui Riverway, though closer, was considerably narrower, and at present, the 20-odd riders found themselves roughly divided into 5 or 6 ranks. The steed beneath him seemed to sense the impending danger from ahead, becoming restless and snorting loudly, its hooves scraping the ground in agitation. The young men at his side handled their weapons with cautious vigilance, scanning their surroundings intently. Silence lingered for but a moment before a deep roar suddenly reverberated through the tranquil valley. He gazed forward, but the scene ahead was obscured by a tightly formed ring of guards, making it difficult to discern what was transpiring. What is happening up there? Lu Huan inquired, his voice steady. There is a ferocious tiger blocking our path. I shall slay this beast and present it to the crown prince, came the voice of Lu Yi from the front. As soon as he spoke, a resounding roar erupted in the valley, the sound akin to lightning in the night, causing all present to involuntarily shudder. Although they had not encountered any mountain predators on their journey, this did not imply their absence. The natural environment of this era was still quite robust, and myriad creatures could be found lurking within the vast mountains. With a greater number of travelers earlier, the beasts had been too frightened to show themselves, but with their numbers diminished now, the malevolent creatures dared to obstruct their path openly. Release! Another commanding shout echoed through the valley, followed by the whistling sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air. Indeed, within the span of a single incense stick and Apos' burning time, Lu Yi approached with a steady gait, brandishing a gruesome tiger and Apos' head. The sight of his bloodied figure drew the attention of many onlookers. This beast has disturbed the prince and Apos' carriage and now lies defeated before us, Lu Yi declared, tossing the tiger and Apos' head onto the ground and bowing respectfully. Upon noticing that the blood covering him was solely that of the tiger, he breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely praised, "You truly are a valiant warrior." Such commendation from the crown prince is unwarranted. This beast met its end after a volley of arrows. I merely claimed its head, Louis remarked with a chuckle. The riders bowed in gratitude, acknowledging his prowess. At this moment, Lu Huan glanced at the sun descending behind the western mountains and spoke, "The tiger is solitary. Now that the monstrous beasts have been vanquished, this place should be free from disturbances. As night approaches, we may rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. What are your thoughts, Prince?" At that moment, Lu Yi chimed in. "Earlier, as I traversed ahead, I observed that the road not far ahead leads to the confluence of the Hongshui River Valley." The group then proceeded onward. After traversing approximately 100 paces, the mountain path on either side suddenly widened, granting a broader vista, and the faint sound of flowing water began to resonate in their ears. The Taiying mountain range sprawls in all directions, with a complex web of waterways. Often, the confluence of various tributaries forms a relatively gentle and expansive valley basin, while the intersections of major water systems create even larger mountainous basins, akin to the surrounding Liuyuan Basin and Yuxian Basin. These basins nestled within the vast mountains. Aside from serving as gathering places for the populace in their daily lives, can also act as strategic locations for military advancement during critical times. Over 20 riders followed the Lai River eastward, passing through Laishan, then turning north, entering a new water system, the Hongshui Tang River. The confluence of tributaries eroded by the Hongshui also formed a valley larger than the Liuyuan Basin, known as the Hongshan Basin, Lingxiu Basin. However, it was evident that the Zhao state need not worry about the Hu people reaching this area, for it already lay within the heartland of Dai County. The daylight of winter is brief, darkness falls swiftly. It had barely been a quarter of an hour since their rest when the sky was completely enveloped in darkness. Chapter 38. The landscape's momentum. The bright moon replaced the sunlight, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Before long, several campfires gradually flickered to life, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The slender tendrils of smoke gently dispersed the cold air in the mountains, while the serene valley occasionally echoed with the crackling sounds of dry wood. The firelight cast a glow over a vast area, where more than 20 horses were tethered by the stream. Several guards dismounted, retrieving 2 large bundles filled with mixed beans and grains, food that the common folk could hardly taste, yet it served as sustenance for the horses at this moment. Everyone busied themselves with their tasks. The recently slain tiger had been skinned and cut into pieces, and now the meat was being roasted over the flames. Taking a deep breath of the refreshing air and listening to the crunching sounds of the horses munching on beans, the long night felt less tedious. In due time, Lu Yi brought over the freshly cut tiger meat, resting it on a piece of cloth, its aroma utterly enticing. The few individuals gathered by the fire had not tasted meat in days, their palates craving flavor. Thus, they shed their reservations. Louis sprinkled some salt, and they eagerly began to eat with their hands. After taking a swig from the flask of strong liquor, he gazed into the dark expanse ahead and inquired, "How many days until we reach Handan?" Lu Huan followed his gaze and replied, "Given our pace these past 2 days, once we exit Hongshan, it will take no more than 2 days to re-enter Taihang, and we should return to Handan in roughly 5 days." Lu Huan took a sip of wine, pondered for a moment, and then lightly uttered a single word, "Difficult." He continued, "From my perspective, what the king seeks may not be attained through mere battle for Zhongshan. It is more of a test." He chuckled while stroking his beard. This probing of Zhongshan is also a test of the other states. However, he felt that Lu Huan was perhaps not withholding his thoughts out of concern, but simply believed it unwise to be too overt. From the very beginning, their conversation had transcended the customary formalities, evolving into genuine heartfelt discourse. As a close minister to the sovereign, Lu Huan's thoughts naturally aligned with the king's intentions. Internally, Zhao faced opposition from those resistant to reform. The lingering voices of the old guard would only intensify their discord with the reformists after this battle. A victory would be splendid, yet a defeat could provide an opportunity to purge numerous dissenters. Thus, what awaited the conservatives post-battle was either compromise or complete ousting. Externally, the so-called alliances held little significance compared to the clarity that war could bring to the situation. The minister pondered whether this battle could truly be won. Lu Huan, however, shook his head in apparent surprise, stating, "How could a mere small nation like Zhongshan contend against us?" It seemed a statement rife with logic, yet it was merely a facade of reason, offering little in substance. Perhaps it arose from differing perspectives on the matter at hand. "What do you 2 young scholars believe this battle will entail?" He expressed a desire to hear their insights, solely from a military standpoint. Louis pondered for a moment, then concurred. I echo the sentiments of Pang Zi. Although Yan's disturbances may divide the hearts of Zhongshan, they cannot truly weaken its strength. Given the current state of the Yan kingdom, prolonged conflict is untenable, and our Zhao kingdom finds itself in a similar predicament. Though the land of Zhao stretches 1,000 miles, it reveals a fragmented presence, engaged in fierce battles with Zhongshan. The troops of Jinyang and Dai County are unable to muster their forces. How can we endure a protracted struggle under such circumstances? Dai County. Louis and Pang Huan exclaimed in unison. As the words escaped their lips, both were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly perceiving a glimmer of surprise in each other's eyes. Oh, Lu Huan elongated the sound. Pang Huan gestured to Lu Yi, inviting him to continue. Lu Yi inclined his head respectfully towards the three, then continued. Having spent considerable time in Yan, I am well acquainted with the customs of the northern borders. I am fully aware of the fierce spirit of the people of Dai. The Hu and Xia coexist there, and the populace is not adept at agriculture, yet excels in horsemanship and archery. The valiance of the Dai people has deterred the Hu from venturing south to graze their horses. Today, as the Lin Hu encircle Dai and rush towards Yan, it is evident indeed. However, the customs of Dai differ markedly from those of our Huaxia. Since the days of Xiangzi and Dai and Zhao, though the people share the same lineage with Zhao, they remain estranged, unable to unite their strength despite being part of the same nation. A lamentable situation. If one day the Zhao can unite the people of Dai, we could drive back the Hu from the north and advance southwards into Zhongshan. What challenges would remain then? Upon finishing his discourse, Pang Huan was the first to bow, stating, Your insights, Lu Zi, are most profound. I am not worthy in comparison. Yet, should the day come when our Zhao kingdom can fully integrate the people of Dai, commanding the northern frontier cavalry, expanding into the vast desert to the north, and advancing into Zhongshan to the south, what splendid vistas await us. Chapter 39. The standing army. Upon exiting the Taihang Mountains, the speed of the cavalry increased significantly. Following the smooth postal road for several days, a light snow unexpectedly began to fall as they approached the Fuko Pass. The war chariots traveled through the center of the road, flanked by soldiers wielding halberds, while a small number of light cavalry navigated among them. The multitude of horses and men stirred up a great cloud of dust, mingling with the descending snowflakes, creating a mist that enveloped the earth. As far as the eye could see, the marching formation stretched endlessly, resembling a white torrent slowly advancing northward. Wiping the snow from his face, which was nearly covered, he pointed ahead with his whip and spoke solemnly to the riders beside him. The army is fully mobilized. We must accelerate our advance. The others clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly passed by, riding along the sides of the road. In an era of great strife, nations frequently waged wars against one another. Since the division of Jin among the three families, the old legal frameworks had evidently become obsolete in this new age, giving rise to even more brutal and lawless forms of warfare. In response to the shifting international dynamics, a vigorous wave of reform was set in motion, accompanied by military restructuring, which became the foremost path for nations seeking self-preservation. Confronted with the harsh realities of war, the demands for soldiers and oppos, physical conditioning and tactical skills were drastically heightened. Those who had not undergone rigorous training found it increasingly challenging to adapt to the changes brought about by this new style of warfare. Thus, nations urgently required a more specialized army. The establishment of a professional military system emerged as a result. The military conscription system in Wei and the five capitals military system in Qi are examples of such specialization. Those soldiers, meticulously selected and rigorously evaluated, were relieved of mundane labors, focusing solely on mastering the art of warfare. It is aptly said, abolish the salaries of the bureaucrats, reduce unnecessary official positions. To support the trained warriors, these elite troops thus became formidable arrows in the quivers of their respective nations, deterring external threats. However, sustaining such specialized soldiers was undoubtedly costly, necessitating the alleviation of some of their familial burdens and the provision of substantial financial support. Consequently, each nation had to determine the number of specialized troops according to its own circumstances. In Zhao, excluding the Dai commandery, the standing army and oppos, numbers had been maintained at around 20,000 since the ascension of the monarch, with half stationed at the Grand Camp on the western outskirts of Handan. A group of over 20 riders journeyed westward along the Nyosho River, traveling approximately 10 miles upstream. until they faintly discerned the fluttering red banner resonating in the wind and snow. Dismounting a mere dozen steps from the royal tent, the two men entered as the guards lifted the tent and Oppos, as flap. Upon entering the grand tent, the snowflakes that had settled on their shoulders instantly melted into wisps of vapor. Inside, the number of individuals was few. Several stood by the campfire, engaged in discussion over a tactical map laid upon a large table. Hearing the entrance, they turned to the door. Your son pays his respects to the king. Your servant bows before the great king. After a brief moment, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching softly, followed closely by a weight settling upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, a deep and resonant voice echoed in his ear. This appearance truly resembles that of a son of the Zhao state. As the words fell, several voices of agreement arose. Congratulations, your majesty. Despite the praise, he felt a twinge of excitement within him. A sensation that felt less like a son receiving his father's commendation and more akin to an ordinary man gaining the approval of a superior. The Zhao king inquired with a calm demeanor, was the mission to Yin successful? The minister replied, your servant did not fail your command. The Yin state has pledged its military support. Lu Huan and Oppos, as face flushed, though it was unclear whether from excitement or the stark temperature difference between inside and outside the tent, exacerbated by the fire. As he spoke, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a well-sealed bamboo tube, presenting it with both hands to the Zhao king. The king extracted the silk document within, scanning the characters inscribed upon it, the seal and stamp evident. After a considerable time, his expression remained inscrutable. Upon concluding his review, he nodded slightly and passed the alliance document to several ministers at his side for their perusal. Moments later, the grizzled and portly Fei Yi was the first to bow respectfully to the Zhao king, declaring, now that provisions have arrived and the people are united, this old minister believes we can mobilize the troops to Zhongshan immediately. Chapter 40. Snowstorm at Long inside the grand tent. An unusual silence enveloped the assembly. No dissenting voices emerged. The wheels of war had irrevocably begun to turn, rendering any opposition, no matter how fervent, pointless at this juncture. With the onset of the predetermined wartime, the necessary military provisions had been meticulously prepared. King Zhao promptly issued commands to the various military leaders, declaring that the army would officially march to the front lines in 2 days. Subsequently, the ministers and nobles within the tent, having accounted for the new variable posed by the Yin state, meticulously recalibrated their strategies and routes of advance. Although he had anticipated this development, the confirmation still cast a shadow of disappointment over his heart. However, it was a consolation that the sovereign would personally lead the campaign. And since he had been assigned to accompany the troops, there remained a chance for him to be entrusted with a role in the impending battle. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the debates within the tent continued unabated. His eyelids grew heavy, and just as he was about to succumb to slumber, the voice of King Zhao pierced through the haze. What does the crown prince think? After this inquiry, the king turned towards Lu Huan, stating, the grand minister may also find common ground. Lu Huan bowed in response, saying, I take my leave. Upon exiting the grand tent, a brisk gust of wind sent shivers through them both. The snowfall outside seemed to have momentarily abated, yet delicate flakes continued to drift through the air. As the guards stationed outside noticed their departure, they hurried from the nearby stables, leading forth their steeds. Without further contemplation, fatigue compelled him to hastily mount and ride out of the camp. At this moment, Lai and Peng Huan, along with their cavalry, awaited outside the encampment. After exchanging greetings, the group set forth towards Handan. They bowed in respect before dispersing. Just as they crossed the entrance of the courtyard, the lady-in-waiting Xinu emerged, accompanied by a throng of palace attendants. Their eyes met, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. She cautiously stepped forward, scrutinizing her son before her. The journey, though not excessively long, had felt interminable, and the sight of familiar faces warmed his heart. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, revealing a gentle smile, and nodded, saying, I have prepared warm water for you. The crown prince should bathe first. In the side chamber of the bedroom, there was a designated bathing area, featuring a water basin constructed of clay, reminiscent in form to modern bathtubs. The trials of exposure to the elements had rendered his body utterly fatigued, a dull pain now throbbing at the back of his head. As the warm water enveloped him, a wave of discomfort surged through his senses, quickly transforming into a profound sense of relief. With that, he rested his head against the edge of the basin, and before long, his consciousness began to blur. In the midst of his stupor, a voluptuous figure seemed to intrude upon his vision, followed by a gentle ripple in the water, which stirred waves anew. No one uttered a word. It appeared that all were reluctant to disrupt this moment of serene chaos. Outside, the light had gradually dimmed, and the previously suspended snowflakes resumed their descent, while the cool breeze carried a few icy crystals across the eaves of the palace, weaving through the tightly shut paper window seams. Within the hall, several flickering candle flames danced erratically, disturbed by the gentle breeze, while a sudden chill caused his warm body to shiver slightly. After days of braving the elements, he was undeniably grimy, and as he opened his eyes once more, the once pristine pool of water had become tainted with various impurities. Yet, the weariness that had enveloped him had notably lessened. In the pool, the woman bore an expression of peculiar disquiet. Like an exhausted young servant, she reclined slightly in the water, shaking her head gently, her tone frail as she remarked, "The crown prince has truly grown." The young servant nodded, her gaze turning to him with a wistful intensity. "I have embarrassed myself and am unable to assist the crown prince in changing attire." Chapter 41. What matters most within the palace, Queen Mengyao entered, cradling her 1-year-old son Zhao He. As she stepped inside, she greeted the middle-aged man seated by the brazier with a respectful, "Father." The man, upon hearing her voice, promptly rose and returned her gesture with a bow before approaching to take Zhao He from her arms. He then produced a small drum from his sleeve, shaking it playfully in his hand. Instantly, a look of curiosity brightened Zhao He's little face. The man, teasing the child, said, "If you call me grandfather, this drum shall be yours." Zhao He, still struggling to comprehend the man's words, babbled a few sounds before eagerly snatching the drum and shaking it vigorously. The man's expression faltered momentarily, but he soon burst into hearty laughter. This middle-aged gentleman was Wu Guang, the magistrate of Handan and the biological father of the current Queen Mengyao. Wu Guang settled onto an embroidered cushion while holding Zhao He on his lap. It was only then that he turned his attention to his daughter, whose face bore a grave expression. "What pressing matter compels you to summon me to the palace at this hour?" Wu Guang inquired. Mengyao did not contest her father and Appo's choice of address. With a slight furrow in her brow, she replied gravely, "Father, do you have a servant named Guozong?" She continued, "Before the king departed the palace, he mentioned something to me." "What did he say?" Wu Guang asked. Mengyao recounted slowly. He expressed concern that while the nation faces imminent peril, merchants continue to hoard grain for profit. "Oh?" The smile vanished from Wu Guang's face, and he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet he still asked, "What does this have to do with Guozong? Surely you are not unaware?" Mengyao's tone sharpened, revealing her frustration with her father and Appo's apparent ignorance or his preoccupation with trivial gains that clouded his judgment. Wu Guang shook his head, responding ambiguously, "Isn't it the very nature of merchants to stockpile in times of scarcity? They seek profit and pay taxes. If not, why would they willingly contribute heavily to the state?" Mengyao sighed. Months ago, merchants like the Guo and Zhu families faced public outcry for monopolizing goods and coercing foreign traders, even drawing the king and Appo's attention. Now, with the imminent conflict with Zhongshan, they dare to inflate prices and hoard grain. Is this not a grave offense against the king? Wu Guang fell silent. Mengyao added, "While profit is essential for merchants, their allegiance must lie with the state. Moreover, Guozong is a subordinate of your household. The officials in court are keenly observing the fortunes of this land." Having said this, Wu Guang lifted Zhao He, who had been playing joyfully, and handed him back to Mengyao, rising to his feet. "The hour grows late. The queen should rest." Mengyao accepted her child and looked up at her father, saying, "As the magistrate of Handan and a high-ranking official, you must discern what is of grave importance and what is trivial." Wu Guang nodded, his expression darkening, and he fell silent, following the attendant's lead as he exited the palace. Mengyao watched her father and Appo's retreating figure, her heart heavy with a sigh. She settled on the embroidery stool by the hearth, gazing vacantly as her young child took tiny steps, trailing behind several palace attendants in playful pursuit. In his small hand, he clutched a tiny drum, which swayed up and down with his movements, occasionally producing a series of crisp, melodious sounds. As her thoughts wandered, a palace servant entered from outside, kneeling before her and quietly reporting, "Your Majesty, the crown prince awaits in the outer hall to pay his respects." Mengyao waved her hand dismissively and rose to retreat, saying, "I shall change into another garment first. Miao Xian, please escort the young master downstairs." The eunuch, filled with delight, bowed and replied, "I shall obey your command." As she walked, she occasionally encountered a few palace servants, who were busy sweeping away the snow that had fallen upon the palace pathways. The grand royal city was enveloped in silence. with only the cold wind carrying snowflakes gently drifting through, revealing an air of desolation. The structures within the palace were not far apart. After exiting the crown prince and Apos, as palace gates, they walked for about a quarter of an hour before arriving at the outer courtyard of Queen Zhao and Apos, as chambers. Soon, a eunuch came forth to greet them, instructing the attendants to hand over the items they carried. Following this, he proceeded alone under the eunuch's guidance, navigating through the draped passageway of the front chamber towards the inner sanctum. He murmured softly, "The crown prince has indeed grown." Although it was merely a fleeting glance, the proximity allowed him to observe closely. Meng Yao possessed an exquisitely shaped oval face, her brows seemingly sculpted with intention, thick and elongated. Beneath long eyelashes rested a pair of bright, captivating eyes, while her slightly parted crimson lips moved rhythmically as she spoke, resembling two blossoming peach petals. Her figure appeared splendid. Despite being a mother, her silhouette remained unaltered. The fair skin of her neck was enveloped in a deep-hued skirted robe, accentuating both her slenderness and curvaceousness. Chapter 42 Destiny. Meng Yao finally exhaled softly, her gaze still firmly fixed upon her son. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "That you are not my biological child. I have always regarded you as my own. Now that you have grown, it is imperative that you cherish your health when venturing outside, setting aside the past life." It was indeed peculiar to hear such words from a woman of seemingly similar age. Anyone would inevitably feel an inexplicable awkwardness. Meng Yao blinked her beautiful eyes, appearing quite pleased with her son's demeanor. With a smile, she shifted the conversation, asking, "Upon your return to the capital, have you paid your respects to the king?" "I returned to the capital and first visited the Purple Mountain camp to greet father," he replied. Meng Yao nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. "The king intends to personally lead the troops to Zhongshan. I cannot serve him closely, and now that the crown prince has matured, it is essential that you share the burdens of the king." The two continued to engage in casual conversation, with Meng Yu casually inquiring about the customs and cultures of the regions he traversed during his mission to Yin. Upon reflection, he realized that his previous impressions of Meng Yao had been rather superficial. From their recent exchange, it was evident that, aside from her concern for him and the king, her words were devoid of any political inquiries. In essence, this woman was not merely a political pawn used for the exchange of interests within Zhao, but possessed a keen political acumen of her own. However, facing a woman of such age and appearance while attempting to evoke feelings of maternal affection was utterly absurd. In an ordinary family, any man would struggle to maintain a natural demeanor in such circumstances. Women, especially those who have borne children, seem to effortlessly exude a maternal grace towards others. Moreover, their relationship held ethical legitimacy. The palace attendants assisting with his attire noticed the tension on his face and became increasingly cautious in their movements. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that this was an innate quality, unchangeable. If he did not act or think differently, he would inevitably find himself ensnared, facing dire consequences, with those he cherished also meeting their demise alongside him. This uncomfortable state of mind lingered for an indeterminate duration until a familiar figure knelt before him. "Is the crown prince also to accompany the army this time?" the young attendant softly inquired while adjusting his robes. The attendant did not respond, her gaze shifting toward the armor resting on a nearby rack, her eyes betraying a deep concern. After uttering this remark, he diverted the conversation, recounting amusing anecdotes from his journey to Yin, including tales of the 3 dancers gifted to him by the Yin kingdom. The young attendant merely nodded occasionally, her gaze still fixed on the armor. A silent night ensued. The entire suit of armor comprised the breastplate, backplate, skirt armor, pauldrons, and even the gorget. Though he had long anticipated this day, fully aware that only through warfare could he truly seize his destiny, when the moment finally arrived, his heart remained laden with anxiety and uncertainty. Yet, regardless of his willingness, war was inescapable. It was his fate to don this suit of armor, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever be able to shed it. With such thoughts, he involuntarily exhaled a deep sigh. Once fully clad in his formidable gear, he lingered before the bronze mirror until the sound of an announcement from outside the hall prompted him to turn and stride towards the door. Upon exiting the central gate, he beheld a throng of over 100 individuals amassed in the courtyard, alongside 2 chariots drawn by 4 horses stationed within the premises. At this moment, Peng Huan and Lu Yi were both adorned in armor, followed by dozens of fully equipped soldiers. And with the addition of over 100 warriors yet to return from the state of Yin, a total of 300 armored men stood ready. Chapter 43. Dividing forces for battle, these individuals, typically well-fed and robust, have not neglected the art of combat. Now fully armed, they stand as true elite warriors upon the battlefield. A few unarmored officials from the prince's court step forward to pay their respects, followed by a unified bow from the soldiers behind them, who respectfully greet the prince. There are no fervent pre-battle speeches, only decisive commands. Let us depart. The sound of hooves striking the blue bricks resonates clearly. As they exit the long corridor of the palace, a considerable crowd has gathered along the streets, primarily consisting of the families of the departing soldiers. In this era of frequent bloodshed, people have perhaps grown accustomed to the anguish brought by war. Or perhaps they have become numb to it. Yet, every farewell serves as a poignant reminder, for each parting may signify a final separation between life and death. The troops preparing for battle have gradually assembled, and now only a small group of family members has come to bid farewell. Although their numbers are few, the scene evokes deep emotions. Nevertheless, the soldiers exhibit no signs of sorrow. Instead, their spirits are high. This contrast between the soldiers' exuberance and the tearful farewells of women and children creates a striking dichotomy. Outside the camp, the once lengthy assembly of troops has vanished. The Purple Mountain camp occupies a vast expanse, and although it lacks a military market due to its proximity to the capital, it is otherwise well-equipped. At this moment, wisps of smoke rise from the camp, signaling that it is time to prepare meals. Inside the tents, the generals gather around a large table, fervently discussing a map. While King Zhao stands silently at the center, his expression inscrutable. According to the original battle strategy, the first engagement should focus on probing the enemy, assessing the strength of Zhongshan, engaging the Lord's attitudes towards Zhao. However, the alliance with Yin undoubtedly enhances the feasibility of expanding their gains. Yet, the nature of warfare is ever-changing. Early this morning, Zhao received reports indicating that the Zhongshan army shows no signs of dividing its forces to fend off the encroaching Yin and Zhao, but rather is consolidating its troops in one location. Scouts have estimated that the gathering comprises at least tens of thousands of soldiers, with the Zhongshan vanguard having crossed the Huaituo River, now encamped along the Fenglong line. While many aspects of the battlefield remain beyond his understanding, he can discern the geographical and situational discussions among the generals. The territory of Zhongshan is divided into northern and southern regions, with the Huaituo River often referred to as the Little Yellow River flowing through. The capital of Zhongshan, Lingshou, and the former capital, Guqing, now Dingzhou, Hebei, are situated on the northern bank of the river. Moreover, in recent years, taking advantage of internal strife within Yin, Zhongshan has annexed vast tracts of land to the north, resulting in a densely populated northern bank, rich with cities that serve as the heart of Zhongshan. In contrast, the southern bank, having long served as the front line against Zhao, is characterized by numerous military fortifications. According to the dates outlined in the alliance, Yin must have already commenced its military actions, and Zhongshan and Apos' leadership should have been aware of this development. Even if the Yin forces are weakened, it is unlikely that the rulers of Zhongshan would completely overlook such an impending threat. Observing the present, the war has only just commenced. Zhongshan has yet to ascertain the distribution of military strength in Zhao, and has chosen to disregard the northern Yin army, concentrating all forces in the south. However, the likelihood of Yin betraying their alliance is minimal, as such an action would prove detrimental on both fronts. It would have been wiser to refuse the alliance from the outset. Yet, having consented, to now renege would irrevocably offend Zhao. Despite this, there has been no verbal communication from him. Regardless of his status, he remains a novice on the battlefield, although he has conducted considerable research behind the scenes. His thoughts and concerns inevitably remain somewhat one-dimensional. It is prudent for the proposed council to be deliberated upon by the experienced generals. Should they heed his advice and missteps occur, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. After an extensive discussion, King Zhao finally spoke. With Zhongshan's intentions unclear and the Yin forces lacking strength, we, Zhao, shall respond to their changes with our own steadiness. Dispatch orders. At the hour of the tiger tomorrow, prepare meals. At the hour of the rabbit, we shall march, converging our forces at Shakyu, to further strategize for our nation and Apos' endeavors. Chapter 44. Observing the troops and archery in this battle, the state of Zhao did not appoint a temporary commander. Rather, King Zhao himself assumed the role of military leader. Once the military orders were issued, even if the ministers within the tent harbored dissenting opinions, they had no choice but to comply. King Zhao then entrusted the steward Fei Yi to remain in Handan to temporarily oversee state affairs. While the other generals accompanied the army, which was set to march forth in a matter of days. The following day, although the night was still deep, the skies above the grand camp of Zishan were already illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The troops had assembled, and at a command from King Zhao, they divided into 3 divisions, front, middle, and rear, progressing towards the gathering point at Shaqiao. The distance from Handan to Shaqiao was merely a little over 100 miles, and at a regular marching pace, the army would arrive in 3 days. The journey proved smooth, and the state of Zhongshan had shown no further military movements in recent days. Shaqiao occupies a unique geographical position, subtly elevated above the surrounding towns. It lies to the west near the secondary capital of Xinxiang and gazes eastward upon the ancient course of the Yu River, simultaneously controlling the river crossing. From this location, the army could easily divide or regroup from any direction. King Zhao wisely chose to establish the central command here rather than in the western capital of Xinxiang. During the march, he felt he had performed commendably, though he had not voiced any significant opinions. At the very least, his rapport with the military leaders was harmonious. Prior to departing from Handan, the sovereign had dispatched a cavalry detachment of over 500 men to him, although merely a contingent without specific combat orders. The significance of 500 cavalry was not to be underestimated. Throughout the past century, the frequent military confrontations among the feudal states led to various alterations in their military systems. While the advantages of large-scale infantry combat became evident, the cavalry, originally regarded as auxiliary forces, began to emerge prominently. However, the training conditions for cavalry remained comparatively stringent and lacking specialized gear. They were still primarily employed for harassment and reconnaissance rather than serving as the main combat force like infantry and chariots. Thus, despite the recognition of cavalry's importance, their numbers remained modest across the states. For instance, the state of Zhao, blessed with favorable conditions as a hub for horse breeds and bordering the vast desert to the north, still maintained only around 10,000 regular cavalry, with a significant portion stationed in Jinyang and Dai County. In the expedition against Zhongshan, Zhao gathered tens of thousands of troops, yet only brought along 2 cavalry detachments, amounting to just over 1,000 riders. This illustrates that the warfare involving chariots and infantry remained the prevailing theme of the era. Therefore, the 500 cavalry, coupled with his several hundred elite personal guards, held considerable significance in this conflict. Traveling north from Handan, passing through Xinxiang, Baizi to Haoqing, and continuing from Handan to the Tuning Hill, crossing the Yu River. Once Zhao firmly established its foothold in Haoqing, the southern long wall built along the Huai River by the state of Zhongshan became virtually ineffective against the Zhao forces. However, venturing further north led into the complex terrain of the semi-mountainous region, which was notably easier to defend than to assault. Yet, should the aim be to control Jingxing, this route would undoubtedly be essential for the Zhao army. However, the sovereign and Apos' intention to divide his forces clearly indicates a desire to cross the Yu River. As for the specifics of the division, at this moment, a voice from outside the tent announced the arrival of several subordinate generals for an audience. Moments later, a group of armored men stepped out from the grand tent, totaling 7 in number. In recent days, they had been meeting almost daily, thus becoming quite familiar with one another. Among them were the 2 personal guards, Pang Huan and Lu Yi, a cavalry officer, and 4 captains of the cavalry battalion. At this hour, as dusk settled in, tendrils of smoke curled above the camp, signaling mealtime. The provisions for the Zhao army were sufficient, and in the absence of imminent battle, they could generally ensure 2 meals a day. The cook, at that moment, retrieved a block of frozen hard rice from his bag, forcefully breaking it into pieces before placing it into hot water to boil. With the addition of some vegetable leaves and dried meat, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt, a meal was prepared. Upon seeing the crown prince leading the commander closer, the soldiers, all part of his cavalry unit, rose to their feet. Despite their varied appearances, with both Hu and Xia features, those skilled in horseback archery were undoubtedly elite warriors, their social standing far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. The knights, in turn, bowed respectfully, exhibiting an air of neither servility nor arrogance. The simple-looking cook even inquired, "Your Highness, have you dined yet? Allow me to serve you a bowl." The others exchanged peculiar glances at this remark. It was not a display of pretense. The fare was indeed palatable, devoid of any unpleasant odor, for it possessed no flavor at all. After walking a short distance, the sound of galloping hooves reached their ears, revealing a group of soldiers nearby, evidently finished with their meal. They were engaged in horseback archery, demonstrating agility as they mounted and dismounted without any assistance. Even while their steeds galloped swiftly, the soldiers remained unaffected by the horse and Oppos' movements, almost every arrow hitting its mark. The proficiency displayed in their archery was truly remarkable. Such skill could only be attained through years of practice. In that era, cavalry were not the dominant force on the battlefield, and those who could ride with such finesse typically came from families with a heritage of martial training or were born into the northern tribes. As a result, the young recruits were naturally unencumbered by stirrups. Needing any external aid to mount a horse would surely invite laughter from their comrades. It was akin to the drinking culture of later times, where those who could drink remained, while those who could not were relegated to the children's table. Chapter 45. In the Vale of Destiny, the sky loomed with a somber hue as the thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the ravines, stirring the remnants of unmelted snow and raising a thin veil of dust, which mingled with the cold breeze carrying wisps of smoke. The mounted youth seemed to have sensed the discerning gaze of their noble lord, prompting them to exert themselves with even greater fervor. The glint of their blades flashed, each arrow striking true. As the second round commenced, he had already recalibrated his focus. With a fluidity that spoke of practiced skill, he nocked an arrow, drawing the bow into a pronounced arc, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fixated on the target ahead, a distance of approximately 40 to 50 paces. With a decisive release of his thumb, the bowstring thrummed softly, sending the arrow slicing through the frigid air in a graceful arc. With a resounding thud, the arrowhead penetrated deep into the wooden target, quivering as it found its mark at the bullseye. Suddenly, a roar of approval erupted from the training grounds. "Bravo! Bravo!" The cavalry officer beside him immediately bowed and declared, "Your Highness, your recent display of archery and horsemanship is nothing short of exquisite. We are truly in awe." The soldiers echoed their agreement. For if the commander himself faltered, displaying mere pretense, how could he expect the allegiance and trust of his troops? How could he serve as a paragon? Human nature is intricate, particularly on the battlefield, where even the slightest oversight by an individual or a small unit could precipitate a cascade of events, potentially leading to a catastrophic imbalance on the grand stage of war. Should the opportunity arise, he yearned to command this elite cavalry with the same deftness as he wielded his orders, aiming to transform them into a force unwaveringly loyal to him through this campaign. After exchanging words with his valiant soldiers, the sky had nearly succumbed to darkness. Cavalry undoubtedly serves as a formidable weapon. Their exceptional mobility and the intensity of their charge render them capable of navigating the most arduous terrains, a feat unattainable by any singular infantry or chariot unit. However, the demands of mounted archery are undeniably rigorous. The very act of galloping presents considerable challenges. Moreover, many specialized maneuvers require years, if not decades, of rigorous training to master, which largely explains why the cavalry forces of various nations remain relatively sparse. Furthermore, such transformation cannot be achieved through mere equipment alone. While stirrups and hybrid saddles may streamline training processes and enhance combat efficacy, they cannot instill martial prowess in an infantryman unaccustomed to riding. Thus, the crux of the matter lies within the individual, within their instincts. Yet, to alter such ingrained habits is an undeniably slow endeavor. Even should such changes be implemented, their immediate impact on unified command would be minimal. Conversely, a single defeat could render those efforts counterproductive, especially given that the Zhao state had yet to undergo a transformation in its war mentality. To effect change, one must first reconcile the disparate hearts of Zhao's populace. The stirrup is a deceptively simple device. Once adopted, the necessity for hybrid saddles diminishes, as both serve fundamentally the same purpose. He shook his head, casually tossing the silk paper into the brazier. While the stirrup indeed held immense strategic significance, what he truly required at that moment was evidently not this object. The cavalry and Oppos' military discipline was commendable. After their daily meals, they engaged in routine drills, maintaining commendable morale. Thus, they languidly awaited for 7 or 8 days, receiving no news save for the daily arrival of supply wagons. The knight, upon announcing his identity and military orders outside the camp, proceeded directly towards the central tent. He harbored a profound aversion to this place, yet the sovereign still opted for it. Many fated consequences are inescapable, woven into the very fabric of destiny. Chapter 46. Military talent. The name San Dune originates from the Yin and Shang dynasties. Centuries ago, King Zhou constructed a palace retreat here. At that time, the river had not yet changed its course, and each year, sediment accumulated along its banks. The king named the site after observing the sand dunes. Although this location possesses an aura of malevolence, it undeniably qualifies as a strategic stronghold. Long ago, Duke Huan of Qi had pursued the Rong tribe to the north from this very place, and it was also here that Lord Xing perished, leading to the downfall of his state. As centuries passed, although the river altered its path, the Yu River remains an insurmountable barrier. In the later years of the reign of the late monarch, the strategy of the Zhao state shifted northward, leading to the reconstruction of the city at San Chuan. Upon the ascension of the current ruler, a palace platform was erected outside the city, known as San Chuan Palace. At this moment, the main military camp formed a semicircle around the palace, with cavalry emerging from the camp, galloping northward along the postal road. After a quarter of an hour, the lacquered doors of the palace city came into faint view. Although the palace is still undergoing expansion, its structure has begun to take shape. The generals are currently gathered around a large map at the center of the main hall. After exchanging pleasantries, the newcomer was assigned to stand aside. Glancing at the map, he observed that certain cities were marked with crosses, while others were circled. Listening to the discussions among the generals, it became evident that the vanguard of the Zhao army had already engaged with Zhongshan. Fortunately, the deliberations did not last long. The king of Zhao gradually spoke. I initially intended to seize Fulia to sever the territory between Zhongshan and the river. However, I have just received reports that the Zhongshan army has emerged from Fenglong and divided its forces, with a portion having already crossed the Yu River. On the eastern bank of the Yu River, the former course of the Yellow River, there are numerous cities in Zhongshan, but only 3 are of primary significance: Changcheng, Fuliu, and Guanjin. Guanjin, a grand city captured in recent years from Yin, hosts a limited number of troops, indicating that its foundation is not yet secure. Changcheng primarily controls the crossings on both banks of the Yu River, while Fulia serves as a crucial foothold for Zhongshan in the riverine region. Should this stronghold be eliminated, the supply line from Changcheng to Guanjin would be severed, leaving the entire eastern bank of the Yu River defenseless. However, Zhongshan is unlikely to relinquish its 3 cities in the riverine area without resistance. As the king finished speaking, the commander Niu Jian bowed respectfully and declared, I propose to reinforce Fuliu. If Zhongshan significantly increases its forces, we may also strike at Changcheng to cut off their retreat, and then proceed to besiege them. Following Niu Jian's suggestion, several generals voiced their agreement. Once the discussion concluded, the king of Zhao nodded slightly and responded, what you all propose aligns with my intentions. However, Fulia cannot be taken by force. Our great army must not be confined to a single location. Since Zhongshan has divided its forces, I too wish to split our army to engage them. Although the exact number of their divided forces remains unclear, should the Zhongshan army attempt to rescue their positions, they will inevitably commit their main strength across the river, which would be sufficient to counter our formidable forces. The king of Zhao fell silent for a moment, as if having made a significant decision. After surveying the generals, he decisively commanded, Niu Jian, Zhao Xiao. The 2 generals quickly clasped their hands in salute, responding, we are here. The king continued, you 2 shall lead the right army and Appos, infantry and chariots to immediately cross the river and reinforce Fuliu. Remember, if Fuliu cannot be taken, we must destroy the crossing at Changcheng. The 2 generals, their expressions grave, clasped their hands in salute once more. Understood, replied King Zhao. He continued, the forces of Zhongshan are divided along the banks of the Yu River, and the southern line of the Huda will undoubtedly be left vulnerable. You shall lead the left army, both infantry and cavalry, to launch a surprise assault on the Yuan clan at Fenglong at dawn tomorrow. Should that prove unfeasible, immediately redirect your forces to secure the western crossing, thereby cutting off any reinforcements from Zhongshan. King Zhao cast a brief glance at him, nodding slightly, before turning his attention to the remaining generals to continue with the deployment of assignments. This clearly attests to King Zhao's remarkable military acumen. As one of the 2 commanding officers safeguarding Handan, it is not merely the prowess of Su Jun in warfare that deserves mention, but rather the fact that he is undoubtedly a trusted confidant of King Zhao. Su Jun humbly expressed his reluctance to take credit. Then, with a congenial demeanor, remarked, the crown prince is adept with the bow and horse, and his discipline in military affairs is widely acknowledged within the camp. This battle will require the crown prince's invaluable support. After Su Jun's statement, the other generals of the left army readily concurred. Regardless of the circumstances, the demeanor of the left army generals towards him appeared relatively amicable. This is indeed a positive development, as it will mitigate unnecessary internal strife on the battlefield. After exchanging pleasantries outside the Shakia palace with the other generals, they did not linger excessively and promptly made their way towards the encampment of the Left Army. The Left Army was stationed with over 20,000 troops across more than a dozen camps, with a multitude of vehicles and foot soldiers. And the movements of such a large force could not be entirely concealed. Peng Huan clasped his hands and stated, "I shall arrange for this at once." Chapter 47. The horned advantage. The cavalry surged like a torrent, flames illuminating the heavens. Just past the hour of the rabbit, a multitude of left troops, numbering in the tens of thousands, departed along the postal route. This military expedition against Zhongshan saw Zhao Kingdom mobilizing more than half of its available forces from within Handan. Aside from the border guards stationed along the Zhang River and the Great River, the army was divided into 3 divisions, each commanding several dozens of battalions. The left troops boasted roughly 30,000 infantry and chariots, supplemented by the standing forces of 2 battalions from Zishan. On the extensive postal road, the warriors donned an eclectic array of armor, wooden, leather, and iron, adorned in a vibrant palette. As the throngs converged, the kaleidoscope of colors created a somewhat chaotic spectacle. The fate of Zhao Kingdom, as dictated by the 5 elements, was aligned with fire and wood under normal circumstances. The military attire would have prominently featured a deep crimson embellished with hints of green. However, in reality, the proportion of armored troops was less than 30% among the ordinary forces, making it a rarity to see even a single suit of armor among the ranks of the elite. This phenomenon was not exclusive to Zhao. The situation was even more pronounced in other feudal states. Despite the relatively advanced handicrafts and ironworking in the 3 Jin, the ratio of armored soldiers remained commendably high. In stark contrast, the Qin army, often dubbed as tigers and wolves by the feudal lords, suffered from significant limitations due to geographic constraints, resulting in inferior mineral reserves and ironworking capabilities, which naturally led to an even lower rate of armor-clad soldiers. The haste of Qin's eastern advance was likely tied to the rich mineral resources held by the San Chuan region. The Grand Army, a majestic procession, emerged from the sand dunes and continued westward along the banks of the now-frozen days, marching for nearly 3 days until reaching the borders of Xinjiang, where they finally turned northward. The North China plain of this era differed significantly from that of later generations, particularly in terms of its water systems and bodies of water. For instance, the vast expanse of Days, Julu Marsh, an ancient wetland long lost to history, was at this time an immense water body, with its western shore nearly 20 miles from the walls of Xinjiang, while the eastern bank directly connected to the Yu River, extending over 100 miles in depth from south to north. Numerous rivers originating from the Taihang Mountains converged here, and the geographical significance of Days was paramount. Geopolitically, Days and its tributary rivers served to segment the northern regions of the Hebei Plain, forming a narrow corridor between the southern expanse of the marsh and the ancient course of the Yu River. This unique terrain resulted in the eastern and western expanses of Days being far broader than those to the west. In earlier years, the border between Zhao and Zhongshan had remained stable at the northern extremity of Days, which had a relatively smaller defensive profile. However, Zhao had long since crossed to the northern shore and had reconstructed the fortified city of Hao on the banks of Huai River. As the Grand Army passed through Xinjiang and continued to Beichuan before reaching Hao City, the decrease in supply weight significantly accelerated their pace. The supply line from the capital of Xinjiang to Hao City was short, requiring minimal provisions, and due to the unique terrain, there was little concern about the logistics team falling prey to surprise attacks from Zhongshan forces. The army camped along the northern bank of Huai River, positioned roughly between the cities of Fangzi and Hao, maintaining a vigilant watch over both banks. The terrain here is exceedingly intricate. To the east, along the Huai River, lies a relatively unblemished plain, yet a short distance to the west reveals the hazy outline of the Zanhua Mountain, extending from the Taihang mountain range. The wind has been quite fierce these past few days, causing considerable distress to the soldiers on the march. As dusk approaches, the winds begin to subside, but a thin veil of mist gradually envelopes the air. The Central Army is encamped in a deserted village, and upon inquiring with the patrolling guards, it became evident that with the impending battle, the surrounding populace had sought refuge behind the sturdy walls of the city. At this moment, the supply troops are hastily laboring against the encroaching darkness, fortifying the perimeter of the village where the Central Army is stationed. Their primary task involves digging trenches ahead, placing sharpened wooden stakes and bamboo as traps, and erecting fences along the inner side of the trenches. Although the likelihood of an assault from the Zhongshan army appears negligible, Su Jun nonetheless exhibits a marked prudence. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Jun took the initiative to speak. Just as he was about to send someone to summon the Crown Prince for a military discussion, the Crown Prince arrived. Su Jun gestured towards the cartographic map before him and remarked, "I have also dispatched someone to survey the situation. It seems the Zhongshan rebels anticipate that our army covets the fertile lands of Hejian. They have divided their forces at Jipu, likely fearing that our army will sever their retreat, while underestimating our intention to advance northward towards Fenglong and Jingxing." At this juncture, a young deputy standing on the periphery suddenly interjected, "We could seize this opportunity to swiftly penetrate the heartland of Zhongshan, capturing Fanwu and decisively severing the supply lines along the banks of the Hutua." His proposal was met with immediate dissent from the assembly. Fanwu, being the strategic stronghold of Zhongshan on the southern bank of the Hutua River, lies directly across from the capital, Lingshou, with merely 20 to 30,000 men. Even if Zhongshan were to be unguarded, how could they hope to hold such ground for long? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jun turned to one side and inquired, "Have there been any updates from the Yin army?" Chapter 48. The clash of armies. Though the situation in the northern frontier remains uncertain, the recent conduct of the Yin state has proven rather unreliable. Prior to the Zhao army and Oppo's departure from Shachao, reports indicated that the main force of the Yin troops had already crossed the Laishui River, mere steps away from Wuyang City. Yet, 5 or 6 days have elapsed, and still, there is no sign of an assault on the city. Fortunately, the Zhao state had never truly anticipated substantial assistance from this ally. Thus, the current diversion of Yin troops serves as an unexpected boon. At the very least, their presence at the gates will distract the rulers of Zhongshan, rendering the Zhongshan army unable to lend support to the south in the short term. After expressing his thoughts, Su Jun scanned the room, asking, "What are your opinions, esteemed generals?" The assembled commanders unanimously supported Su Jun's strategy. He continued, "The terrain along the Jipu line is relatively flat, and our forces outnumber the enemy. Should we engage in open battle, our army should utilize a broader formation to seek opportunities for a flanking maneuver against the enemy." While he considered Su Jun's plan overly cautious, it adhered to conventional military wisdom. Moreover, as the commanding general, he could not afford to jeopardize the army's position through reckless interference. Such actions would be indefensible before the sovereign. After all, the Zhao army does not possess an absolute advantage over Zhongshan at this juncture. And in light of the uncertainty surrounding the enemy and Oppo's strength, prioritizing the preservation of their own forces is paramount. The final meeting before battle concluded swiftly. In a hazy reverie, he seemed to glimpse the tear-streaked face of Ji Nu, and moments later, he recalled the 2 graceful dancers in the Yin Palace. On the 9th day of November, a thick fog enveloped the dawn. Before the sun had fully risen, a shrill clarion call echoed, signaling the commencement of the army's march. The flickering flames from their encampment slightly dispelled the mist. The long procession traveled northward along the post road for about half an hour. Perhaps due to their distance from the banks of the Huai River, the fog began to lift considerably. Judging by the light, it promised a day of splendid sunshine. Yet, this location was hardly suitable for a leisurely outing. It served as a warning signal of an impending encounter. He stood on a gently rising hill, gazing at the vast formations unfolding in the distance. Contrary to his expectations of a sudden ambush, there was only the open display of a military confrontation. The Zhao army held a discernible numerical advantage, with their battle lines drawn more densely and broadly. The troops advanced steadily in a fish-scale formation, with several organized chariot battalions positioned on either flank. From a bird's-eye view, the wings of the Zhao army appeared particularly formidable, stretching several miles east and west, subtly encircling the Zhongshan forces. The Zhongshan army, based on the extent of their formation, numbered over 10,000, predominantly infantry, with even fewer chariots than the Zhao army. The 2 armies faced each other on a flat expanse, where only a few gentle hills interrupted the view from east to west. Scattered among the landscape were dilapidated villages and several bare patches of woodland, which, though somewhat obstructing visibility, could not conceal any troops. Moreover, prior to the confrontation, both sides had dispatched numerous scouts to gather intelligence. In such terrain, both sides were initially prepared, once they had established their formations. The prospect of a surprise attack became exceedingly challenging. The Zhao army, however, was not entirely engaged in foreign territory, should they truly find themselves besieged in a small town. That would spell their doom. At the very least, in open battle, there exists a chance to turn the tide of war. For sheer numbers on the battlefield have never guaranteed victory in an engagement. Here, He had assembled his cavalry and personal guard, numbering around 600 to 700 riders, all standing upon the ground, refraining from mounting their steeds. At this moment, the wind seemed to stagnate, with only the horses remaining restless, stamping their hooves and tossing their heads. Chapter 49. The herding effect. The morning breeze dispersed the mist as the dawn sun cast its warm rays upon the earth. Two elongated black lines stretched across the ground, reminiscent of the legendary axe that cleaved through the haze, leaving behind scars in its wake. As time passed, these scars gradually overlapped, until they split once more. Uncertain how long had passed, it felt like a fleeting moment. The wind rose. Suddenly, the battlefield darkened, not with ominous clouds, but with an innumerable swarm of flying arrows. Thousands of arrowheads zipped through the sky at high speed, their sonic booms echoing like thunder in a drought, glinting like dewdrops as they heralded a tempest on this clear day. Once the storm had passed, the resonant footsteps did not falter. This final exchange before the clash served as a signal, a herald of impending combat. Flags fluttered vigorously, swirling in the air as dust began to rise, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonating in the hearts of all present. Kill! Kill! The battlefield erupted with fervent cries, soon accompanied by the neighing of horses and the clanging of metal, the cacophony merging into a single roar that reverberated across the sky. The vanguard's chariots initiated the collision. The initial clash of the two black lines was extraordinarily fierce. Before the engagement, both sides maintained their formations, but once in combat, their ranks stretched too thin. At the first contact, the Zhao army and Appo's previously orderly fish-scale formation had already twisted into an irregular shape. Following the initial confrontation, many individual formations struggled to maintain their coherence. Yet, the momentum of the charge showed no signs of abating. The Zhao cavalry held the advantage, their chariot formations capitalizing on the terrain of the plains, gaining a slight upper hand as several of their chariot units pierced sharply into the ranks of the Zhongshan army. However, after a brief surge, these reorganized infantry and chariot formations quickly became engulfed in the surging tide of soldiers. The reinforcements from the Zhongshan army swiftly filled the gaps that had just been breached. It seemed that the contest had barely begun. As the two armies' flanks drew closer, the archers began to retreat, and rows of long spears were raised at an angle, their tips glinting ominously towards the heavens. Swordsmen and shield-bearers shifted to the sides to guard against the chariots and Appo's onslaught, while pure infantry formations commenced their combat. The sharp sounds of wooden poles clashing resonated instantaneously as spear shafts struck against each other, seeking opportunities to eliminate the enemy amidst the fray. In the chaos of mass combat, elaborate tactics were unnecessary. The majority consisted of haphazard thrusts, spear tips gleaming as they penetrated the enemy ranks through the gaps. Although there remained some spaces between the opposing formations, they were soon filled with countless spearheads, creating a scene reminiscent of a lotus root sliced in two, its severed sections still fiercely entwined with glimmering threads. The soldiers in the front row were the first to strike, exclaiming in shock, "Ah, damn you!" The air was suddenly filled with curses and cries, each voice laced with incomprehensible dialects hurling insults at one another's families. Individuals fell amidst the chaos, only to be swiftly replaced by those behind them. The fallen, some fortunate enough to escape being trampled to death, crawled desperately across the ground, yet were unable to rise amidst the throng of bodies surrounding them. In a frenzied attempt to survive, they drew their short swords, striking at their own legs in a futile bid to free themselves. The wails grew more harrowing, blood splattering across the ground, mingling with the stench of excrement, pervading the battleground. The march forward could not falter. When the soldiers in the front ranks lost their long weapons, they resorted to their short swords. When a sword became lodged in an enemy's body, they hurled themselves forward, biting and tearing with their hands, employing every part of their bodies as a weapon, driven by a singular thought: to advance. Some were blinded, others pierced through the shoulder by spears, their mouths agape in anguish cries, caught in a cycle of death yet unable to retreat. Before long, the contact between the long spear formations expanded, with the second rank lowering their spears, striking against the opposing shafts while seeking gaps to stab recklessly. The weapons on both sides were of similar length, with spears predominating, alongside a few halberds. Those struck through by spears met a swift end, while others found themselves ensnared by halberd tips, leading to a relentless tug-of-war, blades slicing through flesh, blood spraying forth, painting the scene akin to the depths of hell. The melee continued beneath the formations, soldiers sprawled on the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. swung their weapons wildly, or clung to the legs of their comrades in a desperate bid to rise. However, once down, standing again was nearly impossible. In the dense crowd, feeling the weight of their comrades pressing upon them, their insides crushed to the point of despair, the initial exhilaration gradually morphed into hopelessness. The Zhao army boasted robust forces on both flanks, yet the formation of the Zhongshan army remained resilient. Despite enduring numerous charges from the Zhao forces, the Zhongshan formation did not yield significantly. Nevertheless, the individuals on the flanks and in the front ranks began to retreat gradually, and as time passed, the Zhongshan formations on both sides started to feel the strain of compression. One by one, soldiers were knocked down by their comrades, many of whom had yet to engage in battle. The cries for help and the sounds of agony from the front, combined with the pressing chaos, transformed the thoughts of those still holding onto a semblance of reason into sheer terror as unease spread like wildfire around them. The vanguard of the Zhao army, having reached a stalemate after failing to breach the Zhongshan forces, found itself in a moment of suspended conflict. At this juncture, the central banner waved. Commands were relayed in layers, and several formations of charioteers began to withdraw from the battlefield, shifting towards the flanks. Chapter 50. The Tide of Defeat in a Frenzy. The soldiers behind surged into the breach. After prolonged combat, valor inevitably emerges, yet fatigue also takes its toll on the troops. It was not long before those within the Zhongshan formation were overwhelmed and began to retreat, colliding with the ranks behind them. This domino effect of retreat sparked chaos, leading to a significant breach in the right flank of the Zhongshan army. In the distance, the Zhao army and Apos chariots exploited this opening, charging through with great force, shattering several Zhongshan formations in their advance towards the enemy's central position. Without the protection of their flanks, the Zhongshan army and Apos front lines began to buckle under the pressure from the Zhao infantry, causing further collapses among their formations. The battlefield and Apos dynamics shifted quietly yet decisively. The air was once again filled with the thunderous cries of battle, painting a scene rife with bloodshed and madness. A foul odor permeated the atmosphere, carried by the brisk winds that swept across every corner of the combat zone. The sudden collapse of Zhongshan and Apos' right flank came without warning, as if it had fallen without a hint of foreboding. Should the Zhao army seize this moment to thrust through the right, penetrating the heart of the Zhongshan forces, the outcome of this battle would be sealed. At this juncture, it was the cavalry's moment to shine. Perhaps only the horses remained composed amidst the chaos, stamping their hooves on the parched grass, occasionally exhaling a sound akin to a sigh. Subsequently, the wooden sign was passed to the officer Zhao Shi, who, with a grave expression, surveyed the loyal guards around him and declared in a commanding voice, "You must now prepare for battle, serving the nation with loyalty and alleviating the burdens of our sovereign at this critical moment." In alleviating the burdens of our sovereign, the crowd echoed in unison. Yes, the officers responded, bowing in acquiescence as they mounted their steeds and galloped towards the slopes on either side, relaying commands. Once only the personal cavalry remained on the hilltop, Pang Huan raised his voice once more. "You are to protect the crown prince with your very lives. If the prince is humiliated, we shall all perish. If the sovereign is dishonored, the subject shall die." The loyal guards echoed fervently. The two armies faced off, with the cavalry positioned not far from the right flank, separated only by a dilapidated village. At this moment, the banners of the cavalry units had been raised, their formations significantly more dispersed than that of the infantry. The terrain was flat, and 700 or 800 cavalrymen lined up in multiple ranks, presenting an imposing sight from a distance. Within the Zhao army's formation, a sudden uproar erupted, reverberating through the air. The soldiers, witnessing their cavalry descending into the fray, felt a surge in morale. The cavalry continued to advance towards the battlefield at a steady pace. Meanwhile, the Zhongshan formations that had retreated from the right began to scatter in all directions. Many soldiers fleeing like headless chickens, ignoring the need to discern their path, only to collide headlong with the advancing cavalry. As they passed through the ruined village, the clamor intensified. Looking up, one could see the battlefield in utter disarray, arrows flying overhead, and amidst the melee, soldiers continued to fall, their cries and screams deafening. The right flank of the Zhongshan formation has been breached, yet not all battalions have succumbed to defeat. The chariots continue to charge forth, and the pikemen persist in their clash, while the sword and shield soldiers of Zhongshan scurry in all directions. The lifeless bodies of soldiers lie upon the ground, their faces devoid of expression, as the chariots produce a horrific tearing sound while trampling over them. The The resounding thunder of hooves reverberates across the land. The battlefield is flat. With 700 or 800 cavalry arrayed, surging directly towards the beleaguered Zhongshan troops on the right flank. As the Zhao cavalry first appeared on the battlefield, their galloping momentum instantly alerted the enemy general. That location is likely where the commanding general of the enemy and Oppo's right flank resides. And the scattered troops of the breached formation are beginning to regroup around the great banner. Chapter 51. The struggle of a cornered beast all around. The air was filled with the whistling of arrows and the ravaging flames, as even the fiery chariots could not halt the Zhao army and Oppo's advance. Everyone was engulfed in a frenzied battle, with lives extinguishing in an instant, while the survivors remained both fearless and merciless. Yes, the messenger shouted loudly. Yes, replied Yu Yi from his steed, promptly drawing his bow and urging his horse forward, leading a contingent of elite soldiers swiftly away to the north. In the heart of the battlefield, an enemy general stood atop a chariot, brandishing a long halberd, seemingly shouting something fervently to those around him. As the Zhao cavalry charged with overwhelming force, a sudden battle cry erupted from the center of the formation. The front line of sword-and-shield soldiers swiftly reformed, while the second line lowered their long spears. Through the gaps in their ranks, numerous wooden spear shafts abruptly emerged, their glistening tips aimed directly at the oncoming cavalry. In nearly perfect unison, the cavalrymen released their grips. Fire! The shouts resonated alongside the explosive sounds generated by the arrows. There was no need for extensive commands. This scene, akin to a drill rehearsed countless times, had already ingrained itself in the soldier's muscle memory. At a distance of 100 paces from the enemy formation, after a volley of arrows was unleashed, the cavalry quickly scattered, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing as they surged past the flanks. Yet, this discomfort was soon overshadowed by the anguished cries erupting from the enemy ranks not far away. In such open terrain, it would be foolish to charge head-on into the enemy formation. Leveraging the cavalry's formidable mobility, the prudent approach was to gradually deplete the enemy's living forces. This vast infantry formation, confronted by the arrows raining down like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, found themselves unable to strike back, evade, or pursue. The contingent of over 1,000 soldiers from Zhongshan suffered at least a 20% reduction in numbers from the onslaught of arrows. Following the cavalry's passage, the infantry chariots surged forward, hundreds of cavalrymen consolidating and exploiting the open breach to launch another assault. After several rounds of arrows from Zhao and Oppo's cavalry, this group of hastily assembled routs witnessed their comrades fall one after another, yet they found themselves lacking even the opportunity to engage the enemy. Panic began to spread. The grand phalanx of spearmen crumbled like a sandcastle swept away by a tide, as individuals fled from the sides, impervious to their leaders' futile shouts and curses. The cavalry and Oppo's assault on the disintegrating infantry formation was nothing less than a massacre. Formations of horsemen charged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the disordered soldiers, arrows flying, spears and short swords wielded with ferocity, bodies collapsing to the ground. As chaos reigned within the formation, the earth echoed with the cries of the damned. Many of the Zhongshan soldiers, cornered and desperate, clutched their long spears with wide eyes, charging at the galloping cavalry. However, they were swiftly met with the lethal glint of arrows or were trampled under the hooves of galloping knights. Observing the tumult within the formation, the Zhongshan military commander atop his chariot seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. The chariot abruptly changed direction, and under the protection of loyal guards who still maintained their ranks, it swiftly retreated towards the main Zhongshan camp to the north. At this moment, the entire right flank of the enemy and Oppo's forces had descended into chaos, with soldiers fleeing in all directions. However, the majority of the retreating troops instinctively headed north, creating a massive flow of humanity that hindered the swift movement of the enemy general and Oppo's personal guard. The conspicuous banner atop their war chariot was also under constant scrutiny. At this juncture, a cavalry unit from the Zhao army diverged from the main force, swiftly intercepting the direction in which the enemy general was fleeing. Amidst the turmoil of battle, a loud cry echoed, prompting the Zhao army's infantry and chariots to surge forward in pursuit. After a fierce clash and relentless assault, the purple banner representing the commanding general was abruptly engulfed in the tumult. With the fall of this emblem, the morale of the Zhongshan troops shattered, and before long, the entire right flank of Zhongshan completely disintegrated. Following the collapse of Zhongshan's right, the grand formation of Zhongshan resembled a bird rendered flightless, its wings clipped. The already heated battle in Zhongshan's central and left formations was thrown into disarray by the retreating soldiers of their own ranks. The numerical superiority of the Zhao army became glaringly evident, as more and more infantry and chariot units surged through the gaps, relentlessly pursuing the retreating enemy. The left flank of the Zhongshan formation crumbled entirely, and the disordered remnants of their forces began to scatter, colliding with their own central formation alongside the advancing Zhao army. Chapter 52. The embers of war. The serpentine black line across the land began to swiftly contract towards the central formation of Zhongshan, propelled by the rapid advance of the troops. At this moment, the infantry of Zhongshan had yet to fully retreat, steadfastly braving the fierce onslaught, charging towards the Zhao forces. An ever-increasing number of troops became embroiled in the fray. The scene was a cacophony of chaos, with combatants clad in various armors wildly brandishing their swords and shouting, while the neighing of war horses and the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs filled the air, creating a deafening din. The tide of battle turned catastrophically. The herd mentality ignited once more, as many Zhongshan soldiers, still resisting, relinquished their weapons and fled in panic, scattering alongside their defeated comrades. The cavalry lingered ominously on the flanks of the retreating Zhongshan troops, drawing their bows and wielding their blades to harvest lives indiscriminately. However, it was evident that they had abandoned the prospect of annihilating the enemy. Various units gradually ceased their pursuit, regrouping and realigning their ranks towards the central army formation. Just as the sun began to set, the billowing crimson cloaks, resembling blood-drenched fabric, were illuminated by the dying rays, casting a grim light upon countless severed limbs and shattered bodies, stretching endlessly northward, rendering the desolate battlefield akin to a forsaken hell. A brook meandered past, its waters flowing over unsullied blood, while the vacant eyes of the fallen gazed vacantly towards the heavens. Encrusted in blood and grime, he appeared quite disheveled. Yet, having fought fiercely from noon until dusk, his steed, a magnificent stallion with a flowing mane, remained unscathed amidst the turmoil of battle, now shaking its head and emitting a gentle snort. Although he was securely guarded by loyal soldiers, the chaos of the battlefield offered no guarantees of safety. An errant arrow struck him, fortunately deflected by his armor. Had it found its mark upon his face, the consequences could have been dire. While the exact casualty figures of this conflict remained unclear, the condition of his cavalry indicated that it had been a grueling battle. Upon returning to the camp, the sun vanished entirely beyond the Taiying Mountains. If one gazed northward, the dimming earth revealed flickering embers, remnants of bodies and supply wagons still smoldering from the flames of battle. The biting night wind swept through, dispersing a foul stench that mingled with the acrid scent of blood and feces, while intermittent groans resonated above the camp. The slaughter had ceased, and the survivors, like wild beasts, began to silently tend to their wounds in the darkness. Just as he was about to have his armor removed, a personal guard entered the tent. Bowing to report, "Your Highness, the commander requests your presence in the main tent." Upon placing his sword outside the camp, he stepped into the main tent where the assembled generals rose, their gazes turning towards the entrance. During the day's battle, when Su Jun had ordered the cavalry to charge, he had been apprehensive upon seeing the prince follow suit into the fray. Only after the tumult had subsided and he learned of the princess' safety did he allow himself to exhale in relief. Now, witnessing the prince wounded, his concern reignited. The atmosphere in the camp grew tense, and subtle shifts in the expressions of the other military leaders were palpable. Su Jun, upon hearing his words, ceased to dwell on the matter and sighed softly, saying, "Today, the defenses of the Zhongshan rebels are exceedingly formidable. Were it not for your highness leading the valiant cavalry, I shudder to think how long it would take to breach the enemy's flanks. I fear we may lose even more brave soldiers in this endeavor." The group then resumed their seats, engaging in discussions regarding the forthcoming route of advancement. Although the Zhongshan army, numbering over 10,000, could not be entirely annihilated today, the fleeing scattered troops are unlikely to reorganize into a threatening force against the Zhao army in the near future. Despite the Zhao army and Oppo's advantages in military strength and various troop types, significant costs have been incurred in the effort to vanquish this wave of adversaries. In this single battle alone, the indirect casualties within the left army have surpassed 30%, while these numbers do not reflect direct fatalities. The current medical conditions within the ranks render severe injuries tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 53. The disease of the era. However, the spoils of victory were considerable. As the survivors animatedly discussed the events that transpired on the battlefield that day. Yet, the war was far from over. The slaughter must continue. Soon, Commander Su Jun took the initiative to articulate the route for the Zhao army and Apos' subsequent advance. As it stood, the left army under Su Jun had effectively achieved the strategic objectives assigned by King Zhao, should they wish to advance further. There were essentially two possible courses of action. The first option was for the entire army to march westward, seizing the Fonglong region and possibly continuing their advance to the north. The second option involved splitting the forces into two paths, with a contingent moving east to assault Yangyi in Hebei's Ningjin and Jipu in Zhao County, thereby securing the river crossings and controlling both routes. After hearing the two proposed strategies discussed by the generals, Su Jun remained silent for a moment before stating, "Today, despite our hard-fought victory over the bandits of Zhongshan, we have also diminished our own strength by 1/3. The mountainous terrain along the Zanhua line is treacherous, and both Fonglong and Yuanshe serve as fortified strongholds. Given our current strength, it would be unwise to divide our forces to capture them or to venture northward." The generals exchanged uncertain glances, perhaps taken aback by the stark contrast in topics, and for a moment, no one spoke. Su Jun surveyed the assembly, and seeing no one interrupt, he continued. "I propose we advance eastward to capture Yangyi and Jipu, and immediately secure the river crossings while we await further orders from the king. Although Fonglong and Yuanshe are essential paths for Zhao's northern advance toward Jingxing, it is evident that attempting to seize the Jingxing stronghold with our current troops would be futile. While we could attempt a forceful capture of Fonglong and Yuanshe, it carries significant risks. The current situation along the Hejian front remains unclear, and with the Yin army silent. Should any unforeseen developments arise in Hejian, our contingent could become the sole support. If we were to be ensnared in the Zanhua Mountains by Zhongshan at that point, we would find ourselves in a predicament, though it was uncertain whether Su Jun truly shared these concerns. His previous strategic deployments suggested a commander who was both prudent and possessed a broad perspective, acting decisively in matters of military movement. Despite the considerable gains from today's field engagement, securing those vital cities that guard Jingxing would undoubtedly yield an even more glorious victory. At that moment, a young general, covered in blood and grime, rose first to address Su Jun, clasping his fists in respect. "It was the king and Apos' command for us to divide our forces to crush the enemy, aiming to seize Fonglong and Yuanshe. Now, after our commander has defeated the enemy, to choose to remain on the defensive seems contrary to the king and Apos' orders." Another general stood and clasped his fists, stating, "Today, we have annihilated 90% of the enemy. The remainder has scattered to the north. The bandits of Fonglong and Yuanshe are currently beleaguered. With merely 3,000 infantry, I can secure both cities within 15 days. As these words were uttered, several others echoed their agreement, some even casting glances towards the prince seated across from them. However, the prince understood their intent. They were likely probing his stance on the division of forces. Su Jun and Apos' gaze sharpened slightly. Many of the commanders under his leadership held ranks equal to his own, and it was inevitable that some harbored discontent. Yet, he remained unfazed. He possessed the military order bestowed upon him by the king, and on the battlefield, should anyone dare to defy his commands, he had the authority to detain or execute as he saw fit. Nevertheless, the impetuous young prince remained a variable in this complex equation. At this moment, Su Jun's gaze flickered towards the crown prince. After a while, noticing that the latter remained silent, Su Jun could not help but elevate his assessment of the crown prince once more. There were those who intended to divide their forces, yet the majority chose to adhere to the orders of the commander. Su Jun, no longer hesitating, promptly commanded, "Gather the troops. At the hour of the rabbit tomorrow, we shall advance northward and seize Jipu." The discussions following the battle had concluded somewhat discordantly, as the strength of the individual could never rival that of the collective. Although a few martial leaders held divergent views, they could only act according to military command at this juncture. He nodded towards the gathered assembly and proclaimed loudly, "You are all commendable warriors. Your dedication in battle has touched my heart, and the king's spirit is greatly reassured." The soldiers responded in unison, bowing deeply towards the eastern sand dunes. It was uncertain whether it was the sight of their earlier disarray or the memory of those fallen comrades, who lay still, gazing skyward, that stirred such feelings within him. In retrospect, the so-called post-traumatic stress disorder of later generations seemed a malady that could afflict everyone of this era. Yet, this was the fate they shared, immutable by any. His chest was stained with blood, the crimson marks on his garments long since dried, yet the sharp arrows had left their indelible traces upon him. He had felt little discomfort when donning his armor, but now, with the wound exposed to the air, a piercing pain coursed through him. Fortunately, the military physician was composed and methodical, carefully cutting away the fabric before retrieving a clean silk cloth, which he soaked in warm water from a copper basin. Chapter 54. The Ease of Knowing and the Difficulty of Acting. New Year's Eve Reunion. After disinfection, the old military doctor applied an unfamiliar medicinal powder to the wound. The injury caused by the stray arrow was not severe. The pain came quickly and dissipated just as swiftly. After a moment of silence, he summoned the various officers of the cavalry who had been waiting outside the tent. Aside from Peng Huan, Lu Yi, and cavalry officer Zhao Shi, one of the 100-men commanders was notably absent. He recalled that earlier, just before the battle commenced, that man had solemnly sworn an oath to the heavens. A sigh escaped him, and he proceeded to outline the troop movements for the following day, allowing everyone to retire early for rest. As soon as he closed his eyes, the pale faces of comrades flashed through his mind. He abruptly sat up from the bed, shook his head, and wiped his face with a silk handkerchief, staring intently at the flickering flames while breathing heavily. However, the ingrained sense of dread was not so easily cast aside. His mind replayed the combat scenarios from the battlefield earlier that day. He had previously theorized extensively about strategies that existed only in the realm of academic study. Yet, regardless of how rigorously these theories were formulated, without practical validation, they remained unworthy of serious consideration. It was not that Su Jun and Appo's command during battle was flawed. Rather, it pertained to tactical execution. In both the Zhao army and the Zhongshan forces, it seemed that once one reached the level of commanding thousands, most leaders were proficient in only a single type of troop. While this might not seem problematic at first glance, especially in large-scale engagements where diverse formations are typically employed, it posed significant challenges in terms of coordination. In the vast expanses of the battlefield, such arrangements, though seemingly impeccable, inevitably revealed weaknesses at various points, particularly in open terrains. A strong command over multiple troop types becomes essential to adapt to the unpredictable nature of combat. For instance, if a medium-sized formation were to be disrupted, lacking the swift coordination of various units, they would be vulnerable to enemy onslaughts, making regrouping a formidable task. Cavalry, with its superior mobility, could exploit these weaknesses effectively. The Zhongshan forces, lacking sufficient cavalry to counter the Zhao army, found themselves in a precarious position. When the Zhao cavalry charged, the hastily assembled Zhongshan formation could only rely on infantry to defend. In such scenarios, aside from spear formations, a dense and adequately sized volley of arrows was necessary to pose a real threat to the cavalry. However, cavalry would not foolishly charge into spear formations, and coordinating a focused volley in chaotic conditions proved challenging. Archers, often trained to shoot from chariots, were primarily crossbowmen within the infantry ranks. Once the formation was breached, the difficulties of regrouping sufficient crossbowmen were compounded by the laborious process of reloading and the fragility of their weapons, which required considerable preparation time. This scenario placed immense pressure on the remaining units to coordinate effectively. The cavalry, clad in armor, significantly diminishes the effectiveness of localized arrow assaults. Without prior preparation, the agile light cavalry can swiftly retreat, initiating a new round of harassment. Consequently, after the Zhao army's cavalry engaged, the once formidable formation of the Zhongshan army, which had barely held its ground, collapsed in an instant. Additionally, there lies an aspect concerning the operational tactics of one's cavalry. In this confrontation, while the Zhao cavalry adeptly showcased their mobility, their capacity for localized breakthroughs was notably lacking. In other words, they were devoid of the ability to charge effectively. Had they been able to exploit the initial disorder within the enemy's ranks, they could have executed a decisive breakthrough in segmentation, thus seizing the opportunity with greater precision. However, the complexities of force exertion while mounted, coupled with the absence of primary support points beneath their feet, rendered the cavalry vulnerable. Those without stirrups could still charge, but the associated risks were considerable, leading to a high probability of casualties among the knights. Furthermore, there exists a customary reliance on mounted archery. The issues at hand extend beyond mere tactical considerations, encompassing preparedness, traditions, and the ideological mindset surrounding combat. In contrast to the adoption of modern equipment, the deeply ingrained patterns of human thought are evidently more resistant to change. This predicament intertwines with the intricate power struggles and distribution of interests at the upper echelons of the state. At present, all he can do is take incremental steps toward practical implementation. Only when he has amassed sufficient influence will all challenges unravel effortlessly. In summation, today's victory, when viewed through the lens of the casualty ratio on their side, can be regarded as a narrow triumph. Should the Zhao army seek transformation, it is imperative to refine their military tactics and modernize their armaments. He is now acutely aware of his desires. He harbors a distaste for bloodshed and abhors warfare. Yet, in the current circumstances, all he can do is acquiesce to the tides of fate by engaging in combat when necessary. Chapter 55. Wise Choices. Happy New Year. On November 17th, the Zhao army besieged the city of Jipu. The officials within the city of Zhongshan, realizing that further resistance was futile, surrendered under the intimidation of Su Jun and Apos' envoys. Consequently, the Zhao forces established their presence both inside and outside Jipu, seamlessly taking control of the city's defenses. Su Jun then personally led 2 battalions to press on towards Yangxi, employing the same strategy to capture that city as well. Upon reflection, the swift surrender of the garrison in both cities was understandable. Both were small towns with walls barely a yard high and a circumference of no more than a mile, housing a meager defense. The Zhao army was not entirely on foreign soil. Their supplies and siege equipment were ample and sustainable. Unless Zhongshan possessed overwhelming forces, it was impossible to alleviate the peril facing the 2 cities. The nearby Zhongshan army had suffered devastating losses in a recent engagement. Although the territories governed by the 2 cities were strategically significant, the Zhongshan court was already stretched thin, lacking a resolute leadership and with no internal strength or external reinforcements. The weakened state of the 2 cities rendered their resistance against the Zhao forces futile. Following a breach, they would inevitably face devastation. The garrison and Apos' decision to surrender was indeed a wise choice. While they would still endure plunder, it at least spared the lives of many. This mentality was not uncommon along the borders of the 2 nations. In this era, the lower classes were largely conformist, their class consciousness tightly bound, and submission had become the norm. Without the guidance of authority figures, individual strength ultimately proved meaningless. After deliberation, the generals decided to adhere to their original plan. 2 battalions would remain stationed in the rear while the rest advanced eastward to seize the Yuhu crossing. They now awaited news from both banks of the Yuhu River. Should the Zhao army successfully capture Fuliu, the main conflict of this war could soon conclude. In the past few days, he had contemplated many matters, not only summarizing the lessons learned from the battlefield, but also considering methods for improvement. With some time now available, it was prudent to begin implementing these ideas step by step. The soldiers skillfully marked out a training ground in the surrounding open space, setting up various simple apparatuses. At Pang Huan's command, the cavalry began their drills in an orderly fashion. Zhao Shi commanded several hundred cavalrymen, accompanying the main force to the Yuhu crossing to conduct reconnaissance. The cavalry was an elite force, with a notably high armor rate among the active troops of Zhao, surpassing any other unit. Naturally, all his personal guards were fully armored. Although for the sake of mobility, most cavalry wore lighter armor, leather, iron, and similar to the 2-piece armor of later generations, lacking neck and skirt protection. Each knight was indeed armored. The notion that Zhao and Apos' cavalry would take the field without armor was utterly ludicrous. The strength of an army fundamentally rests on 2 key factors: a high armor rate and stable supply lines. Compared to various weapons, armor is undeniably the more critical military asset. Thus, throughout history, the court has imposed strict regulations on armor, while weapons were less rigorously controlled. Regarding cavalry operations, aside from the primary long-range weapon of the bow, short melee weapons are occasionally employed under special circumstances, as exemplified by the Zhao army and Apos' engagement following their victory over the Zhongshan forces. At this juncture, the cavalry of Zhao is predominantly armed with double-edged swords, with single-edged weapons being virtually non-existent. The swords wielded by Zhao and Apos' cavalry are primarily crafted from bronze. As for the Zhao state and Apos' advanced iron metallurgy, the absence of iron swords can be attributed to the inherent brittleness of cast iron and the excessive softness of wrought iron, both of which render them unsuitable for the creation of cohesive long weapons. Although there exist iron swords produced through the process of steel hardening, the complexity of this technique limits their availability, restricting their use primarily to select military leaders while the common soldiers utilize them sparingly. The so-called short weapons typically measure between 4 to 5 feet in length, exceeding 1 meter. Indeed, many innovations do not emerge without that sudden flash of insight or through prolonged evolution. Pang Huan, reflecting on this, concurred. I have heard that those who excel in warfare first render themselves invincible, thereby awaiting the opportunity to vanquish the enemy. Invincibility lies within oneself, while victory lies with the adversary. Hence, a skilled warrior can establish their own invulnerability, preventing the enemy from attaining assured victory. Chapter 56. Putting into practice the dominant ethnic group of the state of Zhongshan is the Xianyu, a branch of the Baidi. Due to their living environment, these people are more adept at hunting rather than cavalry archery. This implies that close combat for cavalry has always been feasible, at least in the present day. Even without stirrups, the methods of cavalry and melee combat have persisted. As for why cavalry does not charge, the reasoning is quite straightforward. It is simply not cost-effective. When faced with complex battle situations, an impulsive charge into the fray would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. And the value of a cavalryman is far greater than that of an infantryman, whether in terms of human lives or horses. In any era, economics is the primary determinant of victory in warfare. Is it truly just a matter of necessity? The difficulty of crafting 1,000 spears is not much less than that of forging a few sets of armor. He picked up a spear from the rack. Its design was rather ordinary, consisting of a wooden shaft that was not particularly smooth, topped with a sharply honed iron spearhead, secured to the shaft by 2 rivets at the junction. Also resting on the rack was a square halberd, which featured a blade akin to that of a dagger alongside a spear tip, and it was notably longer than the spear, primarily due to the extended spearhead. The assembled generals appeared somewhat puzzled but still offered sincere compliments, as the crown prince and Amp, Apos, stance while wielding the spear was undeniably precise. A few seemed perplexed. But then Lu Yi, in a moment of contemplation, suddenly spoke up. Is the crown prince practicing thrust from horseback? With that, under the astonished gazes of the other generals, he took hold of the reins with one hand and the spear with the other, charging forward to provide a more direct demonstration. It was indeed the first time attempting to wield a long weapon while galloping on horseback. The personal guards, who were currently training nearby, also turned their eyes towards him. They had long been aware of the crown prince and Amp, Apos, martial prowess, yet they were intrigued by this new display. In that moment, he was entirely convinced that even without stirrups, engaging in mounted combat with a spear would not pose significant challenges. Naturally, the addition of stirrups would be ideal, as they provide a point of leverage that allows knights to fight more effectively from their steeds. However, when compared to the potential complications that stirrups might introduce, simply adding a spear to the cavalry's armament list seemed far more straightforward. He promptly issued orders that, from now on, each knight in the personal guard would be equipped with an additional spear as standard weaponry. Although many aspects could not yet be validated on the battlefield, the adjustments made by the crown prince were relatively minor, merely an extra spear for each individual. The acquisition of weapons and tactical maneuvers were relatively uncomplicated. And coupled with the crown prince's own prestige, the generals unanimously agreed. Yet, if one does not take that most challenging first step, they will forever remain trapped within a predetermined destiny. Chapter 57. Waiting for the right moment. Excessively refined weaponry is difficult to procure during wartime. However, common long weapons such as spears and halberds are relatively accessible. There is no need for remaking, as a considerable number were abandoned when the Zhongshan army fled a few days prior. By the next day, when the troops were arranged outside the city, the sky was already filled with a forest of long spears. The active cavalry of Zhao does not truly qualify as light cavalry, at least. Among the cavalry units he has observed, the majority of knights are armored, which satisfies the prerequisites for becoming shock cavalry. Nevertheless, the traditional combat methods continue to dominate, focusing primarily on harassment, mounted archery, and communication. To fundamentally transform this mode of combat, numerous changes are indeed required, excluding economic factors. The current base of Zhao and Amp, Apos' cavalry is alarmingly insufficient. His present objective is not to forge a genuine shock cavalry unit for frontline assaults, but merely to preliminarily ascertain the operational viability of long weapons to bolster the melee combat effectiveness of cavalry. The specific tactics and methods of cavalry engagement cannot be altered at this moment. During the recent drills, the spears and halberds wielded by the knights can be employed for thrusting or throwing, depending on the circumstances of battle. Such a transformation cannot be accomplished overnight, and many specific issues have yet to be tested in the crucible of true warfare. As days pass, by November 26th, combined with the intelligence gathered regarding enemy movements along the Songzi and Yayan front lines, it appears that the Zhongshan court may indeed have intentions to reinforce their southern front. This is undoubtedly a cause for concern. Fortunately, this anxiety does not linger for long. Later that evening, news from the front lines reported that the crossings along the banks of the Yu River had been entirely seized by the Zhao army. Shortly after departing the city on horseback, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The cavalry advanced westward for over 2 hours, unwittingly arriving at the periphery of a battlefield that still bore the remnants of recent conflict. The first sight to catch their eye was the remnants of 2 earthen walls, now reduced to ruins. The earthen forts constructed by the Zhongshan army along the riverbank had been utterly demolished. The walls, over a meter high, bore several gaping wounds, marred by the scars of blades, while the interior was a scene of utter devastation. A thin layer of snow now cloaked the ground, yet it could not conceal the vivid red stains of blood upon the shattered walls. The cavalry paused only briefly before continuing onward. The Zhao army had established their encampment in a dilapidated village on the western bank of the crossing, mere miles from the battlefield. Along the way, they frequently observed individuals carrying wounded soldiers. The architecture of these rundown homes resembled that of the accommodations the Zhao army had occupied on the northern bank of Huai River. Though humble, they offered considerably more comfort than tents. Su Jun succinctly recounted the battle losses sustained by both sides. The 2 earthen forts guarding the crossing housed a mere 1,500 troops. Although the struggle for the crossing was fierce, the losses for the Zhao army were not particularly severe. The primary frustration lay in the fact that they had been outmaneuvered at a crucial moment, with the Zhongshan defenders preemptively setting fire to the bridge before Zhao could cross. Had it not been for the biting cold, the river's frigid waters would have posed a considerable challenge for the Zhao army in their attempts to cross. At this juncture, Su Jun remarked, "Zhongshan has regrouped its forces on the northern bank of the Hongduo River, yet their intentions remain unclear. I have dispatched a message to His Majesty, instructing our troops to remain in place for the time being, awaiting the king and Apos' orders before proceeding." The commanders responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, the situation in Hejin remained ambiguous when suddenly an unexpected report emerged from the northern bank of the Hongduo River. The Yin army had breached Wuyang City and had already crossed the Yishui River heading southward. Chapter 58. The icy river crossing. The various divisions of the Zhao army received news of Zhongshan and Apos' reinforcements approximately 4 or 5 days prior, while the northern and southern forces were merely 300 miles apart. The Hejin region is a crucial stronghold, and Zhongshan would not easily relinquish it. An increase in troops was inevitable. However, as days passed without any developments, only one possibility remained. The northern army of Zhongshan had been bogged down by the Yin forces. Both the Yin and Zhao alliances had their own ambitions. The Yin army sought to capitalize on Zhongshan's fatigue to strike, an action that, while not particularly friendly to the Zhao army, was nonetheless understandable. In this critical moment, the Yin state inadvertently fulfilled the terms of their alliance, successfully restraining a significant portion of Zhongshan's northern forces. The tides of war began to shift favorably towards their side. Yet, often one's calculations pale in comparison to the whims of fate, especially on a battlefield rife with uncertainties. At this juncture, a respectful voice from outside the chamber announced, "Your Highness, the commander requests your presence in the Central Army to discuss matters." The snow that had fallen for several days had now ceased, and the roadside lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering torches swaying in the biting wind, providing a faint illumination to the path ahead. As more individuals entered the room, they waited for nearly a quarter of an hour. Without much formality, Su Jun spoke in a grave tone. "I have just received a command from His Majesty. The king orders the left army divisions to immediately cross the Yu River and join the main force to capture Fuliu." After speaking, Su Jun passed around the document he had been holding. The movements of the left army were communicated to the king at noon on the 27th, in calculating the time. It was clear that the king had just received Su Jun's report. This royal decree must have been issued as early as the previous day at dawn. This indicates that the king, unaware of the left army's assault on the Yu River crossing, had nonetheless issued a directive for them to unite with the main force. Thus, it appeared that the situation at Fuliu was not favorable for the Zhao army. Under Su Jun and Apos' overly cautious arrangements, the left army had secured the crossing but had refrained from rashly crossing the river, primarily to guard against potential reinforcements from Zhongshan and also due to their uncertainty regarding the main force and Apos' next move. Now that Zhongshan and Apos' reinforcements were obstructed by the Yin army, and with the Zhao King's command received, Su Jun had no reservations and immediately ordered the left army divisions to prepare a meal. after which they would cross the river without delay. Once the army regrouped, the sky began to brighten. Su Jun left a contingent to guard the various defenses at the Yu River crossing, while the remaining troops exited the camp and continued their eastern march along the main road. The army advanced in formation, resembling a long dragon winding through the snow-covered terrain. After approximately half an hour of travel along the post road, the vast river loomed before them. On November 29th, the coldest time of the year, the winter sun remained feeble, and the piercing winds swept across the desolate landscape, sending snowflakes swirling in the air. The lower reaches of the Yu River had already frozen over, and a thin mist spread across the icy surface. Although the mist was not dense, the scenery across the river remained obscured and indistinct, rendering everything unclear. As the Grand Army neared the banks of the great river, a somewhat warped and deformed floating bridge spanned the icy waters. This was a quintessential boat bridge, with wooden rafts forming the bridge deck, each approximately half a zhang wide. Deeply embedded in the ice, wooden boats serving as piers were spaced about a zhang apart. It was evident that this floating bridge had endured a fierce struggle, as bloodstains faintly visible on the surface and remnants of corpses, slightly concealed by the snow, hinted at the violence that transpired. Many of the rafts used for the bridge deck appeared to have been hastily assembled, with charred remnants strewn across the ice. The boats that served as piers had mostly been burned down to half their hulls, were it not for the river and Apos' icy surface, which had secured the mostly charred piers. This dilapidated bridge would have been utterly impassable. Yet, at this moment, it would suffice. The army had formed its ranks and, under the command of various officers, began to cross the river in an orderly manner. Rows of soldiers advanced slowly along the battered bridge, gradually disappearing into the mist on the opposite shore. In the dim morning light, the decaying wood, stirred by the biting wind, emitted an unsettling creaking sound. The infantry moved at such a sluggish pace that the following war chariots and supply vehicles lagged behind. At this rate, it would take the entire force of over 10,000 troops the whole day to cross. He turned to the officer Zhaoxi beside him and issued a few directives. A quarter of an hour later, a cavalry unit of 100 stood lined up at the edge of the icy river. At a command, 2 riders advanced in unison onto the ice. The surface seemed stable, yet the horses began to slip after a short distance. After these 2 had traversed over 100 meters, the following 5 riders wrapped coarse cloth around their horses' hooves before proceeding onto the ice, trotting with noticeably improved stability. Thus, they continued in succession, with 10 riders crossing together. Chapter 59. Urgency. The army promptly divided its forces, and although their formation became slightly disordered, they were not concerned about a potential ambush by the enemy at this juncture. The primary objective was to cross the Yu River with utmost speed. After 2 hours, the troops regrouped on the eastern bank and continued their march eastward along the post road, displaying no intent to conceal their movements. Marching at full speed, the army reached a village approximately 20 miles west of Fuliu City by evening. The village had long been abandoned, and Su Jun ordered the troops to set up camp while dispatching numerous scouts to secure the perimeter. At this moment, the army was not far from the battlefield, and after a simple meal, Su Jun convened the generals to discuss strategy in the central camp. Since the beginning of November, the main force of the Zhao army had been besieging the cities of Hejian for over a month, yet there had been no significant developments in the conflict. Apart from some gains made by their left flank, the main body of the Zhao forces seemed to have been stalled at the Fulia line. It was evident that Fulia City was a formidable stronghold. However, as a critical strategic location flanking the Zhongshan kingdom, if the Zhao sought to seize Zhongshan territory, they could not overlook this city. As expected, upon Su Jun and Apos' arrival at the central camp, the commanders of the left wing had mostly gathered, and the atmosphere within the tent was somewhat oppressive. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Jun immediately outlined the marching route for the following day, a clear indication of the precarious situation. He pointed to the map before him and spoke in a low voice. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, His Majesty will lead the army to initiate a united front against Zhongshan. As he spoke, he gestured towards the map, indicating, "The king commands all divisions of the left army to reach Fuliu Marsh by the hour of Wei to support the main formation in annihilating the enemy's left flank." As Su Jun continued, the initial surprise among the commanders quickly transformed into understanding. Otherwise, how could the situation have reached such a critical point? However, Zhongshan and Apos' continued willingness to engage the Zhao forces in open battle suggested they possessed some measure of confidence. It was clear that the sovereign did not wish to prolong the conflict any further. Perhaps he could not afford to. Su Jun then began to coordinate the formation of the left army in anticipation of the impending confrontation. The tent erupted into lively discussion as the generals analyzed potential contingencies they might face, although adjustments could still be made in the heat of battle. Nevertheless, their contingent was inherently designed for and oppose surprise attacks, and oppose. On November 30th, just as the hour of Ean arrived, the left army and oppose S divisions had already completed their preparations for cooking. Before dawn, the troops broke camp and set out. The location where the left army was stationed was not far from the designated battlefield, and shortly after leaving the encampment, the first scouts returned with news. They had detected signs of the Zhongshan army mobilizing outside the city. Su Jun immediately summoned the generals of the left army to adjust their formations based on the scouts' observations and the latest intelligence from their main force. The vast plains stretched endlessly, dotted with frozen marshes resembling white spots on the earth, while further in the distance, the imposing city walls and towers rose like a colossal tree reaching for the sky. Fulia City was undeniably a major stronghold. Yet, at this moment, the spectacle beyond the city walls is even more magnificent, a serpentine array of soldiers, each unit twisted and varied in hue. The scale of the military formation is immense. Gazing from west to east, one cannot discern its end. A myriad of banners flutter above the ranks, shifting slowly amidst the cacophony of clashing sounds. Surrounding the formations, chariots drawn by teams of 4 horses, encircled by fierce warriors with bloodshot eyes, resemble daggers piercing through the chaos, moving either in an orderly or chaotic fashion. Hoofs thunder. Men sprint, and the rising dust resembles the morning mist just dissipating. This display far surpasses the skirmish outside the city of Jipu in grandeur. With a seemingly endless tide of combatants, reinforcements have arrived. The resounding cheers of the Zhao soldiers momentarily overwhelmed the chaotic clamor of battle cries and curses. The movements of Su Jun and Appo's troops may have been anticipated by the high command of the Zhongshan army. Yet the sudden engagement of allied forces elevates the morale of the Zhao army. The left flank, previously mired in desperation, appears to open a breach in an instant, with blood spilling and soldiers fleeing in all directions. Just as the cavalry believed the tide was turning in favor of the Zhao forces, they witnessed the banners of the enemy flag fluttering in the distance. Several enemy formations on the left flank began to realign against the towering earthen walls, and numerous infantry units commenced a slow, deliberate advance, swiftly filling the gap that had just been breached by the Zhao soldiers. Chapter 60. Requesting sick leave. However, to my dismay, I experienced a relapse in the middle of the night, with my condition worsening and my fever soaring to 39.5 degrees Celsius. Early in the morning, I visited the clinic, where the doctor, after a thorough inquiry, promptly diagnosed me with influenza. He subsequently prescribed a treatment regimen of 5 intravenous drips over 3 days. Today, I found myself utterly exhausted. At my age, a fever exceeding 39 degrees feels almost unbearable, and I dread the thought of damaging my brain. Although the drips alleviated my symptoms considerably, I still felt foggy and disoriented. I sat in front of my computer, staring blankly for over an hour, producing work that I deemed utterly unsatisfactory. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, I resolved to take a day off, intending to resume updates after tomorrow and Appo's treatment. This state of being is truly tormenting, and I constantly feel guilty for the support and votes I have received. I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to the readers awaiting updates. Furthermore, I sincerely urge all my fellow readers to take precautions during the New Year holiday. Although the threat of COVID-19 has diminished, the virus remains present, and it is imperative to exercise vigilance in safeguarding our health. Chapter 61. Riding to conquer. Flames soared high into the sky, and arrows fell like rain. In the vast battlefield radiating from the center of Fulia City, the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs filled the air, soldiers roared with fury, and weapons clashed incessantly. In the fleeting moments of metal meeting metal, blood began to spatter, creating a striking visual contrast of red against black that overwhelmed those ensnared within. A colossal cloud of dust, stirred by the tumultuous horses, lingered in the sky, obscuring the mottled sun and enveloping the entire battlefield. At this juncture, the main forces engaged in combat may have already surpassed 100,000, with the left flank and Appo's lines extending several miles. However, the situation on the far side of the battlefield remained obscured from this vantage point. Following the deployment of Su Jun and Appo's troops, the Zhao army, despite its numerical superiority, intensified its assault, launching repeated charges against the infantry formations of Zhongshan. Yet, The left-wing formations of Zhongshan began to adjust their positions, evidently unwilling to engage in direct combat with the Zhao forces. The rear formations, shielded by the city walls, formed a defensive line with spears at the front and crossbowmen flanking, bracing themselves against the encroaching Zhao chariots and infantry. Each time the Zhao soldiers, driven by desperation, managed to breach a gap in the left-wing formation, they found their momentum swiftly engulfed by a surging tide of foes. The left flank was clearly the Zhao army's focal point for a breakthrough, possessing the most robust forces. If a significant portion of their troops could not achieve a decisive advance, it would undoubtedly affect the overall battle dynamics. Gazing across the battlefield, one could still see dust swirling and banners fluttering. Yet, the Zhao formations on the left had not progressed far into enemy territory. Once the enemy was vanquished, they would immediately regroup. I shall lead my personal cavalry to charge directly at the front, assisting the infantry in breaking the enemy and Oppo's ranks. The cavalry would momentarily flank my side, ready to exploit any openings that may arise. Remember, if the enemy formation proves impenetrable, keep my banners and adjust according to the situation. Should peril arise, you may lead your cavalry to seize the moment and act accordingly. The commanders, their expression serious, clasped their fists in unison and responded, "Understood." In an instant, countless long spears erupted from the steep slope, with the elite cavalry leading the charge, followed closely by the other cavalry divisions in formation. Despite suffering losses in the battle outside Jipu City, the left-wing cavalry still surged forward, numbering 500 to 600 in a formidable charge. As they descended the slope and navigated around a frozen marsh, the thunder of hooves grew ever louder. At that moment, as expected, within the ranks of Zhongshan, a contingent of cavalry gathered and surged forth, charging directly at the Zhao riders. Utilizing cavalry to counter cavalry is a conventional tactic. Though Zhongshan's cavalry was limited, it was evidently present, having remained inactive until now, likely in anticipation of a surprise from the Zhao forces. "Understood," called the messenger behind, swiftly signaling a change in direction. The personal guards, over 100 strong, raised their voices in unison against the wind, the tips of their spears producing a piercing sound that cut through the air. The frozen, dry earth cracked under the relentless pounding of iron hooves, sending dust spiraling into the air, as horse and rider seemed to traverse a realm of clouds and mist. The speed of the charge accelerated, and the distance between the two forces diminished rapidly. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, a cacophony of taut strings echoed through the air. The distance between the opposing forces was still over 100 paces. The enemy cavalry, unable to contain their impatience, prematurely released their arrows, whether by chance or fortune. At such a distance, the accuracy and lethality of mounted archers proved negligible against the rapidly moving and dispersed cavalry. He could hardly fathom that cavalry could engage one another in such a manner. Should it not have been a fierce exchange of mounted archery and close combat first? Just as he surged forward, a horrifying scream pierced the air from behind. With the momentum of his charge, the sharp spearhead had already pierced through the enemy rider, the flimsy leather armor offering no resistance, akin to mere paper. The sheer force of the impact sent the enemy tumbling from his steed. The air was suddenly filled with anguished cries. Accompanied by the jarring clash of metal, the metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the atmosphere, and the dust in the air appeared to be tinged with crimson, transforming into a swirling mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, the vast formation of the enemy cavalry was severed in two by Zhao's cavalry. Chapter 62. The benevolence of His Highness. Though the formation of the Zhongshan cavalry was considerable in size, its depth was regrettably limited. In the face of the Zhao cavalry's peculiar tactics of sudden assault and close engagement, the fragile array shattered completely after enduring 2 waves of impact. On the tumultuous ground, the dust that had risen lingered in the air, conjuring a surreal tableau. However, the piercing cries of both man and beast served as a relentless reminder of the brutal reality of the battlefield. Another round of fierce combat ensued. The location of the cavalry clash was devoid of any support, a battlefield deliberately orchestrated by the Zhao forces. Yet, what appeared to be a straightforward strategy proved to be surprisingly effective in practice. The Zhongshan cavalry, aware of their disadvantage, intended to retreat, yet inadvertently found themselves ensnared within the enemy's carefully laid trap. As they galloped to the site of their previous skirmish, the dust had settled, revealing the directionless steeds roaming aimlessly across the battlefield, while the gravely injured soldiers emitted faint, almost inaudible cries of agony. With great effort, he withdrew the blood-soaked wooden staff. "His Highness is merciful," came the timely voice of Lu Yi from behind. Closest to them were two formations of over 1,000 men, amidst a chaos that engulfed their flanks. Upon witnessing the disarray of their cavalry, the Zhongshan forces seemed intent on hastily altering their formation to guard against the Zhao cavalry and Oppos' skirmishing attacks. Yet, the Zhao troops, in the throes of a fierce assault, would not let the opportunity slip away. In an instant, the entire left flank of the formation plunged into confusion once more, centered around the clash of two battalions. Break the enemy. Kill. The cacophony of hooves thundered, accompanied by increasingly distinct cries for blood. The cavalry's charge targeted the unprepared infantry formation, as hundreds of riders surged forth from the side. With the absence of protective skirmishers, the spear-wielding ranks of Zhongshan had not yet fully redirected their formation when the Zhao cavalry approached within 100 paces. Halt! The front ranks of the Zhongshan formation erupted in a tremendous roar, their spear points angled downwards, facing the oncoming Zhao cavalry. Simultaneously, shield-bearers and crossbowmen began to maneuver swiftly within the formation. Behind the scattered skirmishers, the elite cavalry surged forward towards the disordered ranks. In that moment of chaos, the Zhongshan infantry momentarily forgot to resist, captivated by the glint of imminent danger that drew nearer. A few of the elite cavalrymen, unable to rein in their mounts, tumbled into the mass of soldiers in the blink of an eye. If disorder erupted here, the entire left flank of Zhongshan would be severed into fragments. Yet, the strength of the Zhongshan troops within this formation was formidable, and a mere few hundred cavalry could not hope to breach the ranks of several thousand. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Zhao forces were quick to follow, rumbling forth. Several chariots, drawn by teams of horses, advanced relentlessly, led by fearless charioteers, pressing through the gap created by the cavalry and Oppos' charge. An ever-growing number of soldiers began to converge, forcibly compressing the formation into an irregularly concave state. Before long, the square formation, which had expanded into a semicircular shape, reached its limit. Several lines of troops near the periphery began to collapse, the cacophony of battle cries reverberating in the air as an ever-increasing number of soldiers surged towards this direction. At this moment, the left-wing formation had commenced a significant contraction towards the central army in the east, and all around were the fleeing soldiers of Zhongshan. However, he soon realized that the left-wing Zhao army formation, which had previously exhibited a vigorous charge, was inexplicably impeded once more. Concurrently, a contingent of approximately 1,000 soldiers from Zhongshan, amidst a sea of retreating allied forces, unexpectedly charged fiercely towards the Zhao army formation. Their assault was remarkably swift, managing to stabilize the disarray of Zhongshan's retreat in a remarkably short span of time. Yet, it was not long before he noticed that the Zhongshan formation to the east was gradually pressing towards his position. Chapter 63, The Final Trend on the Battlefield. The entire formation resembled a furnace, with dust swirling like unpredictable smoke. The clamor of countless soldiers echoed through the air like boiling water. Increasing numbers of fleeing soldiers, caught in the tumult of the chariot formation, began to push back against the Zhao army's grand array. Although the distant situation was shrouded in uncertainty, allowing the chariot formation to rampage within the ranks was simply untenable. Kill. Kill. At this moment, the soldiers on both peripheries were locked in a fierce struggle. The infantry surging like a tidal wave, with the left flank being tugged in multiple directions, already a tangled mess. Many of the regrouped formations had deviated from their original positions, yet under the command of various generals, they repeatedly charged anew against the grand array. Dust filled the air, and the sight was a throng of heads, with swords and spears standing like a forest. As the cavalry approached, the intended target of the chariot formation had long been obscured by the throng of people. Yet that gleaming purple banner stood out like a beacon in the night, guiding the Zhao cavalry towards their ultimate destination. Fixating on the increasingly imminent enemy flank, the moment the view widened, he suddenly released his grip. The wooden pole in his right hand was thrust forward, the cavalry spear slicing through the air, surging towards the enemy formation with a fluidity that suggested countless rehearsals. The cavalry moved with remarkable speed across the battlefield, and after a round of charging, they executed their previously strategized maneuvers once more. Without the cavalry spear, they adapted the cavalry formation, relying on absolute mobility to harass and scatter the disarrayed foot soldiers ahead. The thunderous sound of hooves began to resonate, stirring the hearts of the temporarily gathered Zhongshan troops. Yet surrounded by enemies, retreat was no longer an option. It appeared they were being forcibly propelled forward by their own chariot formation. The assault faced yet another obstacle. After taking such great risks, Could they still not shatter the enemy ranks? In that moment of disorientation, the distant enemy formation suddenly shifted direction, charging towards the position of the Zhao cavalry. Previously unable to find an opportunity to penetrate the enemy formation or halt the momentum of the Zhongshan chariots, it now seemed as if the adversary was intentionally offering themselves up. The chariot formation, crisscrossed and chaotic, had left the accompanying infantry in disarray. Seizing the moment, the Zhao cavalry surged forward. Without the charioteers to guide them, the four horses panicked, careening chaotically to the left. Some soldiers aboard the chariots, perhaps spurred by desperation, suddenly broke away from the formation, charging recklessly towards the cavalry. From the start of the war until now, though the cavalry's strength had waned, their mobility still far surpassed that of the chariots. Bereft of the cover of foot soldiers, the warriors atop the chariots became nothing less than living targets for the cavalry. Time slowed at that moment. Bodies hung suspended in the air, minds dulled, and the sensation of pain faded. The only sounds remaining were the rhythmic thuds of hooves upon the earth. Yet, a sharp pain soon coursed through his body, dissipating the fog of thought, as if his very insides were being shaken loose. Observing the prince fall from his horse, the loyal guards beside him were struck with alarm. They hastily gathered around. Encircling the crown prince, Peng Huan swiftly dismounted and assisted the prince to his feet, following the trajectory from which the shattered remnants of the chariot had been hurled. One could discern the distant clamor of battle. There stood a towering figure clad in dark armor, as formidable as the city gateposts, wielding a battered war chariot and wildly brandishing it about. Neither man nor horse dared approach. The fragment of the chariot and Appo's shaft that was missing was indeed the very one that had struck him. Chapter 64. No conclusion. The twilight sky blazed with hues of crimson, casting an eerie glow upon the blood-soaked battlefield. Although the bandit general from Zhongshan displayed remarkable valor, his one-armed strength was insufficient to withstand the inevitable collapse of the tide. Yet, fortune did not favor them. The sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, and the visible light dimmed further. Despite the valiant efforts of the Zhao soldiers, they seemed unable to significantly widen their advantage before dusk fell. As time progressed, the scenes beneath the vast sky grew increasingly indistinct. Ultimately, amidst the resonant calls of beastly horns, the densely packed lines of soldiers began to slowly disperse like receding tides. The night had a way of instilling calmness. The left army's various factions, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, found themselves unprepared even at their encampment. Had the battle proceeded smoothly, they might have sheltered within fully a city that very night. However, this now seemed a mere fantasy. The left army and Appo's divisions had descended into chaos, still struggling to regroup their ranks. Upon exchanging pleasantries, the usually composed general let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "The enemy's formation is on the verge of collapse. Yet the heavens do not favor us. This battle ultimately risks ending in failure." Though his words were tinged with despair, they rang true. The two remained silent for a moment, and soon after, scouts from the left army, scattered earlier, began to converge here, gathering their forces to pay respects. The brutality of war was evident at this moment. Within just a day and Appo's time, thousands could perish within this territory. The left army, led by Su Jun, had only joined the fray at noon, and the intensity of the battle had already reached a fever pitch. One could only imagine the carnage suffered by the main force of Zhongshan, which had endured for over a month. The two men stood at a distance from the central command. By the time they arrived, most of the army's leaders had already assembled. Guided by the camp guards to the royal tent, they removed their swords from their waists and placed them upon the wooden rack outside. The rack was already laden with various weapons, each hilt stained with blood, many battered and broken. Upon entering the grand tent, all eyes turned to the newcomers. As recognition dawned, a palpable surprise flickered across the faces of the assembly. While the generals had been aware that the prince commanded a cavalry unit during their discussions on the sandy dunes, none had expected him to take to the battlefield, risking his life amidst the fray. Moreover, it was evident that he had fought at the very forefront. Those present at the central command were undoubtedly the elite of Zhao, serving as both military generals and court ministers. War, after all, is merely an extension of politics, a microcosm of the factional struggles within the Zhao court. The appearance of the prince in such a state sparked further speculation among the assembled generals. Was the prince truly volunteering to fight in the front lines? Should misfortune befall him, Zhao would undoubtedly plunge into a new political turmoil. Whose intentions lay behind this? Who would benefit, and who sought such an outcome? Such unfounded conjectures briefly overshadowed the unfolding brutality of the ongoing war. After exchanging bows, the two men took their places at either side. Moments later, as the various commanders gathered, King Zhao slowly inquired, "What do you believe, gentlemen? Is Fully still within our grasp?" Generals Niu Jian, Zhao Xiao, and others promptly offered their insights, yet the king refrained from commenting. Upon the utterance of these words, a cacophony erupted within the grand tent, with some voicing their criticisms while others offered their agreement. The assembled generals exchanged glances, and the initial critic fell silent. For this unexpected news undoubtedly compounded the dire situation faced by the Zhao army. It was clear that fully a city could not be captured in the immediate future. And with the retreat of the Yan army, Zhongshan would undoubtedly bolster its forces towards Hejian, free from any concerns behind them. It was evident that this battle could no longer be pursued. Chapter 65. The snow has yet to melt in truth, considering various factors. It is not as if Fully's city is truly impregnable at this moment. The Zhongshan forces can reinforce their troops, and the Zhao kingdom could also bolster its ranks. However, such actions would inevitably escalate the scale of the conflict, potentially spreading the flames of war beyond the confines of Hejian. Should other nations, such as Qi and Wei, intervene, it would starkly contradict the initial objectives of the Zhao kingdom in commencing hostilities. Inside the grand tent, the officials and generals remained silent for a considerable time. Despite being military leaders, they were noblemen of scholarly heritage, not brutes. By analyzing the current situation, it became apparent to them the predicament faced by the Zhao army. It was then that suggestions for a withdrawal began to surface, garnering immediate support from several commanders. Noticing the scarcity of dissenters, King Zhao promptly issued the order to retreat. The royal decree was delivered with remarkable decisiveness, suggesting that the king had already resolved the outcome of this war in his mind prior to the assembly of his generals. As the clock struck the third watch, the eastern sky began to brighten faintly. The brutal clashes of the day had long since faded, yet the lingering stench of blood still wafted through the cold night air. The army commenced the dismantling of their camp, an orderly procession retreating from the battlefield. Following the relay routes and veering westward around Fully City, the rear guard of the left army awaited the dawn. Yet the Zhongshan forces did not emerge from the city to pursue them. Along the way, no further disturbances occurred. Post-battle arrangements remained complicated, involving matters of compensation and rewards. Although the battle had been disheartening, the direct gains were still substantial. Upon withdrawing from Hejian, the Zhao army had to relinquish the temporarily occupied Yaferi and various nearby towns, yet the population was forcibly relocated into Zhao territory. Unlike the somber and oppressive atmosphere before the expedition, the soldiers now felt their fears and confusions dissipate. Those who survived were filled not only with relief but also with aspirations for the future. In Handan City, the lights shone brightly, although it was evening. Thousands of citizens gathered along the streets, their cheers ringing incessantly. Among them were the ministers who had awaited their return, alongside the families of the soldiers eagerly anticipating their loved ones. As the procession drew near, the townsfolk presented hot water and food they had prepared in advance to the returning soldiers. Some women had already found their husbands within the ranks, embracing them joyfully and shouting with glee, creating a momentarily chaotic scene. Yet, the military leaders chose to ignore the disorder, allowing this chaos and oppos, to unfold. After all, they had arrived in Handan. They were home. However, there were those who, after scanning the crowd for familiar faces, were met with the heart-wrenching news that their sons or husbands had perished on the battlefield, collapsing to the ground in sorrowful lament. My son. This night was destined to bring joy to some while sorrow to others. War inevitably brings death, and the families of the fallen soldiers would not find solace upon receiving the grim news. Many would discover that their loved ones had vanished without a trace. The notion of wrapping the body in horsehide is not merely a saying. The best treatment for a fallen soldier is to be buried in a pit. While the bodies of the vanquished are often left to be beheaded, and it is not uncommon for them to be abandoned, exposed to the wilderness. I still recall the biting winds as we departed, and upon our return, the ice and snow remained undissolved. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the crowd, I allowed them to disperse. Zin had already heard the commotion outside the residence and was hastening out with a group of ladies and eunuchs. Before they approached, the familiar scent of my son wafted through the cool breeze, and as his figure came into clearer view, the tears that the woman had struggled to suppress now cascaded freely. As they drew nearer, everyone began to bow in respect. Having witnessed much death on this journey and having faced life and death myself, I now perceive many people and matters with greater clarity. Zin, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at me for a long while before gently shaking her head. striving to reveal a semblance of a smile as she said, "I have lost my composure." She acknowledged my presence, and a large entourage gathered around me as we made our way toward the inner hall. Chapter 66. High mountains and flowing water. The flickering candlelight faded away from the clamor, soothing the hearts of those present. The inner chamber was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the soft footsteps of a few close maidens attending nearby and the sound of a man swallowing his food. Jinu knelt quietly at the side of the table, listening intently to the words exchanged between the young man and herself. When she gazed at him, a complex light flickered in her eyes, her expression shifting as if she had entered his inner world, sharing in his feelings. The evening meal concluded swiftly. Once the servants cleared away the remnants of the feast, the two engaged in further conversation. "Your Highness," Jinu suddenly murmured, her tone imbued with an unusual hue that mirrored her fluctuating emotions. She bit her lip gently, speaking softly, "I shall assist you with your bath, Your Highness." The hint of sorrow in her gaze revealed a heart that had long been taught on the battlefield, now finally unwinding in this moment. He had never regarded this woman with such seriousness, or perhaps he had never observed her from this angle. Though her beauty was not breathtaking, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Her oval face, devoid of sharp angles, was adorned with delicate features. As his gaze wandered downwards, he took in her figure, which, despite having lost the prime of womanhood, retained a shape unblemished by childbirth. Perhaps the blazing firelight intensified the hues of her meticulously applied rouge, rendering her lips even more alluring. Jinu felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze, her eyes, which sparkled with a spectrum of emotions, suddenly flashing with a hint of shyness as she stared at his back. Yet, in an instant, a resolve flickered in her expression. As if she had made a momentous decision, she slowly rose, following his steps toward the bathing chamber. The mist floated in the air, blurring vision and unsettling the mind. As she had just been attended by maidservants to shed her outer garments, Jinu stealthily approached from behind. She gently waved away a nearby attendant, stepping forward with utmost care to unfasten the ties of his inner robe. As the fabric fell away, a fleeting expression of compassion and tenderness crossed her face. Her delicate fingers brushed over the healed scar on his chest, and her lips trembled as she whispered, "Does it hurt? May I serve you, Your Highness?" The soft murmur carried a multitude of emotions, confusion, pity, and an earnest plea. As night fell, an unseen wind began to stir, rendering the majestic palace diminutive against the fierce gusts. Two warm lamps on the eaves of the palace illuminated the path for the wind, their dim flames flickering restlessly in the night breeze. The wind gently rustled the crystalline snowflakes outside, tapping lightly against the inner chamber's doors and windows. The thin paper lining on the window panes quivered under the relentless assault of the cold, emitting a mournful wail. Finally, the wind infiltrated the inner chamber. Within the warm pool, the water rippled gently as the breeze caressed its surface, sending waves cascading outward. Just then, the cold plum blossoms beneath the palace walls were in full bloom, and the wind silently swept past the branches, carrying with it the vibrant crimson petals into the fragrant, soft abode. The fragrance of plum blossoms adorned the surface of the pond, instantly imprinting patches of lotus red upon this realm. The howling, frigid wind intensified, its sound oscillating between a deep murmur and a soaring crescendo, reminiscent of the ancient zither resonating with the melodies of lofty mountains and flowing waters, both restrained and exuberant. Time slipped away unnoticed, and gradually, the wind's roar subsided. At this moment, Jinu gazed affectionately at him. The two exchanged a silent glance, briefly recalling their earlier madness. The woman quickly averted her gaze, the lingering flush of embarrassment once again coloring her cheeks. She gently laid her son upon the couch. Jinu found herself unable to meet her beloved and Appo's eyes any longer, just as she braced herself for another tempest. She heard her son's voice softly beside her, "After I pay my respects to father and mother, I shall return to accompany you." Jinu turned to see the crown prince, already risen, donning his ceremonial robes. Her face flushed, a sudden wave of shame washed over her for her earlier lasciviousness. She struggled to sit upright on the couch, the silk scarf draped over her slipping down once more. Jinu quietly remarked, "Your Highness prioritizes state affairs, yet I lack the strength to assist you in dressing." Chapter 67. Reflections on the release. Today, I received the notification from my editor that my work will soon be published. At this moment, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have silently supported me throughout this journey. Each monthly vote, recommendation, like, and continued reading from you serves as a tremendous encouragement for me as an author. As I reflect on the journey of this book over the past 2 months, I acknowledge that the updates have been somewhat slow. However, this is not due to any lack of diligence on my part. Rather, it stems from the simple truth that I cannot write at a faster pace. As I mentioned before embarking on this project, I would prefer not to write at all than to produce subpar work. While I recognize that many readers may still find fault with my writing, I must humbly admit that my skills and experiences are limited, and it is indeed challenging to satisfy everyone. I kindly ask for your understanding in this regard. In the book community, I have generally refrained from engaging in discussions with readers, as I fear it might detract from your reading experience. Prior to beginning this endeavor, my editor advised me to consider the relatively niche subject matter of the pre-Qin period carefully. Nevertheless, I had invested significant effort into this project. With a comprehensive outline of 100,000 words that I found difficult to abandon, hence my decision to proceed with writing it. Alas, the performance of this book thus far has been disappointing, a fact that some of my longtime readers may have already discerned from the data. While I anticipated such an outcome, it is nonetheless disheartening. Now that the work is officially published, I must emphasize the importance of subscriptions. Your support is crucial. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Following the release, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am committed to maintaining a daily update schedule, writing and uploading diligently. At present, I possess no backlog of completed work, apart from a plethora of outlines. Moving forward, I shall endeavor to produce more content, striving to ensure that my readers find pleasure in their reading experience. For those who have nurtured this story, I hope you will consider subscribing daily, so we can accumulate our reading journey together. I humbly request the support of all readers in subscribing and voting. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 68. The heart of a prince is hard to gauge behind the eunuch trailed 3 women adorned in flowing palace skirts, as the guests departed. Chapter 69. Defending against external threats and ensuring internal stability. Chapter 70. Sovereign and subjects, father and son within the palace, an ephemeral silence enveloped the atmosphere. Following a brief pause, King Zhao turned his gaze towards his eldest son. Their exchange resembled a typical conversation between father and son, as King Zhao casually remarked. Chapter 71. For the understanding ones, they all say that spring nights are fleeting, yet they cannot conceal the sorrow. Chapter 72. The salt trade. Chapter 73. The state of affairs here in the state of Zhao. Commercial taxes constitute nearly 1/3 of the annual total tax revenue, almost equivalent to the agricultural land tax, although there are slight variations in the tax revenue each year. Chapter 74. Networking. The study returned to tranquility, as the warm winter sun filtered through the thin veil of dust, casting a somewhat dim light. Inside, the illumination was muted, and the lingering warmth of the green charcoal in the stove enveloped the room. Chapter 75. Equine performance at the school exhibition. Chapter 76. The Hu clothing and mounted archery in the vicinity of Handan. There are 3 garrisons: the Zishan camp, the Fanwu camp, and the Lion camp. These 3 camps are strategically positioned in a triangular formation, safeguarding the capital's security. Chapter 77. The crucial reform. Chapter 78. Irresistible. As the year draws to a close, time slips away in an instant. With the arrival of the new year, the last vestiges of the biting winter winds are gradually dispelled by the gentle warmth of the sun. After a long period of leisure. Chapter 79. Interconnected. After the Grand New Year's festival, the fragrance of incense lingered in the air above the palace throughout the night. The following dawn, delicate snowflakes began to fall once more from the horizon. The first snowfall of the new year gently. Chapter 80. Where is dignity? In the solemn and majestic Longtai Hall, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. However, Li Dui's words fell like a colossal stone abruptly striking the center of a tranquil lake, instantly stirring. Chapter 81. The exploited. As dusk deepened, within the palace's innermost recesses, delicate copper lamps flickered with shimmering candlelight. After the Zhao king concluded his court session, he seldom ventured into the inner chambers of the harem. Chapter 82. Eavesdropping. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the day, with temperatures that were delightfully pleasant and a canvas of azure devoid of clouds. Chapter 83. The Edict of Hu clothing. The heartfelt words of King Zhao left the esteemed courtiers, who prided themselves on being the backbone of the Zhao clan, utterly mortified. However, in comparison to their shame, Lord Omping, Zhaocheng, and Apos S. Chapter 84. The resolute old Qin in the land of Han, Yiyang. The sky is clear and vast, with not a cloud in sight, and a gentle breeze caresses the air, yet it cannot dispel the lingering scent of blood, once vibrant and bustling alleys. Chapter 85. The sun and Apos. desire to depart. Since the battle between Qin and Zhao, the state of Zhao began to recuperate and restore its vitality, refraining from engaging in the disputes among the Central Plains for several years. Meanwhile, the state of Qin, having dismantled the power of the three Jin, continued its relentless pursuits. Chapter 86. By the way, river journey to Qin. Upon hearing this, Pang Song furrowed his brow slightly, yet he refrained from further inquiries for the moment. He picked up the ceramic cup from the table and took a sip of the tea within, then turned to the side where someone was pouring. Chapter 87. Dusk over the western mountains. Dang traversed the corridors of the palace with measured and deliberate steps. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an unmistakable hint of displeasure upon the countenance of the Qin king at this moment. Chapter 88. The storms of Ani spring seemed to descend in the span of a single night. In late February, following the vernal equinox, the weather turned fair, and the winds began to carry a warm breath, ushering forth a fresh verdancy upon the earth. Chapter 89. After the old friends, the envoy from the Zhao state entered the Wei city, ostensibly to procure various supplies consumed during the journey. Therefore, their stay could not be prolonged. At the latest, they must depart by early tomorrow. Chapter 90. The blossoming of young love. The southern breeze. Oh, how it soothes the grievances of my people. In the season of the southern wind, it brings prosperity to our fortunes. Walking along the bustling commercial avenue of the Yin clan, one feels. Chapter 91. Would you assist me in the tranquil courtyard? Silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the cheerful chirping of spring birds flitting through the branches. Pang Xian, Lu Yi, and Zhao Shi. Chapter 92. Entering Qin as a spy, Yue knelt gracefully upon the mat, responding softly. The hall swiftly returned to tranquility, with only the ceramic pot suspended above the fire continuing to emit soft, bubbling sounds. Chapter 93. The Art of Choice. Chapter 94. What one seeks perhaps in the eyes of the majority, Gan Mao appears to have fallen short in this political clash, yet he remains the most trusted minister and esteemed counselor by the side of the King of Qin. Chapter 95. Difficult to decline. Wei Ran did not dare to linger for too long. Noticing that his sister and Apos' mood had somewhat eased, he exchanged a few more words with her before hastily departing the palace. The room. Chapter 96. The Great Power Game. Chapter 97. Your Highness and Apos' noble virtue. The bronze carriage, drawn by two horses, exited the inn and followed the broad avenue of the inner city of Xianyang. After a brief journey, it turned onto a tranquil path, entirely paved with azure bricks. Chapter 98. Undercurrents. By the banks of the Weishui River, the clear waters flowed gently. The light rain that had fallen throughout the night has gradually ceased, yet the sky remains shrouded in a veil of clouds. On the 15th of March, early in the morning, Lu Huan. Chapter 99. The desire for the crown prince. Following the implementation of the new laws by Shang Yang, the state of Qin established a stringent curfew. However, this decree seemingly did not apply within the inner city of the capital, Xianyang. The horses. Chapter 100. Favoritism. In the tranquil abode, two individuals exchanged silent glances, the air thick with the rich aroma of wine. The candlelight flickered gently as Mi Batsi knelt gracefully upon the soft couch, intently observing the table before her. Chapter 101. A heavy heart and an uneasy conscience. Chapter 102. The shameless deception. The scene outside the palace gradually brightened, though the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. A light drizzle had fallen throughout the night, and Mi Batsi lay. Chapter 103. Breach of trust in the world. Gazing at the overcast skies outside the hall, with relentless drizzles falling, Gan Mao's mood grew increasingly irritable. He, the greatest contributor to the Battle of Yiyang, felt. Chapter 104. The weight of the cauldron. The spring sunlight cascades over the ancient royal city of Loi, where the glazed tiles reflect a kaleidoscope of colors, casting mottled shadows. Standing tall for a millennium. Chapter 105. The trial of the world within the solemn and majestic hall of the Mingtang, King of Qin. With measured steps, approached the grand cauldron that had long occupied his thoughts. At this moment, he observed that the verdigris upon the cauldron's ears had. Chapter 106. Together in national crisis, the King of Qin lifted his hand high into the air and brought it crashing down upon the table, as if a meteor had suddenly plummeted into the tranquil surface of a lake. The white beard of Chu Li Jihua trembled slightly as he gasped. Chapter 107. Intricate schemes. What Wang Zhuang truly wished to remind his mother of was not Zhao Jiu or the foreign envoys such as Lu Huan, who were involved in the treaties with allied nations, but rather Wei Ran and the noble Qin ministers like Gong Sunhao. However, Chapter 108. Seizing the Opportunity. Chapter 109. Key locations. The gentle spring rain nourishes all things, enveloping the pavilions and towers of the Xianyang Palace in a veil of misty drizzle. Within the dimly lit courtyard of the inn outside the palace, the atmosphere is somber. Chapter 110. Reluctance to conceal. The evening rain fell like fine silk, saturating the entire street. The cobblestones glistened with a subtle sheen, as if whispering untold stories. Chapter 111. The friendship between Qin and Zhao. On a breezy night, Mi Batzi sat gracefully beside her son, her long legs elegantly together. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the shift in her son and Appo's demeanor, which had become unexpectedly serious. Chapter 112. Who may ascend as king? Chapter 113. Time waits for no one. Wei Ran pondered in silence. In truth, he had already harbored this suspicion in his heart. Yet the youth before him was, after all, the crown prince of Zhao, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Wei Ran. Chapter 114. International Regulations. Chapter 115. Obsessing over details before long. Chapter 116. Whispers abound. The current king is away, and matters of state are at hand. I, as a humble minister, dare not act unilaterally and have come to report to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Gonmao bowed deeply and spoke. Although his words were somewhat vague, his tone was. Chapter 117. The land of mourning. Concealment of loss primarily aims to prevent the prying eyes of foreign nations and the nefarious intentions of unscrupulous individuals. Should the news of the Qin king and Appo's demise outside the realm be disseminated, the political stability of the Qin state would plummet into. Chapter 118. Welcoming the prodigal son. After tidying up a little, Lu Huan summoned the servants to prepare the carriage, setting off towards the royal city alongside Peng Huan. By the time they reached the palace walls, the sky had completely darkened. Chapter 119. Willingness. Upon exiting the palace gates, Fei Yi and Zhao Cheng conversed as if they were longtime friends, exchanging a few words before respectfully bowing to each other in farewell. The demeanor exhibited by the two elders left onlookers entirely astonished. Chapter 120. Willing to return to Qin before long, a slender, unassuming man in plain clothes entered the elegant residence from the corridor on the second floor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gong Sunchao addressed the remaining attendants in the room. Chapter 121. The Proton Qin Wang. Many years ago, in the state of Yin, there resided a wealthy family of considerable stature. The patriarch of this household had 3 sons. However, the youngest child was never favored by his father. From a tender age, he was sent away from home. Chapter 122. Treating with respect. In the modest side hall, devoid of ornate beams and painted rafters, and lacking in extravagant opulence, King Yin, Jixi, showed no intention of exerting his power. He endeavored to engage in discourse with an attitude of equality towards the individual across from him. Chapter 123. The struggle within the palace. A massive black coffin gradually came to a halt within the meticulously prepared spirit hall. Chapter 124. The midnight visitor. In the courtyard of the Zhao embassy, beneath the eaves of the hall, 2 figures were engaged in a game of chess illuminated by candlelight, accompanied by the gentle breeze of a summer night. Strangely, the intricate patterns before them. Chapter 125. The heart of stakeholders. Within the chambers of the Right Chancellor's residence in the state of Qin, a silent yet fierce battle has just concluded. The instigator of this conflict, Right Chancellor Chuli Ji, finds himself seated at the head of the inner room. Chapter 126. Charge forward without concern for who shall be king. I, as your humble servant, only think of you, in the state of Qin. In the tranquil inner chamber, Lady Mi and Appo's face radiated with a sense of profound righteousness. The white brows of Chuli were. Chapter 127. Hesitation. At that moment, Ying Zhuang. Chapter 128. Ambush. In the valley. On the 9th of June, the summer in the Liang Mountains was already lush and vibrant. The forest was deep and tranquil, with winding paths leading to secluded spots, and the gentle murmur of streams could be heard as one traversed through this serene landscape. Chapter 129. Noble integrity. The majestic palace gleams with golden radiance under the rising sun. However, even so, the solemn and oppressive atmosphere that envelopes it remains difficult to dispel. Chapter 130. Great virtue and grand achievement. Chapter 131. The ascension to the throne. Observing the numerous noble relatives who were once favored by the Empress, their silence at this critical moment is telling. It seems that these esteemed supporters, once regarded with great importance. Chapter 132. To place oneself in the cauldron. On June 27th, the Qin king Ying Dang, who met a violent death, was posthumously honored with the title of Wu Lai. proclaimed to the world. His coffin was carried out by the crown prince Ji, and he was interred to the north of Xianyang. Chapter 133. Unyieldingly firm, although Empress Dowager Qin's words were coarse and vulgar, even offensive to the ear. The essence of her speech indeed pertained to the matters of contention between the two sides regarding personnel and military governance. However, Shangjin. Chapter 134. Forgetting the Jianghu, the woman gradually rose, her toes lightly pressing against the delicate white stockings, gracefully shifting positions with the young man before her. After she carefully stood up, her figure appeared slightly swollen. Chapter 135. Offering flowers to the Buddha. Chapter 136. The shifting allegiances of Qin and Chu. Though the conversation may revolve around personal sentiments, given their respective statuses, it is inevitable that discussions will touch upon matters of state and governance. However, it remains uncertain whether this is influenced by the presence of Madame Han or due to. Chapter 137. Safe journey on the third day of July, before the arrival of autumn. A gentle summer rain seemed to usher the scorching days of summer to a close. The white silk had not yet faded, and the laughter had not yet ceased, as the winds of Xianyang stirred tumultuously once more. Chapter 138. Ruthless means outside the court, the whispers persist, while the cold rain continues to patter against the eaves. Within the palace, the air is filled with the warmth of fragrant jade, and a graceful figure dances elegantly to the lively sounds of silk and bamboo. Chapter 139. Parting and reunion. Chapter 140. Striving to cross on a tranquil early autumn morning. A hint of clamor still lingers in the serenity. Chapter 141. Intricacies. Chapter 142. The benevolent soldiers assisting the nation. After bidding farewell to the departing officials from Lisher, the delegation swiftly ventured into the paths of the El Liang Mountains. Perhaps due to the more intricate water network of the El Liang Range, the valleys carved by the rushing waters appeared broader. Chapter 143. Siblings. His thoughts gradually became more animated. Chapter 144. The Art of Commanding Troops. Chapter 145. The Bow and the Serpent Shadow from beginning to end. This. Chapter 146. Imminent. As autumn sets in, the duration of daylight has significantly diminished. It feels as though I have only lingered in the training grounds for a brief moment, yet the sun is now but a fading glow on the horizon. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, the sky gradually darkens. Chapter 147. Ancestral Legal System. Chapter 148. The Future Sovereign of Dai County. Chapter 149. Wei Wu Shan Sheng. Chapter 150. The Autumn Hunt. Upon boarding the carriage, Zhao Shi finally spoke. Chapter 151. As easy as turning one's hand in the distance, majestic peaks stand tall, seemingly shrouded in swirling mists. The lush, untamed landscape gradually unfurls from the heart of the mountains, advancing slowly as dozens of horse caravans approach. Chapter 152. The initiation ceremony of the Crown Prince. The Grand Autumn Hunt lasted for 3 days. Following the military exercises on the 13th of September, King Zhao convened a gathering of esteemed officials and high-ranking ministers at the camp in Minshan, where he entrusted the Crown Prince with the duty of overseeing the defense of Dajun. Chapter 153. Family gathering time swiftly approached late September, and all matters concerning the Eastern Palace had been meticulously arranged. A few days prior, King Zhao had issued an order for the accompanying 10,000 soldiers and their families to prepare in advance. Chapter 154. Seeds of Civilization. After a brief respite, the various factions had their meals before the Grand Army continued its march. Traversing a narrow mountain pass and following the meandering, crystal-clear waters, it wasn't long before the sky. Chapter 155. Murky waters. Before her lay an array of delectable dishes, yet Mi Batsi found herself devoid of any appetite. Observing those around her savoring their meals with gusto, she felt compelled to conceal her own disinterest. Yet Chapter 156. A new master since departing from Jinyang. Fortunate enough to have avoided further snowy landscapes, the army's advance northward brought an increasingly frigid climate. In early November, the troops traversed. Chapter 157. Where lies the external threat? Chapter 158. Cultural dissemination. Chapter 159. The path of survival. Chapter 160. The mighty bow and powerful crossbow. Chapter 161. Uncertainty. The old minister speculates that the addition of rings on both sides of the saddle serves the purpose of facilitating mounting. The iron palm fashioned into a hoof is intended to protect the animal and Oppos, s hooves. As for the sword with a single edge, what is its efficacy? The old minister. Chapter 162. Vanguard forces due to numerous. Chapter 163. The arrival of the comet this year. Xianying seems to be particularly cold. As the year draws to a close, delicate snowflakes have begun to drift down from the sky, dancing softly like willow catkins. An overdue update. After a hiatus since mid-June until the dawn of 2025, I first extend my sincerest apologies for my unfulfilled promise. During this half-year period, I have encountered numerous challenges, including illness, relocation, and various family matters. Moreover, this book has not yielded any financial return and has demanded an immense investment of my energy. As time has passed, I find myself no longer youthful, perhaps older than most of my peers, with responsibilities towards both the elderly and the young, burdened by dual loans. I was compelled to pause my writing for the sake of survival. Yet, I recognize that these reasons are merely excuses, and I do not seek forgiveness from my readers. Thus, I humbly apologize once more. Fortunately, these past few months have not been entirely unproductive. Amidst the struggles for a livelihood, I have diligently sought to enhance my professional skills and historical knowledge, refining my outline with the hope of one day presenting a superior work to my audience. In return for their affection, to my dear readers who have patiently awaited this book, I express my heartfelt apologies once again. Though my words may be few, they are laden with sincerity. Each character in Hu Fu Chi Shi is a testament to my dedication. While they may not be flawless, to me, they embody living beings. This path, fraught with thorns, has been a tumultuous journey. However, I believe that reaching the destination is of paramount importance. Hu Fu Chi Shi, Warring States. Unity. A new beginning awaits. Chapter 164. The Decay of the Grand Scheme. Chapter 165. The Supremacy of the Strong. Chapter 166. The frantic howling in the mere span of a few years. The bloodstains that once adorned the crumbling walls have yet to fully dry, while the former mortal enemies, who once bore an irreconcilable hatred towards one another, have now clasped. Chapter 167. The Game of Rulers and Ministers. The intentions of this group of nomadic tribes are well understood by Ingzhuang. However, for the time being, he finds it necessary to leverage their strength to achieve mutual objectives, rendering them temporary allies. Chapter 168. Retreat to Bashu. The clouds above Yong City have unconsciously lowered even further. The twilight casts a somber hue within the palace's residence, where the light is dim, and only the embers in the brazier occasionally emit a few sparks. Chapter 169. Worthy strategist. Within the encampment of the Qin army, a contingent of over 10 individuals embarked on their routine patrol, traversing the desolate outskirts of the surrounding villages. This regiment of the Qin. Chapter 170. The clashing of gold and iron. A silent snowfall descended upon the skies of the Pai family, enveloping the surroundings in a serene white. This winter seemed particularly prolonged, as the year drew to a close. As the last chill of the winter month swept through, it carried with it a sense of impending change. Chapter 171. The Blade of Destiny. This is the language of communication between him and the Azure Mane Horse. Chapter 172. The responsibilities of a minister. As I entered the city, I beheld a group clad in black, galloping northward, and it appeared that His Highness the Crown Prince was among them. Just then, the Captain Zhao had also stepped into the inner hall, engaging in conversation with those within. Chapter 173. Unexpected joy. On the southern bank of the Chiyi River, at the western military camp of the city, amidst the vast training grounds, a robust figure, exuding an air of gallantry, wielded a long weapon as the thunderous sound of hooves stirred up clouds of dust. Chapter 174. In the invisible realm. While the cavalrymen familiarized themselves with their new equipment on the training ground, the valiant generals were not idle. They gathered around the campfire, comfortably seated on rustic stools, engaging in lively conversation. Chapter 175. Rootless individuals stepping through the weathered crimson walls of the palace. The final rays of the setting sun cast long shadows. The sky soon enveloped itself in darkness. The winter nights of Dai City. Chapter 176. The nature of humanity. This is an era where a scholar would die for a true friend. Yet it is equally a time when rituals have collapsed and music has deteriorated. There exists both the steadfast loyalty of adhering to ancient proprieties and the tumult stirred by human desires. Chapter 177. Passing the time. Chapter 178. Melodious and graceful in the depths of the Forbidden City, beneath the crimson walls. Clusters of plum blossoms bloom vibrantly against the chilly breeze. The fragrant candlelight wafting through the palatial corridors gradually intertwines with the clouds and mist that accumulate in the air. Chapter 179. A heart full of sentiment. Today appears to be a sunny day. Yet the early mornings of winter in the imperial capital are often shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, much like the present moment. Looking up, one cannot discern the sun. Chapter 180, a legacy of 2 generations. The commander of Yin and Appos, as 2 military reinforcements to the capital, was named Kai, who belonged to the Qin clan. Thus, he is often referred to as Qin Kai. Although Qin Kai was not of the Yin royal lineage, he hailed from the same Ji surname. Chapter 181. The fertile land. The room was somewhat dim, and Qin Kai and Appos' brow furrowed tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the edge of the table, each strike seemingly questioning the very door of fate. Chapter 182. Mobilizing troops for a joint campaign, however, this year. Chapter 183. Personally going to battle. After a brief discussion, a military report arrived swiftly from Daicheng, which was immediately communicated to the entire camp. The unexpected defection of the Yin army and the sudden retreat of the Zhongshan forces not only. Chapter 184. Equal treatment. Upon hearing footsteps, the soldiers within the courtyard turned their heads in unison to gaze at the newcomer. Chapter 185. Between mountains and rivers. Happy New Year and Appos' Eve. By noon the following day, the cavalry arrived at the agreed location with Zhao Shi's faction. Chapter 186. An infallible strategy. Happy New Year. 200 miles west of Heka lies a vast and mysterious realm where towering mountains and dense forests seamlessly intertwine with expansive grasslands. To the east of the land. Chapter 187. As anticipated, deep within the Canchin mountain, as time progressed, the warm sunlight gradually descended, giving way to the chilly luminescence of the bright moonlight that began to illuminate the valley as the hour of the pig approached. Chapter 188. Do not deceive yourself. As dawn approaches, the light in the heavens and the earth grows increasingly dim. Wang Dian cannot help but feel that this may not merely be a figment of his imagination. He recalls. Chapter 189. A confrontation on a narrow path, seeking votes at the beginning of the month. Chapter 190. Close quarters combat amidst the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. A mist of crimson mingled with the swirling yellow dust, enveloping the entirety of the battlefield. Within the expansive river valley, that elite. Chapter 191. Defiance of royal authority. The blood-soaked steam and the swirling dust gradually coalesce into a thin mist, reflecting the morning light alongside the untouched ice and snow nestled among the mountains. Chapter 192. The nature of humanity. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays piercing and brilliant. Yet, the luminous disk of the firmament seemed not to have shifted significantly southward, remaining aloft in the eastern heavens, casting its gaze upon the earth below. Chapter 193. Temptation. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the air above the battlefield was infused with a distinctive essence, a mingling of iron and earth. The nauseating stench was carried away by the winds of the valley, dispersing in all directions. Chapter 194. Realizing one's mistakes. At this moment, the slaughter within the valley is drawing to a close, yet the clamor persists unabated. Chapter 195. Driven to a dead end. As the sun dipped in the west, several large fires ignited in the valley. The brilliant flames illuminated the sky with a crimson hue, seemingly more radiant than the sun itself. Chapter 196. Within reach, the sunset bled a crimson hue, while dust danced in the air. The thunderous clatter of galloping hooves echoed through the narrow valley, mingling with the labored breaths of the mounted soldiers, gradually. Chapter 197. Twists and turns. In this region where the Yuzhong Linyuan meets the vast grasslands and deserts, there exists a significant elevation difference from north to south. Thus, as the golden waters surge forth from the valley, they do not meander through the center as they would across a flat plain. Chapter 198. Unstoppable. The night was profound, with the mournful whispers of the wind permeating the vast expanse above. A group of sentinels, the Hu soldiers, stationed before the gates of Wangting Yuan, relied on the flickering light of a feeble bonfire as they sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 199. Never betray. The biting cold wind howled fiercely as the flames spread with alarming rapidity. The canvas of the tent, the timber, and even the body fat of those succumbing to the searing heat became the most effective kindling in this moment. Chapter 200. The final path. Happy Lantern Festival. The night quietly recedes, giving way to the faint light of dawn. The bloody carnage has inexplicably ceased, and the thin mist enveloping the vast plain dissipates slowly, carried away by the rising warmth. Chapter 201. The renowned in Huaxia. The location of the Golden Water troops and the main cavalry forces is approximately 100 miles away from the heart of the Linhu Kingdom in Yuzhou. Chapter 202. Assessing the situation. The reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements have arrived. Before the hooves of the horses had even thundered through the gate, a hoarse roar pierced the stillness of the night, carried by the wind. The king. Chapter 203. leaving it to fate within the tent. There were but a few tables, yet the ground was adorned with a layer of plush fabric. The lords and ministers, emulating the customs of the Hu people, gracefully settled themselves upon the floor. Before long. Chapter 204, Betrayal and Isolation. The encampment of the Lin Hu army lies a mere 10 miles from the royal court. At this moment, the Zhao army deliberately orchestrates disturbances within the court, which swiftly. Chapter 205, Fuji and Appo's taxation. At that time, I observed the situation of King Hu, Xiaoming. Although he appeared hesitant, I discerned a latent willingness to submit. However, unexpectedly, he fled with only 100 cavalry last night. Li. Chapter 206. Insignificance. In the month of February, during the vernal equinox, the desolate plateau seemed to undergo a transformation from winter to spring overnight. Much like the nature of war, the outcome is often determined without one's awareness. Chapter 207. Unfathomable urgency, in order to prevent any subsequent unnecessary confusion. Chapter 208. Can one eat or not? Awaiting the emergence of the Huan clan. Chapter 209. Fortifying my territory. The snow, which had lain undisturbed on the plateau throughout the winter, has begun to gradually melt away in recent days, indicative of the rising temperatures. On the 21st of February, the winds have stilled. Chapter 210. Herding horses across 1,000 mountains. The army continued to rest in the royal court for 2 days, further dismantling the surrendered troops of Huyan. The light rain ceased yesterday evening, and the damp, muddy ground. Chapter 211. Struggling with self-control. The cavalry reached the foot of the Yin Mountains, halting their advance westward. Although the Huyan clan in the clouds did not suffer from slaughter, they were nonetheless affected by the formidable presence of the Zhao army. Chapter 212. The surge of spring. In the months of February and March, the air in Xianyang is imbued with the essence of spring. In the distance, the Weishui River shimmers under the sunlight, while the willows flanking its banks have, almost imperceptibly, unfurled their tender green shoots, as if. Chapter 213. A new path. The spring atmosphere in the northern regions is yet to be distinctly felt, with a considerable variation in day and night temperatures. I have noticed the concerns expressed by many readers in recent messages, particularly regarding the fear of encountering another midway collapse. Allow me to clarify this matter. Frankly speaking, this book has not been generating significant income, perhaps barely exceeding 1,000 per month. However, the update schedule in late February has indeed been rather inconsistent, largely due to frequent hospital visits over the past half-month. Although I have spent most of my time contemplating and writing, my schedule has been somewhat disrupted. I extend my sincerest apologies to the readers who await daily updates. Nonetheless, I assure you that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will strive to avoid delays. Even if the main text is not published on the day, I will ensure it is supplemented the following day. Lastly, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the recent donations and votes from all readers. I remember each contribution and appreciate every single one. The continuation of this book relies entirely on your unwavering support. Chapter 214. Gradual guidance. By midday of the second day, the cavalry arrived at the new city. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere that had pervaded before the army and Appo's departure, the surroundings of the new city were now entirely enveloped in a. Chapter 215. A lively conversation. The atmosphere within the courtyard was momentarily peculiar, imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression amidst the tranquility. Perhaps it was the sight of Qi Wusu and others trailing closely behind Prince Zhao. Chapter 216. The spirit of martial valor. This historically significant and extraordinary meeting fulfilled its historical mission within the confines of a humble earthen courtyard. Before departing, King Lin Hu once again expressed the sentiments of Zhangxia. Chapter 217. The Winds of Governance. Chapter 218. The beginning of summer. The inner palace is situated at the northern edge of the capital city, facing south. A grand procession enters through the eastern city gate, traversing the cross-shaped thoroughfare amidst the throngs of people, before turning north. Chapter 219. You are willing. In the space where the mist rises, the surface of the pool reflects the dim, flickering candlelight, fragmenting it into scattered golden scales. The edges of the pool have inexplicably become stained with patches of dark crimson. The damp, fishy scent mingles with. Chapter 220. Ethereal thoughts. This sensation enveloped him, as if it. Chapter 221. The futility of excessive reflection. As dawn breaks, the delicate light pierces through the gossamer veil like fine needles. Chapter 222. The division of Dai Commandery. By the time the main force of the army returned to Dai City, it was already mid-April. A few days prior, news had arrived from the eastern depot that the royal carriage had departed from the land of Dai. Chapter 223. The all-in bet the atmosphere within the hall became tense. Yet the officials of Dai County merely expressed their disapproval verbally. However, after much hesitation, they failed to articulate a coherent rationale. Chapter 224. Exceptional individuals. The warm breeze of the Central Plains arrived earlier than that of the northern frontier. This year's Guyu, following the abundant rains in Handan, enveloped the entire city in a gentle mist, heralding the onset of early summer. Chapter 225. Brotherhood in conflict. The debate at the Drunken Virtue Lodge was akin to a solitary pebble cast into a vast river, struggling to reach the celestial audience. Sun Quang and Apos' eloquent discourse, echoing within the halls of Zhao and Apos' court. Chapter 226. The establishment of the Crown Prince upon returning to the inner palace. The little one who followed closely behind Meng Yao immediately spotted Wu Guang waiting in the hall. With a lively and clear voice, he exclaimed, "Maternal grandfather." Chapter 227. The pursuit of chaos and Apos. In the realm of Yuyun, the borders are delineated at Jiuyuan, where both financial and political matters are resolved internally, and Apos, regarding this outcome. The various factions in Handan are largely discontented. Chapter 229. Political discussions and bestowals. Although the skies were clear and vast during these days, the entire Dai Palace seemed to be shrouded in a veil of gloom, lingering until the edict from Handan was publicly announced. Perhaps it was influenced by the Crown Prince. Chapter 230. Leading the trend. The court's demands upon the Dai region were all met with obstinate refusal. Appointments and grants of titles were entirely inconsistent. Thus, whether through indulgence or compromise, all efforts to accommodate were rendered futile. Chapter 231. Soaring high in the eyes of the majority. The court and Apos' appointments appear to be smooth and uncontentious. However, beneath the surface lies a web of intrigue, deception, and the delicate art of compromise. Chapter 232. Double happiness. In the sweltering summer solstice of Xianyang, the sun blazed fiercely, casting its relentless rays upon the shimmering waters of the Wei River, which danced with glistening silver scales. The willows by the riverbank drooped languidly, their verdant leaves wilting under the oppressive heat. Chapter 233. The pillar of divine blessing. As Wei Shu stepped through the palace doors, the faint echoes of laughter and merriment from the inner chambers reached her ears. Her footsteps involuntarily paused on the polished wooden floor. Chapter 234. The unending fall of a nation. The winds of Xianyang, imbued with the rich essence of lust, journey eastward across mountains and rivers, flowing south along the waters of the Danhan. They traverse the intricate network of rivers and marshes, and even the breezes seem to carry a hint of moisture. Chapter 235. No target. On the day following the arrival of the Qin envoy in Ying, as the rain continued to fall, King Xionghuai of Chu summoned Zhao Ju, who had returned to the capital alongside the Qin emissary, to the Zhu palace ahead of schedule. The number of attendees for the court assembly. Chapter 236. Isolated and helpless. Chapter 237. Victory and defeat. Chu Yuan's heartfelt words, imbued with profound significance, resonate deeply with the human spirit. Yet, the simplicity of such truths often renders them easily comprehensible to all, let alone the. Chapter 238. Leveraging the opportunity. Although the ceremony was grand, within the main hall, King Chu. Chapter 239. Unleashing ambitions. Although the news of the intended union between Qin and Chu had yet to be made public, by late June, the Chu forces along the banks of the Huai River had swiftly gathered towards the line of Shouchuan and Zhaoguan. Chapter 240. Elevating talents upon returning home. Zhou Yin could not help but reflect deeply on the discussions held in the court regarding the relationship between the monarch and his ministers. In years past, the king of Qi aspired to expand his territory, engaging with the states of Qin and Chu, ruling over the Central Plains while pacifying the surrounding tribes.